Chapter 152. Zhang Xiaohua tidied up the table and opened the door to find Qiu Tong standing at the door. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Qiu Tong into the room. Qiu Tong smiled and said, "There's no need. Zhang Xiaohua, Miss told me to call you. She's still waiting." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room and asked, "Big sister Qiu Tong, it's almost time for dinner. Why did the manor head suddenly call me? Is there anything good to eat?" A strange look flashed across Qiu Tong's face. The smile in her eyes deepened. She said, "There's nothing delicious, but there's something very interesting I want to tell you. Come with me quickly." Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued when she heard that there was something interesting. She followed Qiu Tong into the inner courtyard. Just as she approached the lobby of the inner court, she heard the clear and melodious voice of a woman. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that Mistress Qin of the ethereal sect had come. She recalled that Yan had mentioned earlier that she wanted to find Mistress Qin to ask about the Carefree Heart Sutra. Thinking that there must be a solution, she was overjoyed and quickened her steps. Only Yan and Aunt Qin were sitting in the great hall. They were talking to each other. When they heard footsteps and saw a familiar figure enter, they looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the great hall. She bowed to the two of them and sat down on a chair. She looked at Yan and asked, "Did Big Sister O call me over because of the Carefree Heart Sutra?" Yan looked at her teasingly and smiled. She said, "That's right. I've already asked Big Sister Qin about it. You'd better listen to her for the details." "Ha, you're really lucky." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and looked at Aunt Qin. She asked, "Big Sister Qin, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me. I'm worried sick." Aunt Qin looked at the anxious Zhang Xiaohua and said unhurriedly, "This matter is very simple. It is said that our Misty sect has been passed down for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, countless heroes have emerged. Many of them were extremely talented, and in the process of practicing martial arts, they inevitably had their own insights and experiences. There were even many grandmasters who were able to create their own martial arts. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion not only stores the martial arts manuals passed down from the Misty School, but also some martial arts manuals created later on. The Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal strength cultivation method created by a senior from the Misty School hundreds of years ago." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She said, "Since it's an internal strength cultivation method, that's good. I don't want to pick some top-notch internal strength. It's fine as long as I can practice it." When Aunt Qin heard this, she wanted to say something, but with a "pft," she laughed out loud. She waited until she drank some water before saying, "Although this Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal energy cultivation method, it's actually a self-hypnosis technique." "Hypnosis method?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, "What does this have to do with an internal strength cultivation method?" Aunt Qin continued, "The senior who created the Carefree Heart Sutra was said to be extremely intelligent. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion has other internal strength cultivation methods and palm techniques that he created. However, this senior had a problem. Perhaps he used his brain too much, but he often couldn't sleep at night, which is commonly known as insomnia. In order to treat this insomnia, he sought out many doctors from the sect and the Jianghu, but none of them were effective. Later on, he felt that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on others. When he got older and had accumulated internal strength, he began to think of a way to treat his insomnia. After 10 years of painstaking research, he finally created the Carefree Heart Sutra. Carefree means to have no worries. In his opinion, being able to have a good night's sleep was the most beautiful and worry-free thing in the world." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said in shock, This senior is too extravagant. He created an internal strength cultivation method just to let himself have a good night's sleep. Even if that's the case, he didn't have to put this little book on the second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion." Aunt Qin covered her mouth and laughed, "There's no helping it. This senior has truly contributed a lot to the Misty School. Many of his martial arts secret manuals and experiences were collected in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This Carefree Heart Sutra is naturally no exception. However, this story is known by the entire upper class of the Misty School. Therefore, when they choose an internal strength cultivation method for their disciples, they won't pick this book. This is already an open secret of the Misty School. I reckon that other than its creator, no one else has seen this Carefree Heart Sutra. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She probed, "Big Sister Qin, why don't you help me take a look and see how to cultivate this Carefree Heart Sutra? Or see if this is the Carefree Heart Sutra." Aunt Qin hurriedly waved her hands and said, "I've never seen this Carefree Heart Sutra before, so I can't tell if it's real or fake. Moreover, without the sect master's permission, I wouldn't dare to look at this Carefree Heart Sutra on my own. Even if it's not a real internal strength cultivation method, I'm sure the sect master has already told you about this. You have to be careful not to let a second person see the contents inside. This is not allowed by the sect's rules. I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, this sect's rules are too harsh. This way, I won't be able to know if this Carefree Heart Sutra is the real Carefree Heart Sutra. However, there was still a trace of excitement and expectation in his heart. Perhaps the one he took from the third floor really wasn't the Carefree Heart Sutra that they were talking about. However, if this Carefree Heart Sutra was really the one they were talking about, then his luck was really unusual. There were many internal strength secret manuals on the second floor. Even if he randomly took one, he might not be able to get this Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he went to the third floor to take it. Thinking about the small box on the square table and not on the bookshelf, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped again. Perhaps they treated it specially because it wasn't a real internal strength cultivation method. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed bitterly and said, "My hands are really smelly." Oh Yan, who was beside her, laughed and said, "Your luck is really good. Why are you unhappy?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "I'm the only one who has good luck with this Carefree Heart Sutra. This thing might be useful to others, but I never have insomnia. I sleep well. As long as I fall asleep, I won't wake up even if someone calls me. How can I use this Carefree Heart Sutra?" Pfft, the three people in the hall laughed. They had all heard the story of Zhang Xiaohua following He Tianshu in the small town. They never thought that there would be someone who would sleep on the road while walking. In that case, this Carefree Heart Sutra was trash to Zhang Xiaohua. However, O Yan still advised, "I'm not saying that your luck is good here, but on the ethereal steps." That Aunt Qin also said, "That's right. This ethereal steps is placed on the third floor of the book collection pavilion. It's not something that ordinary people can cultivate. If you went to take it yourself, you might not be able to choose it. Today, you effortlessly obtained the first 3 levels of this cultivation technique. If this isn't good luck, what else can it be?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy mood turned for the better when he saw how Aunt Qin held the ethereal steps in high esteem. He asked curiously, "This ethereal steps is a movement technique, right? What is its use?" Aunt Qin laughed and said, "It's really scary to have no knowledge. Let me help you clear your ignorance. This Misty School has 3 great divine techniques, the Ethereal 7 Swords, the Ethereal Divine Technique, and the Ethereal Steps. The Ethereal 7 Swords is naturally a sword technique. When used, it can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It's incomparably powerful. The Ethereal Divine Technique is our Misty School's core internal technique. It's said that it's also incomparably powerful. As for the ethereal steps, it's a type of light body technique." Light body technique? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. This was the martial technique that she had been admiring for a long time. That's right. The ethereal steps is the so-called light body technique when used at high altitudes. However, it also has other precious aspects. If used in battle, it can be combined with your fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. It will become a peerless movement technique, increasing the might of your other martial techniques by 30%. Aunt Qin explained. Ah, so powerful. Then didn't I strike it rich? Zhang Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. Aunt Qin continued, that's right. Otherwise, how could it be called one of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques? You have indeed struck it rich. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. No wonder He Tianshu was overjoyed when he heard that he could also cultivate the ethereal steps. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so happy, Aunt Qin struck a blow to her. However, this ethereal steps has a total of 9 levels. You have only obtained the first 3 levels, so you don't know if it's a close combat movement technique or a light body technique for high altitudes. Zhang Xiaohua was a little carried away as she reached her hand into her bosom and said, won't I know if I take a look? Seeing this, Yan sternly said, Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Yan's reprimand, she immediately understood what was going on. Her face flushed red as she blushed and said, Sister O. Seeing that she understood, Yan's tone relaxed and she said, Zhang Xiaohua, the Misty School's sect rules are not to be trifled with. Everything that was said in the discussion hall and Zhang Qingyue's words, you must remember them in your heart. If you violate them, no one will let you off just because of your young age. Actually, you might not know this, but there are many disciples younger than you in the sect who are diligently cultivating and constantly memorizing the sect rules. You were just lucky to have some opportunities, so you must not let your guard down. Zhang Xiaohua carefully said, I understand, Manor Lord O. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Aunt Qin also sternly said, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. There are some things that must be buried deep in your heart and must not be told to anyone. If anyone knows that you have the ethereal steps technique, I reckon that you won't be able to live in peace. Even your life will be in danger. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. This was the second time that Zhang Xiaohua heard someone advise her like this. Thinking about herself, it was true that she relied on her young age to say and do some childish things. But if it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't think of her. After seeing her, she would have to be more careful. Aunt Qin continued, actually, even if you took out the ethereal steps technique, I still wouldn't dare to look at it. Without the sect leader's permission, I have no right to practice any of the sect's martial arts, not to mention the 3 divine techniques. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua deeply understand that if it wasn't for O Peng's care for his biological sister, if she hadn't sacrificed herself to save O Yan, how could she have obtained such a technique? Not to mention that her second brother had also benefited from joining the Misty School. This black-clothed old man's palm strike was truly not unjust. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded, O Yan said, Zhang Xiaohua, you must remember that this ethereal steps, if you don't know it, you can ask He Tianshu. He has the sect leader's permission. Others, including your brother Zhang Xiaohu, are also not allowed to practice it. As for that carefree heart sutra, you can keep it as a memento, but you can't let others see it nor can you lose it. If you feel unsafe, you can burn it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then how about I return it to sect leader O? O Yan proudly said, how can the Misty School take back something that was given out? If that was the case, when Zhang Qingyue gave you the technique, he would have already taken it back. Would you still need to think about it now? Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. The rules of this large sect were really not ordinary. She could only say, I understand, big sister O. O Yan saw that she had taught her enough and said, all right, it's about time. You should go back early. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly stood up to leave. As she walked, she thought, I've already lectured her for half a day, but she didn't give me any benefits. Leaving a meal would be good. Zhang Xiaohua pondered as he returned to his room. To be honest, he was still skeptical of Aunt Qin's words. Even if the senior from the ethereal sect was a genius, there was no way he could create 18 levels of hypnotism. That would be too much of a joke. If that was the case, then wouldn't the other works of the senior be at a level that would shock the ancient and dazzle the modern? And the most important thing in his heart was that he didn't really, randomly, take this book from the second floor. he still had a trace of hope in his heart. But Yan's warning completely shattered his little calculations. Of these 2 books, other than the Ethereal Steps, he could cultivate with He Tianshu. The Carefree Heart Sutra could only be enjoyed by him alone. It could be said that there was an ancient, but there was no successor. The Carefree Heart Sutra had a huge hat on its head that could cure insomnia. No matter who went to the library to choose a secret manual, even if they suffered from insomnia and forgetfulness, they still wouldn't choose this book. Who would be as stupid as Zhang Xiaohua to not take a good martial arts secret manual? Of course, if there was a martial arts novice in the future, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't casually take this trash. But since there was an example of Zhang Xiaohua in the discussion hall today, there would definitely be people who would spread this story through the ages and become the teacher of others. No one would do such a stupid thing again. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but howl to the sky like a hungry wolf under the moonlight. As the ancient people said, information is the most valuable thing. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Fist of the North Star and the sword in her left hand at the place where she usually practiced martial arts. Now, the Fist of the North Star could be used for ordinary fighting, while the sword in her left hand was a life-saving move. Unless there was no other choice, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't dare to use it. Thinking about the ethereal steps that she was about to cultivate, Zhang Xiaohua's heart itched. After learning the footwork and qigong, her martial arts could be considered to have some foundation. Other than the internal strength cultivation method, she could also be considered as a martial artist. In the Jianghu, she would have half a place. Didn't this mean that she had fulfilled her wish when she first left the Guizhuang house? After walking out of the forest, Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of doubt. Where did this He Tianshu run off to? Seeing his wild joy in the afternoon, could it be that he was so happy that he went crazy? If it was her, she definitely wouldn't be so calm. When she came back, she would have asked for the cultivation method. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to cultivate, so everything was taught by He Tianshu. It was reasonable for her to let He Tianshu see it first. But she didn't see him for the entire afternoon. Where did he go? When Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the small courtyard, he saw that the light in He Tianshu's room was still on. He walked over and knocked on the door. Sure enough, He Tianshu's voice came from the door, "Come in." Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and asked with concern, "Captain He, are you all right?" He Tianshu was stunned. "Pretty good." "What's wrong?" "Zhang Xiaohua, do you see that I'm not in good spirits?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, your face looks very smooth and bright. Your complexion is very good. What I mean is, why didn't you come looking for me in the afternoon?" Hearing this, He Tianshu's expression changed. He said, "You still have the nerve to say that?" "Zhang Xiaohua, at the very least, I've taught you a set of fist techniques. Why don't you remember how good I am?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Captain He, what's the meaning of this? You are my martial arts teacher who initiated me. How can I not remember how good you are?" He Tianshu blurted out, "Since you know that I'm your first teacher, why didn't you come looking for me earlier?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Sigh, she had thought wrongly. It wasn't that He Tianshu wasn't anxious to see the ethereal steps. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to ask for it in person. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said with a tranquil face, "Captain He, don't be angry. I don't know the ways of the world either. I'm still waiting for you to take it." He Tianshu's expression was slightly restrained as he said, "It's not that I don't want to take it. But this ethereal steps was given to you by sect master. I'm only giving you guidance when you don't know. How can I ask for it from you directly?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Keep pretending. If it was me a year ago, I might have believed it. But now, there's no way you can lie to me." Hence, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Ethereal Steps Cultivation Technique Manual and handed it to He Tianshu, saying, "Then, Captain He, please take a look and point me in the right direction." He Tianshu smiled. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you seen it? Is there no problem at all?" Zhang Xiaohua said, I haven't seen it yet. You can take a look first. When He Tianshu heard this, he stretched out his hand and wanted to retract it. He really couldn't resist the temptation of the secret manual. If he didn't accept it, what should he do when he thought of Zhang Qingyue's instructions and his guidance? Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 153. When Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianshu's hesitant look, she found it funny, but more than that, she admired him. This Misty School was indeed a famous sect in the Jianghu. The way they passed down orders and the way they obeyed was not just a little strict. He Tianshu didn't dare to practice it first just because the sect leader gave some instructions and didn't directly ask him to teach. This kind of execution made Zhang Xiaohua secretly praise him. This Misty School had stood tall in the Jianghu for many years and didn't have an undeserved reputation. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned and she said very seriously to He Tianshu, Team Leader He, I think there is a very serious problem with this ethereal steps. I need you to help me solve it. He Tianshu's eyes lit up and he said, tell me about it first. Zhang Xiaohua waved the few pages in front of him and said, I've been looking at it all afternoon, but I can't understand what's written here. I'm really confused. I think it's better to ask Team Leader He to look at it properly and roughly tell me how to practice it. Once I've gotten the hang of it, I'll have more specific questions to ask. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu again and handed over the few pages that had suppressed He Tianshu's emotions. She said, what do you think? He Tianshu thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. He said, what you say makes sense. This is a good question. If I wait until you understand it, the sun will have risen from the west. I'll prepare to answer your first question first. Let's talk about it after you've roughly looked through the steps. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu accepted it, she clapped her hands together as if to dust them off. She said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble Team Leader He. However, there's one thing. When you teach me the steps in the future, you must be patient. Don't teach it like a fist technique. He Tianshu first smiled and then glared at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, you know your own situation. I hope you won't disappoint the sect leader's painstaking efforts. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said helplessly, all right, I admit that my talent is limited, but I'm still willing to use 100% of my strength to practice this escaping step technique. Fleeing. Footwork. When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, the three divine skills of the Misty School, you actually said that it's used to escape. Forget it, you should go back. It's getting late, don't sleep in my room anymore. I'll tell you when I have a rough understanding of it. After saying that, he chased the guy who looked down on his divine power out of the house. As Zhang Xiaohua walked, she was still unconvinced and said, isn't Qinggong used to escape? My fist technique is average and I don't know any internal energy. If I can't beat him, why don't I rely on this footwork to escape? He Tianshu closed the door, and began to study the ethereal footwork. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to her room, she casually picked up a book on herbs and started flipping through it. But no matter how she looked at it, she was unable to calm her heart. Involuntarily, she still took out the Sky Blue Carefree Heart Sutra. Flipping to the preface on the first page, she first skimmed through it, but she didn't find the word ethereal, nor the words insomnia and forgetfulness. After she read it carefully, she had a plan in her heart. It turned out that this preface said that there was a spirit in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was the essence of this world. If she could draw this Yuan Qi into her body, she would be able to change her meridians and cleanse her marrow. Not only would it strengthen the body, it would also multiply her magical powers. If she succeeded, she might even be able to extend her life. This Carefree Heart Sutra was a technique for drawing Yuan Qi into the human body. It also taught the method of changing meridians and cleansing meridians. Zhang Xiaohua closed the secret book and was secretly happy. She had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Wasn't this the martial arts secret manual that he had been yearning for day and night? Wasn't the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi the same as his inner strength? wasn't this divine ability the power of inner strength? That was something that was even more powerful than his pure strength. Naturally, it was incomparably powerful. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that her second brother had once told her that when practicing Nigong, she had to turn her palms to the sky and imagine that Nigong would enter through her forehead. He wondered if the Carefree Heart Sutra was also practiced in the same way. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the secret manual and flipped to the first level of the cultivation method. Sure enough, the first level of the cultivation method was written as follows. To attract the Nigong into one's body, one had to first sense the heaven and earth's yuan qi. Then, one had to use a special breathing method to open all the pores in one's body and attract the Nigong into one's body. After that, it explained in detail how to sense the heaven and earth's yuan qi, how to breathe, and how to open the pores. This way, the Nigong would follow a special route to cleanse the meridians and finally store it in the middle dantian of one's body. At the end, it explained that if one could sense the heaven and earth's yuan qi and was able to accumulate a certain amount of Nigong in the middle dantian, it would mean that the first level of the cultivation method had been mastered. Then, one could proceed to the second level of cultivation. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua stopped flipping through the pages. He knew that the process seemed very simple, but with Zhang Xiaohu's aptitude, he still had to practice for a long time. As for himself, he would increase his strength by 3 times first. As for the second level, he would talk about it later. Just based on this point, Zhang Xiaohua was praiseworthy. Not only was he hardworking, but he was also willing to progress step by step and not do useless work. Of course, knowing one's own limitations was even more praiseworthy. After Zhang Xiaohua finished reading, he carefully savored it in his mind. Only then did he flip open the secret manual and read it again. When he realized that there was no mistake in his memory, he closed the manual and put it back into his clothes. Zhang Xiaohua sat upright on the Kong bed with a hesitant expression. Zhang Xiaohu had repeatedly warned him about the cultivation of this inner force cultivation method. If he did not have a master to guide him, he must not take the risk and try it himself. It was extremely easy for him to go berserk. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who could read this Carefree Heart Sutra. There were so many people in the Misty School, but not a single one of them had learned this inner force cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly go to O Peng and ask him to take the time out of his busy schedule to give him pointers. Thinking about how this delicacy was in his hands, he could not even open his mouth. The taste of it was simply unbearable. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. As the saying went, wealth comes from danger. If he only wanted to be safe and secure, he could just stay in the Guizhuang house. Why did he have to come all the way to Pingyang City? Besides, Zhang Xiaohua could vaguely feel that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Even if He Tianshu really wanted to teach him other inner force cultivation methods now, Zhang Xiaohua might not be willing. Moreover, this cultivation method had 18 levels. It should not be too dangerous for the most basic cultivation method. Since he had made up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer suppress his impulses. He sat cross-legged on the Kong bed and looked at his nose, then his heart. Following the method in the Heart Sutra, he tried the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method. Yes, that was right. It was the special breathing method of the 9 shallow and 1 deep. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, Zhang Xiaohua first breathed slightly hurriedly for 3 times, then paused for a moment. Then, he breathed rapidly for 6 times in a row. Finally, he inhaled deeply and made a short exhalation. Although the Heart Sutra described these steps in detail, to be honest, the interval between each breath and the length of the breath could be discussed. If there was not a master beside him to give him pointers, who would know which was the correct one? As such, Zhang Xiaohua could not follow the Heart Sutra's instructions even after breathing for a long time. He could not sense the qi of heaven and earth around him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh at himself. If this is the way to cultivate inner strength, how could I possibly suffer from qi deviation? However, when he thought about it, other people poured their inner strength into their forehead, while he poured it into his pores. The method was different, so perhaps the result would be different. At worst, he would go wrong and burn his skin and fur. Since there were distracting thoughts in his mind, the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method was naturally disrupted. Zhang Xiaohua quickly gathered his thoughts and wholeheartedly focused on the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. It had to be said that there was one good thing about Zhang Xiaohua, and that was that he was very single-minded when doing things. Not long after, it was as if he had really entered the state and was immersed in the special breathing rhythm. However, he did not feel any qi of heaven and earth from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was good, but in his excitement, he forgot about his own characteristics. Just as he closed his eyes and practiced the breathing technique he had just learned, midnight arrived. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Just like that, he fell asleep with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He fell asleep with 9 shallow breaths and 1 deep breath. In Zhang Xiaohua's sleep, which was filled with flickering lights, the flickering lights seemed to be breathing as well. They had different frequencies, and correspondingly, these frequencies also affected Zhang Xiaohua. His special breathing method slowly mutated. With the flickering lights, he constantly adjusted the speed and length of his breathing. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's breathing method was completely different from Zhang Xiaohua's own. It seemed to correspond with the flickering breathing method, forming a brand new, 9 shallow and 1 deep method. At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua's unique breathing method was formed, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly blended into an environment with flickering and frequency. In an instant, from the distant starry sky, countless stars seemed to be attracted by Zhang Xiaohua's frequency, or perhaps they were attracted by his breathing. The starlight passed through the endless starry sky, ignoring the roofs and other objects, and shone on Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. And the starlight, although it was light, was too thin to be seen when it reached Zhang Xiaohua's side. Although it was dense, it could not illuminate Zhang Xiaohua's figure like it usually could at night. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still hidden in the darkness, and under the special breathing and flickering lights, his figure seemed to be faintly blurred. It was also at this moment that all the pores on Zhang Xiaohua's body opened up in an instant. They were like small mouths that greedily sucked in the surrounding starlight. The barely visible starlight swarmed over like tired birds returning to their nests. The starlight entered Zhang Xiaohua's pores and stopped moving forward. After a while, more and more starlight entered his pores, and the amount of starlight outside his body was sucked and decreased. At this moment, the starlight all over his body suddenly moved. It was according to the method Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the Carefree Heart Sutra, guiding the starlight to follow a specific path in his body. In an instant, the starlight in his pores was swept clean, and the starlight outside his body could be rapidly sucked in again. The starlight that entered his body followed the circulation path in the Heart Sutra for a cycle. It did not enter Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian, but continued to circulate. However, as it continued to circulate, the pores all over his body had an endless stream of starlight converging into it. Logically speaking, although the starlight was barely visible, with endless starlight entering his body, there should be more and more starlight in his body. However, something strange happened. As the starlight that circulated in his body increased in quantity, it did not become thicker. Instead, it underwent a qualitative change in his body, forming something else. This thing was clearly purer than the starlight, and much smaller in size. It was the qi of heaven and earth mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Not only that, although the pure qi of heaven and earth should have increased under the mutation of the endless starlight, under the constant flashing in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the qi of heaven and earth seemed to be refined, becoming increasingly scarce. It was actually reduced by 70 to 80%. In this way, although there was a lot of starlight around Zhang Xiaohua and it was constantly being absorbed into his pores, the amount that was converted into refined qi of heaven and earth through his circulation was still inaudible. While Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, the night passed. When the morning sun in the east leaped over the horizon, Zhang Xiaohua opened his sleeping eyes. The flashing in his eyes was still as fleeting as before. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up and saw that he was still in the same state, he could not help but smile bitterly. Had he been sitting like this for the entire night? However, when he jumped off the Kong bed, he did not feel any soreness in his limbs. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. It was more comfortable than lying on the Kong bed. This caught Zhang Xiaohua off guard. He thought to himself, why don't I just sit and sleep like this in the future? The early bird gets the worm. Zhang Xiaohua diligently practiced his life-saving sword moves and the defensive fist of the Big Dipper in the forest. Today was destined to be an amazing day. Zhang Xiaohua, who woke up early, had just practiced his beloved fist of the Big Dipper to the 8th time when that familiar flow came unexpectedly. This made Zhang Xiaohua's self-esteem, which had suffered a blow last night, feel a little comforted. Could this be the reward for practicing so hard for so long? Had the fist of the Big Dipper advanced? Sure enough, in Zhang Xiaohua's anticipation, he practiced the second 8 times. The flow still appeared on the 8th time. Zhang Xiaohua could finally confirm that his fist of the Big Dipper had indeed improved. However, if that was the case, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look forward to it even more. Would the flow appear on time every time he practiced the fist of the Big Dipper when he practiced it to the end? Thinking of the 18th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra last night, Zhang Xiaohua also took the initiative to divide his fist of the Big Dipper into 9 levels. Of course, the one that appeared once after 9 times was the first level, and the one that appeared once after each time was the 9th level. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. This was really a good day. Smelling the clear and fresh air, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had an idea. Last night, his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method did not work. Was it because the air at night was not fresh enough? Would it have a different effect in the morning when everything woke up? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down in the forest. He thought of the breathing method last night and practiced the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. Speaking of which, it was strange. Now, Zhang Xiaohua said that he was thinking of the breathing method before he fell asleep last night. However, when he actually breathed, he was using the adjusted rhythm in his sleep. In fact, although these 2 rhythms were very different, with Zhang Xiaohua's level, he could not feel any difference. Even if you told him now, he might not believe it. Speaking of which, it was also unusual. Generally speaking, this kind of breathing method that was passed down orally could not be described in words. One could only slowly figure out the secret under the guidance of the master. Normally, a talented and intelligent person would have to try countless times just to get the beginner's breathing method. Some would even need a few days to remember and truly master it. However, this Zhang Xiaohua was extremely proficient in it in just a few breaths. He could not help but sigh. The protagonist was invincible. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know if his breathing method was correct, he faintly felt that his entire body suddenly had a clear feeling. It was as if there was an indescribable communication between his body and the outside. He was somewhat enlightened. Perhaps this was the opening of his pores. However, he followed the method in the Heart Sutra to sense the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was still a blank. He did not discover a trace of it. What was going on? After a long while, there was still no progress. Zhang Xiaohua stood up resentfully. He patted the dust off his body and walked out of the forest. Although he felt a little regretful at this time, he was not troubled or impatient. Nonsense. When Zhang Xiaohu practiced the inner force cultivation method, he had told him that the sense of qi was not something that ordinary people could have. It would take a very long time for there to be progress. Zhang Xiaohu himself had spent a considerable amount of time to find the sense of qi. Zhang Xiaohua was clear about his own aptitude. If he could find the qi of heaven and earth today, Zhang Xiaohua would not dare to believe it. Moreover, didn't he already eat the worm today? The progress of the Big Dipper magical fist had pointed out a path for him. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a new idea. In the past, after practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 81 times, practicing it again would not have any effect. However, he did not know if there would be any surprises left for him now. Unfortunately, he was not in the small house in the mountains right now. He still had things to do. It was already late. He Tianshu and the others wouldn't have finished breakfast, right? Of course, He Tianshu and the others were not as gluttonous as Zhang Xiaohua. The breakfast on the table was not finished. However, He Tianshu's eyes were bloodshot. His absent-minded action of stuffing food into his mouth gave Zhang Xiaohua a big fright. Seeing He Tianshu's excited expression, Zhang Xiaohua carefully asked, Captain He, where did you go last night? Oh, where did I go? I didn't. I just stayed in the house. He Tianshu said unconsciously. Zhang Xiaohua said with concern, it's good that you didn't go anywhere. I thought you would go out with Ma Jing. Go out with Ma Jing. He Tianshu came to his senses and said, what are you talking about? When he focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you only here now? Did you go practice your fist techniques again? I say, can you be a little more promising and stop practicing those unorthodox fist techniques? Chapter 154. Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. How could there be such a person? Not advising others to learn well and not even allowing them to practice fist techniques, then what was she supposed to do? He Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's puzzled look and whispered, do you know what I did last night? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since you didn't go to Intoxicated Fragrance House, you naturally stayed in the house. Could it be that you watched that for the entire night? Zhang Xiaohua used metaphors towards the end. He Tianshu laughed, yes, didn't you see my two bloodshot eyes? I watched it for the entire night. It's really the best. I have lived for so long and have never felt so good. To be able to see it, my life was not in vain. Zhang Xiaohua beamed and said, is it really that good? Then I have to take a good look. He Tianshu glared at her and said, you're still young. Don't be in a hurry to look. Wait till I'm done with it and then I'll show it to you. We agreed that once you're done, you'll immediately show it to me. Zhang Xiaohua still did not let him off. He Tianshu looked around and said, all right, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk about it. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go to my room. I'll show it to you and let you have a good time. Under He Tianshu's urging, Zhang Xiaohua ate the fastest breakfast she had since entering Huanxi Mountain Villa. Then, the two of them hurriedly left under the puzzled gazes of Nia Xiao, and the rest. When the two of them returned to He Tianshu's house, He Tianshu carefully looked behind him. After confirming that no one was following them, he closed the door and said to Zhang Xiaohua, you don't know. There's no need to be afraid of not knowing the goods, but to be afraid of comparing the goods. I can be considered a direct disciple of Misty School. In the past, I always felt that what I learned was the essence of Misty School. Last night, I saw the ethereal steps and only then did I know that those were all dregs and rubbish. Compared to this ethereal steps, it's not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Sigh, it's indeed worthy of being one of the 3 divine arts of Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua was confused and asked, Captain He, what do you mean? Wasn't ethereal steps a type of footwork? Why is it so magical? He Tianshu curled his lips and said, I knew it would be like playing the lute to a cow. You don't have my realm, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, don't forget. Regarding the ethereal steps, Chief O was the one who spoke. You must answer. Hearing this, He Tianshu reluctantly said, this ethereal steps is a type of footwork, which is why it's called magical. Look at the first 3 levels, the first level is the beginning of Qing Gong. Ethereal steps is different from other Qing Gong, as it doesn't require too much internal energy to support it. It relies more on the surrounding environment and the user's inertia, so it's especially suitable for people like you who don't have any internal energy. Look at the second level, it's a type of footwork. It's a footwork that can be used in a narrow space. According to this, if you master it, when facing an enemy, you can let the enemy slash you with a saber. As long as you use your footwork, the saber won't be able to touch you at all. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, "It's that magical?" "Yes, I couldn't believe it when I saw it yesterday," He Tianshu said excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately asked, "Then, when can I learn it?" Wait for me to take a look. After I've completely figured it out, I'll teach you." "How about that?" He Tianshu said awkwardly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corner of her mouth revealed a slight smile. She thought to herself, usually people say that my aptitude is bad, but look at yourself. Didn't you have this day too? Presumably, this footwork is very complicated and won't be learned in a short period of time. Zhang Xiaohua's guess wasn't wrong. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu's aptitude was much better. But in the Misty School filled with talents, to be honest, it wasn't outstanding. What was this ethereal steps? It was known as the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques. It wasn't something that anyone could learn easily. Even a genius like Peng had to rely on the help of medicine to reach the large success stage. It was simply wishful thinking for He Tianshu to think that he could learn most of it in just a short period of time. However, since Peng was willing to teach this footwork to him, he naturally had his own plans. The first 3 levels of the technique were only the foundation of the divine technique. The requirements weren't as high as the 4th level and above. The 4th level and above were the true essence of the ethereal steps. That was the Misty School's secret technique that wasn't passed on. If it wasn't a direct disciple, it would definitely not be taught. Therefore, Peng also knew that with Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude and without guidance, it was impossible for her to successfully learn it. This was why he pulled He Tianshu, who hadn't received any rewards, into this. It had to be said that this was an opportunity for He Tianshu. After Zhang Xiaohua finished sharing her joy, He Tianshu chased her out and said, "Today, I will stay in the house to study your martial arts future. Let Nye Xiao'er help me take care of the medicine field first. Don't be lazy. Go over there and take a look. Pay attention. You can only learn it after I learn it. Don't drag me down." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. During this period of time, she went to the medicine field every day. She didn't have any intention of being lazy. Manor Master had promised her that if she wanted to go, she would go. It didn't matter if she didn't go. When Zhang Xiaohua came to the medicine field with a head full of black lines, she saw Nye Xiao'er and the others huddled together and whispering. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they scattered like birds and beasts. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She hadn't been to the medicine field for 2 days. Why did she feel so unfamiliar? When they were eating breakfast, weren't they still talking? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua saw Nye Xiao'er not far away and walked over. Nye Xiao'er saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching and squinted his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua. His expression was very ambiguous. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and was even more puzzled. She asked, "Brother Xiao'er, what were you guys talking about just now?" Nye Xiao'er said, "Nothing much. Just chatting a little." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then you guys can continue chatting. Why did you guys stop chatting when I came?" Nye Xiao'er sighed and said, "What's there to chat about? It's useless. Drunken Fragrance House is good to chat about. Besides, we don't have any Chun Gong to look at. We're just casually chatting. Drunken Fragrance House. Chun Gong." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand something. However, she didn't want to explain anything. She smiled and prepared to walk to the other side. But Nye Xiao'er wasn't having it. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist and asked, "Where did you get Chun Gong? You let Captain He see it. Why are you still hiding in the house? You don't even come to the medicine field." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nye Xiao'er seriously and said, "Brother Xiao'er, when did you find out about this?" Nye Xiao'er pursed his lips and said, "Didn't you guys talk about it during breakfast? Do you think we're all idiots and can't tell?" Zhang Xiaohua asked helplessly, "Then have you seen Captain He look at these things before?" "Not really. Nie Xiao'er thought for a moment and replied, but that doesn't mean he won't look at them now. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, Brother Xiao'er, it's wrong to measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick. Captain, he is one of the 3 most ambitious, and confident disciples in your Misty School. He is a role model for all of you to learn from. You can't arbitrarily judge others based on just a few words. If Captain he finds out, he will definitely report you to your hallmaster for slander. Nie Xiao'er was anxious and asked, but if you guys aren't looking at those things, why are you being so secretive? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She raised a finger and shook it, saying, I can't say. Then, she left the confused Nie Xiao'er and went down to the medicine field. The medicinal herbs in the medicine field were still the same. Those that had not sprouted were still bare on the ground. Those that had already sprouted were still sprouted, and some that had already grown into plants were standing upright in the breeze. Although it was already spring, the time when everything was recovering and full of vitality, the medicine field was a different scene. Zhang Xiaohua had been reading books for a long time and had gained a lot of knowledge. She knew that the growth of medicinal herbs was dependent on age. If they were harvested after a year, they would not be called medicinal herbs, but crops. The older the medicinal herbs were, the more valuable they were, and the greater the medicinal value. However, the weeds in the field did not care whether they were expensive medicinal herbs or cheap crops. They were the most vigorous in the spring and had already grown crazily. Normally, Tian Chongxi, Ma Jing, and the others could do the work of weeding, but why did they have to use people from the Misty School's pharmaceutical hall? Zhang Xiaohua did not quite understand. Without the meaning of confidentiality, it could only be said that the Misty School was rich and had a lot of talents. They sent a few disciples who knew internal strength to weed and show the school's face. During the lunch break, Zhang Xiaohua went to the woods and practiced the Fist of the North Star 8 times. The boiling hot flow came as expected and flowed throughout her body with the moves. Zhang Xiaohua was really convinced that she had really reached the 2nd level of the Fist of the North Star. Now, what needed to be verified was whether she could break through the limit of 9 times a day. If so, she could increase it with every level, but how many times could the 2nd level appear in a day? Under Zhang Xiaohua's tireless pursuit, Zhang Xiaohua simply stayed in the woods to practice martial arts in the afternoon. Anyway, Yan had already said that she could do whatever she wanted. With this instruction, why should she not use it? In the end, when the warm flow appeared 9 times, Zhang Xiaohua looked forward to the 10th time. Sure enough, when the 80th time of the Fist of the North Star began, the warm flow began to flow throughout her body. After finishing the practice, Zhang Xiaohua realized that the sun above her head was setting in the west. The horizon was inlaid with endless rosy clouds. Dusk was coming. Thinking that she could still practice martial arts at night, Zhang Xiaohua gave up on trying the 11th time. Compared to the improvement of her fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua was more depressed about her carefree Heart Sutra internal energy. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel depressed when faced with the cruel reality. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and began practicing the unique cultivation method of the Heart Sutra. Only when the sky was completely dark and her stomach was rumbling did Zhang Xiaohua slowly walk out of the woods. Her calm face didn't show any joy or anger. Setbacks made people improve. Amidst the endless failures, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be without gains. He Tianshu actually didn't go for dinner. This was what Zhang Xiaohua found inconceivable. In Zhang Xiaohua's heart, there was nothing more important than eating. Food was the most important thing for the people. He remembered that when Zhang Xiaohua saw this sentence in a book, he couldn't help but clap his hands. He felt quite a bit of sorrow in his heart. It really hit the bottom of his heart. And He Tianshu's behavior of not eating puzzled him. Wasn't it just a mystical footwork? There was no need to be so focused on it that he forgot to eat and sleep. Of course, as He Tianshu's close companion and part-time disciple, Zhang Xiaohua didn't lack in bringing back food for He Tianshu. Even Nye Xiao'er was a bit doubtful whether he was bringing back dinner for He Tianshu or supper for himself. When Zhang Xiaohua excitedly brought his concern to He Tianshu's hut and pushed open the door to enter, the scene in front of him made him pull back his foot. The hut was pitch black and there was no light. He could vaguely see a figure leaning over the table, snoring evenly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that He Tianshu was so tired that he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled back his foot and gently closed the door. He walked back to his hut and looked at the snacks and other things in his hands. He was secretly delighted. There would be a rich supper tonight. After a short rest, Zhang Xiaohua ran into the woods to practice his fist technique. He really wanted to know if he could make the 11th flow appear. Unfortunately, after he finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 8 times, the flow didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He first practiced the sword in his left hand for a while, then sat down cross-legged and practiced 9 shallow and 1 deep. In the spring night, the cool breeze blew gently. Many of the plants were green and the world was full of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua sat calmly. In the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, he quickly entered a very peaceful state. It was a state of indifference without joy or sorrow. It had to be said that this special breathing technique was very effective. After adjusting his state, Zhang Xiaohua began to search for the yuan qi of heaven and earth scattered around him. Maybe the method was wrong, or maybe Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude was not good enough, or maybe there was no yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. In short, after a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find any trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, even if Zhang Xiaohua opened all the pores on his body early on, the endless starlight in the vast night sky didn't swarm into Zhang Xiaohua's body like last night. After busying himself for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find the flow of yuan qi. He stood up, not dispirited in the slightest. Although he was still a youth, after practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra for so long, it seemed to have a trace of influence on Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind. It seemed to have such a flavor. When he passed by He Tianshu's small house, there was still no light. Presumably, this cheap master was still dreaming. After reading for a while, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong bed with his mind in the air like yesterday. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Soon, the endless starlight lingered around Zhang Xiaohua like moths to a flame. Compared to the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's 9 shallow and 1 deep didn't change. His pores were also open. The only difference was perhaps the flickering in his dream. Perhaps Twinkle had given life to Zhang Xiaohua's breathing and made it resonate with the stars in the sky, which was why it attracted the starlight. Perhaps. Or perhaps. Was it certain? No one could say for sure. However, the flow of yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was real. The yuan qi that was dormant in the middle of his dantian during the day came out alive, happily absorbing the addition of the starlight. Under the flickering, it was constantly merging, changing, and compressing. If one observed carefully, one could still see that the yuan qi in the body was strengthened after one cycle. However, the increase was very small. Compared to the addition of the starlight, it was insignificant. Very quickly, after 9 days of cultivation, the yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. However, this was the beginning of the qualitative change to quantitative change. The yuan qi was still very little. Even if Zhang Xiaohua used his power to move it, he still couldn't feel it. He could only sigh and feel inferior. Where is the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Why can't I find it at all? After cultivating like this for a few days, there was still no movement from He Tianshu's side. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he was still looking for the feeling of qi. Without internal energy, how could qigong be called qigong? Even if He Tianshu taught him, he wouldn't be able to use it. However, accidents often happen. One morning, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to go out to the forest to practice martial arts, he saw a black shadow jump over the wall of the small courtyard. It fell from the sky, giving Zhang Xiaohua a fright. When he looked closely, it was He Tianshu with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu in shock and said, Captain He, not sleeping will affect your beauty. Although we men don't need to pay too much attention, we still need to pay a little attention. If your face is seen by the hall master of the pharmacy, he might ask for overtime pay from our manor master O. He Tianshu seemed to be in a good mood and didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's witty words. He said, let's go, Zhang Xiaohua. Let's go to the forest where you practice your fist. I'll first explain the basics of ethereal steps to you. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he happily said, Captain He, you've mastered the first level? He Tianshu proudly said, is there a need to say? No matter what, Captain He is still considered an outstanding figure in Misty School. He, is that so? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. He Tianshu frowned and said, don't waste time. Let's go. After I teach you, I still need to look at the contents. When Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu to the forest, He Tianshu explained to Zhang Xiaohua what he had learned from the past few days in detail. As it turned out, ethereal steps Qigong was different from other Qigong techniques. It was only a kind of technique, a kind of footwork and the application of internal energy. The reason why He Tianshu used such a long time to cultivate was not only to learn the techniques of ethereal steps, but more importantly, to change his previous Qigong techniques, adding his understanding of ethereal steps into his current techniques. After He Tianshu finished explaining, Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a long time. Just as she was about to speak, He Tianshu beat her to it and said, you don't understand, right? It's okay, I'll explain it to you again. After saying that, he was about to explain it a second time. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, no, Captain He, I understand. I just want you to demonstrate it to me. He Tianshu didn't dare to believe his ears and asked again, really? You really understood it? This is something that I've been thinking about for a few days. You understood it all at once? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, yes, Captain He, I think I really understand it. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 155. He Tianshu still had the awareness of a master. He confirmed again and again in a responsible manner, do you really understand it? Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head vigorously, Captain He, I'm sure, definitely. I really understand it. I'm just waiting for you to demonstrate it to me. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so certain, but he was still doubtful. He demonstrated the first level of ethereal steps to Zhang Xiaohua in the forest and taught her the incantation to use her inner strength. After Zhang Xiaohua saw it, she naturally couldn't use the incantation to use her inner strength, but she could imitate the movement. She imitated it right in front of He Tianshu. He Tianshu, who had once taught Zhang Xiaohua fist techniques, naturally had a direct understanding of Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts aptitude. He never thought that he would be able to teach Zhang Xiaohua in a single morning. He had already made sufficient mental preparations. But the reality before his eyes made He Tianshu's jaw drop. Although the movement that Zhang Xiaohua imitated for the first time was clumsy and unfamiliar, her posture, angle, and footwork were all correct. He Tianshu even suspected that Zhang Xiaohua had secretly practiced the ethereal steps before teaching him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, He Tianshu was speechless. Her movement was very correct and incomparably precise. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any inner strength, he would have been able to fly high. Seeing He Tianshu looking at her with hidden bitterness, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had goosebumps. She carefully asked, Captain He, what's wrong? I was wrong, right? Please demonstrate again. I'm sorry. He Tianshu blinked and said, there's no need. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went up and considerately said, Captain He, you must be tired. Take a rest first. Do you want me to pour you some water? After you've rested, you can demonstrate again. He Tianshu waved his hand unhappily and said, there's no need. You've practiced very well. Really, practice a few more times. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. Really? Am I practicing it correctly? Seeing He Tianshu nod his head, Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. This was the first time since she started practicing martial arts that she had learned it so quickly. Could it be that she had become smarter? Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua practiced a few more times and became even more proficient. Moreover, her body became even lighter, as though she was about to float and fly. Zhang Xiaohua became excited from practicing and actually dashed into the depths of the forest. He Tianshu was even more dumbstruck. Could it be that the ethereal steps was tailor-made for Zhang Xiaohua? He didn't even have a foundation in internal energy yet, but he was able to perform it so well. There was a hint of qigong between his steps. How long had it been since he started practicing? He knew Zhang Xiaohua's foundation. It must be her first time coming into contact with qigong. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a scream from the forest. Ouch, I can't stop myself. Team leader save me. He Tianshu's heart turned cold. Moving his feet, he executed ethereal steps and dashed into the depths of the forest. The scene in front of him made him laugh heartily. Zhang Xiaohua was stuck to a tree like a dead fish as she slowly slid down. He Tianshu walked forward lightly and helped Zhang Xiaohua up before asking her in detail. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua's qigong practice was so exciting that she was shuttling through the forest. Her steps were light and quick, as though she was flying on the grass. However, due to the lack of internal energy, she was unable to push her body into the air. But the technique of using inertia in ethereal steps was extraordinary. Zhang Xiaohua's speed was getting faster and faster. She had never experienced such speed before, and not long after, she lost control of her steps and body. Seeing that she was about to crash into a tree not far away, she had no choice but to cry for help. Unfortunately, He Tianshu was deep in thought and didn't pay attention to her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could only make the closest physical contact with the tree in front of her. Hearing this, He Tianshu found it funny. Thinking back to when he had just started practicing qigong, wasn't it the same? He had even fallen from a tree before. He Tianshu helped Zhang Xiaohua wipe off the mud on her body before explaining in detail the things she needed to take note of when using qigong, as well as some necessary techniques. Zhang Xiaohua naturally listened attentively to her pain. He Tianshu, who was speaking with assurance, had unconsciously neglected the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to crash into the tree's height without internal energy. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's qigong had become proficient. This was something He Tianshu had not expected. For him to be able to learn such miraculous qigong, he was naturally grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. As mentioned earlier, he had prepared himself with great courage to face Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. However, the truth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua learn and comprehend the ethereal steps he had imparted, even the qigong techniques that he had imparted, Zhang Xiaohua was able to grasp them in one go. She was even able to comprehend them by analogy. This really left He Tianshu scratching his head. Could it be that this brat was born to run? Thinking back to the hardships he had suffered in order to learn qigong, He Tianshu was almost doubting who had the worst aptitude. He Tianshu now really wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua some internal cultivation techniques. He wanted to see how qigong would be like after she learned internal energy. Would she be able to reach the level of 10,000 miles seeking plum blossom? Of course, there was another thing that left He Tianshu astonished. Zhang Xiaohua's lightness when she executed her movement techniques, as well as some inexplicable trajectories, had given He Tianshu some inspiration. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had casually executed, and not something that He Tianshu had imparted to her. These inspirations had helped He Tianshu gain a deeper understanding of ethereal steps. He had originally thought that he had already mastered the first level of ethereal steps, but when he saw the highlights in Zhang Xiaohua's footwork, he realized that there were still many things that could be studied. Hence, He Tianshu delayed his cultivation progress and did not immediately begin cultivating the second level of ethereal steps. On one hand, it was the rapid improvement of ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. On the other hand, it was the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. She did not take a single step forward. Sigh, it was truly a combination of ice and fire. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua had finished practicing her fist and sword techniques in the forest. After playing around with her qinggong for a while, she slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Before she reached the small round gate, she saw two people who looked like guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Guards rarely came here. Could it be that something had happened? When she reached the small round gate, she saw the two guards standing there. On the small stone bench in the courtyard, there was another person sitting there. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Jinfeng, Li Dashu. Li Jinfeng was sitting on the stone bench and was bored from waiting. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was also pleasantly surprised. The last time she saw Li Jinfeng was a year ago. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. She happily ran forward and pulled Li Jinfeng's hand. She said, "Brother Li, why are you here? It's been a long time." Li Jinfeng was also happy. He looked at his cheap initiate disciple. After not seeing him for a few months, he had grown a lot. His eyes were clearer, without the confusion and curiosity of the first time they met. He could not help touching Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "Why didn't you go to the academy to see me? I didn't want to miss you, so I took the time to come out." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng were familiar with each other, the two guards next to the courtyard gate walked forward. After carefully asking about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and even what was written on the pen, they nodded and left with ease. When the two guards walked away, Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled Li Jinfeng into the room. She poured a cup of water for him and then chatted with him. Li Jinfeng asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what's going on with your Huanqi manor?" "After the new year, I went to the Lotus Escort Agency to find Zhang Xiaohu. I heard that he went on a long journey and couldn't find him. I guessed that you must be in the manor, so I came to find you. However, the number of guards in your manor is much more than before. I told them many times that I've been here before and that I'm familiar with you. I also said that I know Captain He, but they didn't let me in. I was almost anxious with them. I wanted them to tell you that even if I didn't go in, it's fine to let you out, but they didn't let me in. Don't you think it's infuriating?" What could Zhang Xiaohua say? She just smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just the new year, so the manor has tightened the security. I'm afraid that something will happen." Li Jinfeng was still puzzled and said, "But they didn't have to let you see me. It's really outrageous. As the saying goes, a scholar can't reason with a soldier. Even if I had 10 mouths, I still wouldn't be able to win against them." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and didn't say anything. She thought that great scholar Li must have been angry because he was not allowed to enter the manor last time. She heard him continue to nag, "That's right, today is the same. Why did they suddenly let two people follow me? Last time when I came with your second brother, we just registered and came in alone. This time, I have to see them in person." No matter what Li Jinfeng said, Zhang Xiaohua only said perfunctorily, "This tight security is just for our safety. If it wasn't tight, wouldn't it be terrible if a thief came in? And, that's reasonable. The day before yesterday, our academy lost a lot of books." Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, "You say, of all the things to steal, why not? Why did they have to steal books? Although scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, it's still a disgrace to the educated." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "If scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, then what can it be called?" "Stealing books." Li Jinfeng seemed to be ashamed of Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance. Pfft! Zhang Xiaohua spat out the tea that she had just drunk, almost spitting it on Li Jinfeng. She asked in confusion, What's the difference?" "Educated. This is the educated's elegance and dignity," Li Jinfeng said righteously. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Li Jinfeng took a sip of tea and remembered something. He asked, "That's right, Xiaohua, I went to the escort agency to look for your second brother. I heard that he's no longer working there. When I asked the guard called Xiaoxi, he was so secretive and didn't tell me anything. He just said that he's looking for a better job. I found it strange. Why can't he tell me where he's going? Do you know where Zhang Xiaohu went? If it's not possible, I'll go look for the teachers in the academy and see if they can find a better place for him." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. It was an honor for the Lotus Flower Escort Agency that Zhang Xiaohu could be a disciple of the Misty School. She didn't know why the guard was so tight-lipped about it. However, Li Jinfeng seemed to have misunderstood the guard's intentions. He thought that something had happened to Zhang Xiaohu and that he had been chased out by the escort agency. Hearing that Li Jinfeng was so concerned about finding a job for her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua felt warmth in her heart. She had to admit that this young master Li Jinfeng was a warm-hearted person. She and her brother were not related to him at all. They were just traveling together on the way to Pingyang City. Not only did he visit them frequently, he even taught them how to read and write. He was truly their first teacher. On the other hand, Shen Guanyun and Yu Luan from the Lotus Escort Agency had also arrived at Pingyang City in the same carriage. Their attitudes were completely different from his. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. Could Zhang Xiaohua not feel close to them? At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Brother Li, don't worry. My second brother is doing very well now. He's just gone to a place to practice martial arts. He's very happy." "Oh yes, can you guess where he went?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not look nervous, Li Jinfeng guessed that she was not worried about Zhang Xiaohu. He thought for a while and said, "How would I know about you martial arts practitioners? I think I heard you mention before that he was going to the martial arts center of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Why did he change to another place? I can't guess. He can't possibly be going to that Misty school that you mentioned." Zhang Xiaohua laughed even more when she heard this. She said, "Brother Li is really a smart person. You guessed it so quickly." Li Jinfeng was a little surprised. He continued, "Congratulations, congratulations. I really didn't expect your second brother to have such a fortuitous encounter. I heard from you that it's very difficult to enter that school. Moreover, when I returned to the academy, I also asked the local students. They said that the school only accepts children around 5 years old. Your second brother is definitely not 15 years old." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained, "It's also because of fate that second brother met an old friend. That person saw that second brother's aptitude was very good and took pity on him. That's why he accepted him into the school." "Good aptitude?" Li Jinfeng said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, I remember that your aptitude is even more extraordinary. Why didn't they choose you?" Zhang Xiaohua pouted and said, "I can read and write, but once I practice martial arts, I'll become a completely different person. Just like before, there's no other way." Ha! Li Jinfeng also knew about the embarrassing incident of Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts. He smiled and did not ask further. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Brother Li, where did you spend the New Year? Don't tell me you also stayed in Pingyang City." Hearing this, Li Jinfeng smiled mysteriously and said, "Although I went to the escort agency and Lai Mountain Villa to look for you after the New Year, I spent the New Year in Lu Town." "You're back home, Brother Li." Zhang Xiaohua was very excited to hear news of her hometown. She continued to ask, "Is everyone at home well?" And although Zhang Xiaohua did not finish her sentence, Li Jinfeng knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "My family is very good. Your family is also very good." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua could not believe her ears. It had been more than a year since she left the Guizhuang house. Usually, when she saw him practicing martial arts and reading, he did not seem to be homesick. However, he was still a teenager after all. How could he not be homesick just because he wanted to? She remembered that when she went to the Lotus Escort Agency last year, she wanted second brother to bring his monthly allowance home. After that, she encountered so many things and forgot about the money. She vaguely remembered that second brother seemed to have said that he wanted Li Jinfeng to help him bring a message and money back when he went back for the new year. Second brother had already left the Lotus Escort Agency before the new year, so he probably did not fulfill this request. At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out the money pouch in her arms and said, "Brother Li, I have some money here. Why don't you take it first and help me bring it back the next time you go back?" Hearing this, Li Jinfeng quickly stopped her and said, "Don't, Zhang Xiaohua, put it away first. It's still too early for me to go back home. I don't even know when the next time I go back will be. Who knows, maybe you will go back before me." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly took back the money pouch and said, "If Brother Li has a chance to come back, you must let us know first, okay?" Li Jinfeng said, "That's for sure. Didn't I go back before the new year to find you first? However, your second brother went out to run the Lotus Escort Agency, so I didn't see him. Luckily, your second brother was careful and left the money that should be brought back. I already gave it to your parents the last time I went back." "Is that so? That's great. Oh right, Brother Li, quickly tell me about my family." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient to hear news about her family. "Well, I heard from your parents that there didn't seem to be any changes when they left with you." He. Li Jinfeng was obviously not a very good descriptor. Zhang Xiaohua did not give up and said, "Then just say whatever you want." Li Jinfeng thought about it and said, "That's right, your father and mother look very young. I think my father and mother should be about the same age as your father and mother. Why do they look 10 years younger than my father and mother? Is that so? That can't be. I remember that when I was born, my parents also looked very normal." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled, but then he understood and asked, "Then, what else?" "Oh right, your sister-in-law is also very beautiful. I really can't tell that your brother has such good luck to be able to find such a good wife." Li Jinfeng said with some envy. "My brother is like me, extremely handsome. Naturally, he can find a woman as beautiful as my sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohua said narcissistically. "You're bragging." Li Jinfeng laughed and said, "To be honest, although the three of you brothers are not ugly, you really can't be said to be handsome. You don't have the slightest touch of chic." He. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then told the story of his brother and sister-in-law. Li Jinfeng sighed and clapped his hands. "It's so touching. A beauty accompanying a hero. It's only right. However, Zhang Xiaohua, I really can't tell. That evil tyrant is the wolf of Lu Town. He has been harming Lu Town for a long time, and you actually dared to go up. I can only say that I admire you. Everything else is nonsense. Don't talk about other things. Brother Li, let's talk about my family. How's the farming at home now? I've also farmed the land on the south slope. Oh right, how's my father's health? How about my mother? Also, did my brother have a child? Oh right, doesn't Mr. Lu also live at our place? How is he? Also, is my grandmother's grave tidy?" Zhang Xiaohua asked a bunch of questions in one breath. In the end, he thought of his beloved grandmother and his eyes instantly turned red. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 156. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sad appearance, Li Jinfeng immediately acted like a child who had made a mistake. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "This, Xiaohua, really, how do I say this? I don't know where your grandmother's grave is and I haven't paid my respects." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, Brother Li. I was too impatient. I suddenly heard news about my family and wanted to know more." Then she said sadly, "Grandmother has already been gone for a year. Thinking about it, that day seems like yesterday. Brother Li is a guest from afar and isn't very familiar with our family. Father and mother naturally wouldn't tell you these things. If they really did ask you to pay your respects, it would definitely be neglectful. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, yes, I don't think I saw anything black and white at home, so I didn't think in that direction. If I had met you two when I returned home before the new year and you two reminded me, I might have been able to help you take a look. Then he said, your eldest brother seems to know what's on your mind. He told me to tell you that you don't have to worry about the land on the hillside. He helped you look after it well. That land seems to be very fertile and has already been harvested. The harvest is a bit higher than other lands. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was slightly happy and said, really? I opened up that land bit by bit. It's not a waste of my hard work to have such a good harvest. That's right. Also, your family's harvest last year was very good. It's enough for this year's consumption. Your father went to Lu Town to sell a lot before the new year and really made a lot of money. He he. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about her family's wealth, she was naturally happy. Li Jinfeng thought for a moment and then said, as for your eldest brother's child, I haven't seen him. Looking at your sister-in-law, she doesn't seem to be pregnant either. The two of them have been married for a year. Why don't they work harder? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little indignant when she thought of hugging her little nephew. Li Jinfeng was amused when he heard this. He flicked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, why are you in such a hurry? I see that your brother and sister-in-law have a good relationship. It's only a matter of time before they have a child in the family. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her aching head and said with grievance, I'm also concerned about the next generation of the Zhang family. Learning martial arts should start from a young age. I can't let my little nephew lose at the starting line. I also have to plan for a rainy day. Don't, you should practice your martial arts first. Li Jinfeng was a bit speechless and said, how can you be in charge of educating children? Moreover, don't you have old Master Lu in your family? He's a man of great knowledge. Under his influence, I reckon that your future in literature will be better than your half-baked martial arts. That's right, this old Master Lu is really amazing. As the ancients say, there are sages in the world who live in seclusion in the mountains. I didn't think so. This time I went to your family and talked with this old Master Lu. Only then did I know that this saying was true. Old Mr. Lu's knowledge isn't any worse than the old pedants of our academy. I really admire you. Is that so? I just found out. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, my sister-in-law's father is naturally amazing. Moreover, my sister-in-law's knowledge is also very good. In the past, I didn't spend much time with her and didn't realize it. But in that short period of time, my sister-in-law gave me a lot of advice. I firmly remembered many of her words in my heart. Now that I've read books and compared them with what she said, I found that those words were penetrating insights. Li Jinfeng felt a wave of yearning and said sadly, like father, like daughter. It's probably like that. It's a pity that I didn't talk much with your sister-in-law and didn't experience her elegance. That's right, does your sister-in-law have a younger sister? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, she doesn't have a direct younger sister. But, she has a younger cousin. Is that so? Li Jinfeng's eyes lit up and asked, what's her name? Does she have an engagement? Zhang Xiaohua said, her name is Lu Yeye. She lives in Bali Valley. As for an engagement, how would I know? Next time when you go back, you can ask around. But, I have to tell you in advance. Li Jinfeng said blankly, what are you trying to say? Zhang Xiaohua smiled strangely and said, Sister Yeye doesn't seem to be as beautiful as Sister Qiutong. Also, Mr. Lu's younger brother is a butcher who slaughters pigs. He's very fierce to people. When Li Jinfeng heard this, he looked around and said seriously, Xiaohua, you misunderstood me. I'm just concerned about you and want to know more about your living environment. Whether or not Miss Lu Yeye is beautiful, what does it have to do with me? Don't you think so? Oh yes, your sister-in-law is so beautiful. There's no reason that her younger cousin can't even compare to Qiutong. It's really strange. Looking at Li Jinfeng's expression, Zhang Xiaohua was a little amused. She continued to ask, Brother Li, don't think about other things. Tell me more about your family. Li Jinfeng continued, that's right, the money that your second brother gave me, I gave it all to your parents. When they received the money, they were so happy that tears fell from their eyes. They only kept saying, child has grown up, child has grown up. I knew that there was also your monthly allowance in it, so I told them. But I didn't know that it was better if I didn't say it. They cried even more when they heard it. Zhang Xiaohua also felt a little sad. I saw that they missed you, so I told them about the interesting stories of you practicing martial arts and learning how to read and write. Only then did they feel more at ease. Oh right, I didn't tell them about your injuries. I thought that if I told them, they would definitely rush to Pingyang City overnight to drag you back. Ha, how's your right hand now? Don't let them see any clues when you go back. Zhang Xiaohua raised her right hand and made a few flexing and stretching movements nimbly. She said, it's already fine. I should be able to recover after some time. I believe that father and mother won't be able to tell. Li Jinfeng nodded and said, Old Master Lu was also very happy to hear that you were enlightened. They even asked why you didn't write a letter home since you could read and write now. I could only say that I left in a hurry and didn't meet with you. At this point, Li Jinfeng took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. He said, your sister-in-law wrote this for you. Zhang Xiaohua snatched it over and scolded, Brother Li, why did you only take it out now? Li Jinfeng chuckled and said, good things only appear at the most crucial time. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to open the unsealed letter. There were several pages full of beautiful handwriting. When Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully, it was written in the tone of her parents. It must be the result of a collaboration between the family. The letter contained trivial matters of the family and the village. More importantly, it contained her parents' reminders and longing for the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she read it. As the saying goes, a letter from home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. It was true. Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it carefully and kept it carefully in her chest. Just when she was about to speak, Li Jinfeng spoke and said solemnly, also, Zhang Xiaohua, your parents asked me to pass a message to you and your second brother. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, what message can't they say in a letter? Li Jinfeng nodded and said, your parents asked me to personally tell you that if you don't mix well in the city and get bullied, go back to the Guizhuang house. Your parents will always be at home waiting for you to come back. Hearing such simple words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately blurred. He nodded desperately and said, I know, Brother Li. Thank you. When Zhang Xiaohua's mood calmed down a little, he cheerfully said, let's go, Brother Li. Let's go find my second brother. He must also want to know about the family. However, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua ran out of the hut, she stopped. She had been to the Misty School once, but it was taken by O Yan through the inner courtyard of the Huanqi Villa. She knew that it must be O Yan's special passage, and she might not be able to use it. But if she and Li Jinfeng directly went in through the front door of the Misty Mountain Villa, would the guards let her in? This was really a problem. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua patted the back of her head and smiled. There was a disciple of the Misty School next to her. She could just open her mouth and ask. Zhang Xiaohua moved to the door of He Tianshu's room. The door was not closed and was half open. He Tianshu in the room held his chin with one hand and seemed to be thinking. Zhang Xiaohua went to the door and knocked on the door frame, but it didn't arouse He Tianshu's attention. She had no choice but to go in directly. Only when she was in front of He Tianshu did he wake up. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Captain He, is this the awareness of a martial arts expert? Isn't it said that after practicing martial arts to a certain extent, one's eyes and ears will be alert? I'm already in front of you, and you only noticed it now. He Tianshu still looked dispirited as he replied, there is such a saying. It is to be able to sense movements within a certain range. However, I am still far from reaching that level. Moreover, you see, this footwork is really hard to understand. I have practiced it many times, but it has no effect. With that said, he wanted to pass the ethereal steps cultivation technique to him. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Captain He, I'll leave this kind of profound research to you. Once you've comprehended it, you can teach me. When He Tianshu heard this, he took back the technique and asked in puzzlement, then why did you run away? Zhang Xiaohua then told him that she wanted to go to the Misty School to look for her second brother. When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled and said, that's easy. You don't have to worry about the small paths in the inner courtyard. It seems that Mingsue Hall's Hall Master Qin has never walked by himself. I usually go through the front door when I go back. However, I have the Misty School's token. You can go to the guard of Huanxi Manor to get another token. Take that to the side door of Ethereal Manor. It should be able to be used. But I'm not alone. Li Jinfeng and Brother Li want to go with me to see my second brother. The Huanxi Manor's token can only be used by one person. You can't bring anyone. Then what should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. Li Jinfeng had come all the way to his house to take the money that he and his brother had saved. He had even sent a letter to him just to see Zhang Xiaohu. His request wasn't too high, right? How could he not satisfy this request of his? He Tianshu asked, Li Jinfeng. Is he the scholar who came to see you with your second brother last time? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. Well, I happen to want to have a rest. Why don't I take you there? My token can only take one person. After that, He Tianshu stretched and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He Tianshu went out and greeted Li Jinfeng. Then he took the two people to Ethereal Manor. The three people went out of Huanxi Manor and soon came to the avenue facing Ethereal Manor. Looking at the broad avenue, Zhang Xiaohua felt that things had changed. However, he still took firm steps. Under the archway of Ethereal Manor, it was still solemn. Several young people in neat clothes stood there. There was no one else on the avenue. The guards saw them from afar. However, they were not as alert as when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came for the first time. After all, He Tianshu walked in front of the three people. He had walked through the archway many times. When they got close, a guard stopped them as usual and asked with a smile, Captain He, are you going back to the sect again? He Tianshu cupped his hands and said, Brother, this time I'm bringing a friend to visit a brother in the sect. The man nodded and said, Yes. Captain He, please take out your token and make a registration. I just don't know who this friend is going to see. I've done it before and I know what to do. He Tianshu said with a smile, my friend is a scholar from the academy in Pingyang City. He wants to visit Zhang Xiaohu. However, I'm not sure which hall this Zhang Xiaohu belongs to. Zhang Xiaohu? Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. However, Captain He, you've put me in a difficult position. How can you not know which hall he belongs to? Could it be that he's a child who just joined the sect? He Tianshu explained, Brother, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu just joined the sect, so I really don't know where he is. He's actually a famous figure in the Jianghu. I'm really ignorant. The guard blushed a little. At this moment, a young guard who could not stand it quietly came over and whispered into his ear, Captain, you went out for a while and may not know about these things. This Zhang Xiaohu is the person who is being talked about in the sect. He's the one we told you about yesterday. He's almost 20 years old and his martial arts are very sloppy. He didn't rely on his own abilities. He only joined our sect because he knows the manor head of Huanxi Mountain Village and relied on his connections. Oh. The guards suddenly understood and nodded slightly. He then looked at He Tianshu with contempt and said, Captain He, this brother of yours is very powerful. You have to learn from him. To be honest, look at how miserable you are in the pharmacy hall. You were even sent to Huanxi Mountain Village. Look at you, you didn't manage to establish a relationship with the manor head for such a long time. Instead, someone else took advantage of you. He Tianshu heard this and was stunned on the spot. He asked in confusion, brother, what do you mean? We're familiar with each other. Can you make it clear? That person smiled and declined, Captain He, you've already said this. Then do you want to make it clear? Wouldn't it be boring if you said too much? He Tianshu of course would not accept it. He pulled that person to the side and said, brother, didn't you just say that you want me to learn? Look, if you don't make it clear, how can I learn? That person saw that he could not refuse and whispered in He Tianshu's ear, Captain He, you've been staying in Huanxi Mountain Village all this time. Maybe you don't know these things. I also just came back from outside. As soon as I came back, I heard a few of my brothers chattering. They said that a few days ago, a lucky bastard came to our sect. He borrowed the glory of Manor Lord O and didn't pass the test. However, he was personally accepted into the sect by the sect master. He even became senior martial brother Wen Wenhai's disciple. Think about it, Captain He. This senior Wen Wenhai is the sect leader's direct disciple. He hasn't accepted any disciples yet. Who knows how many disciples are eyeing this position? Say, this Zhang Xiaohu is so old and his martial arts are sloppy. Just based on his relationship with Manor Head O, he got such a big advantage. How can the disciples be convinced? Ah! He Tianshu cried out in surprise. He turned around and saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was also full of anger. He said, brother, how can there be such a rumor? I know about the matter of Zhang Xiaohu entering our Misty School. It doesn't seem like what you're saying. It's not like this. That person also felt strange and said, you actually know the specific situation? What is going on? However, even if you know the truth now, it's useless. All kinds of rumors have already spread throughout the Misty School. I don't know which version is true and which is false. Maybe what you heard is also false. What I said is absolutely true. I was there at the time. He Tianshu said solemnly. Come on, brother. It's obvious that you're lying. That person was a little disapproving as he waved his hand and said, Zhang Xiaohu's entry into the ethereal sect was personally decided by the sect master in the meeting hall. What qualifications do you have to enter the meeting hall? He Tianshu was speechless. That guard's words were really reasonable. If he didn't want to be Zhang Xiaohua's master, how could he have the qualifications to enter the sect leader's office? This kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly to others. He Tianshu could only pat that guard's shoulder and said, brother, public opinion can melt gold. Some things aren't as simple as you think. I can't explain the specifics to you. Since you told me the truth just now, I'll give you a piece of advice. Since this matter involves the sect leader, it's naturally better not to talk about it. That guard thoughtfully nodded. He Tianshu then brought Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng, who had finished their registration, into the archway and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Just as they passed the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but say to He Tianshu, Captain He, how can they say such nonsense? My second brother was able to enter the Misty School because sect leader O personally agreed to it. How can they say such nonsense? He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, Zhang Xiaohua, in this place where there are only people, there will be jianghu and conflicts. Think about it, being sect leader O's direct disciple is a position that any Misty School disciple would covet. Zhang Xiaohu isn't a disciple that was trained from a young age. His sudden appearance naturally makes people jealous. If your second brother can't even deal with this setback, I believe that sect leader will look down on him. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 157. Zhang Xiaohua fell silent when she heard that. She only wanted her second brother to enter the Misty School so that he could get rid of the bloodthirsty life of the armed escort agency. She also wanted him to practice martial arts at the same time. She didn't have any other extravagant requests. Wen Wenhai only accepted her as his disciple out of good intentions and because of their previous relationship. it could be considered a coincidence. However, in the eyes of others, all these good things were just firewood for jealousy. They could only make people lose their heads and reject this shallow village boy from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua deeply felt that the human heart was the most unpredictable thing in the world. Even the Misty School, which was regarded as a sacred place in her heart, couldn't be free from vulgarity. She didn't know if it was right or wrong for her to push her second brother into the teeth of the storm. Just a moment ago, she was still lively and happy. Now, she was a little gloomy. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The ancients didn't lie. The attentive Li Jinfeng had long sensed Zhang Xiaohua's abnormal behavior. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Xiaohua, don't worry too much about it. After all, they don't know the secret behind this, so it's inevitable that they won't speculate. It's not uncommon to see groundless accusations in this world. You must learn to be calm. This is the best touchstone for right and wrong, and it's the best way to hone a person's temperament. Once you've experienced enough, you'll naturally learn to be calm. A trivial matter is better than reading 10,000 books. If you're stuck in a pile of old books, who can grow well? Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, I know, Brother Li. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I can't believe that doing something like this for my second brother will cause so many people to gossip. If they say this in front of Captain He, who knows what they'll say behind my back? Li Jinfeng smiled and stopped trying to persuade him. This kind of thing depended on one's own understanding. It was useless to say more. Zhang Xiaohua was only a teenager. It was good that he could have such thoughts. If he could see through people's hearts and remain indifferent, it would be strange. When He Tianshu heard this, he chuckled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you're thinking too much. They're just saying that the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. This kind of matter involves the gang leader, so it's not up to them to criticize. I just want to satisfy my craving. I don't dare to say anything more. Don't worry. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the player is confused. Zhang Xiaohua also knows this truth, but she still can't let it go. Behind the decorated archway was a huge square, facing a main door with carved beams and painted pillars. The door was tightly shut. He Tianshu led the two of them to the side door as he explained, this main door is usually only used by the gang leader or the distinguished guests of the gang. Usually, people in the gang go through the side doors. Li Jinfeng nodded and said, I've already read about these rules in books. I thought they were outdated and outdated. In this era where the times keep up with the times, perhaps you won't see them. It's commendable that your gang still retains such an ancient style. He Tianshu smiled and said, Brother Li, you're a scholar, so of course you're full of vigor and vigor. We martial artists follow the old rules and are content with the ancient customs. This kind of rule is not uncommon in the martial arts world. After a long time, you'll know. Li Jinfeng cupped his hands and said, I've learned. As the two talked, Zhang Xiaohua was absent-minded. The three of them walked for a while and came to a lush place. He Tianshu stopped and said, this is where the gang leader and the disciples of the elders live. As for where Zhang Xiaohu lives, we'll have to ask to find out. While they were talking, a young man with a face as bright as the moon and an arrogant expression walked out from the door of an abode. He Tianshu quickly went up and cupped his hands and said, I'm He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall. I'm here to visit Brother Wen Wenhai's new disciple, Zhang Xiaohu. May I know where he lives? Brother, can you tell me a little? That person already had an unapproachable expression. After hearing He Tianshu's words, he frowned as if he had seen a fly. He reluctantly returned the greeting and impatiently pointed to the left and said, 50 steps forward. The one with the small tree in front of the door is him. Without waiting for He Tianshu to thank him, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. As he walked, he muttered, another group of snobs. Can't they just practice martial arts? They always want to walk the unorthodox path. Looks like I'll have to find someone to put up a sign over there. For no reason, I've become a guide a few times these past few days. He Tianshu looked at that person's behavior and was also confused. He had asked him for directions in a proper manner and had never been rude. Why was he so cold? The three of them walked forward and saw a small tree in front of a courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and knocked on the door. After a while, Zhang Xiaohu's voice came from inside the door, "Zhang Xiaohu isn't here. He went to the training ground to practice martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She dug her ears and shouted in surprise, "Second brother, I'm Xiaohua. I heard your voice. How did you go to the training ground?" Immediately, a surprised voice came from inside, "Ha, Xiaohua, wait a moment." The door opened with a sound. The person who stuck his head out was Zhang Xiaohu. When he saw the three of them in front of the door, he was very happy. He quickly let them in and then carefully looked outside. After confirming that there was no one, he closed the door of the courtyard. He Tianshu and the other two stood beside Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at his series of strange actions, they were very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua even asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? How much do you owe him?" Zhang Xiaohu turned around and smiled bitterly, "Sit inside. I'll tell you the details later." This was a rather exquisite small courtyard. There was an open space in the corner where martial arts equipment such as weapons and stone locks were placed. The layout of the courtyard was similar to that of the Huanxi mountain villa, with a stone table and stone stools. Now that the weather was mild, the four of them sat in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu poured tea for everyone and then began to talk. Zhang Xiaohua was the first to ask impatiently, "Second brother, what's going on? Do you really owe him a debt?" Zhang Xiaohu glared at him and said, "When did you see your second brother owing someone money?" Zhang Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and said, "Then you were sneaking around just now. It was like the father of Dumbo in our village who owed someone money." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "I was forced to do this." He Tianshu asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, since you can be apprenticed to senior brother Wen, you're the direct disciple of Grand Master O. Who can force you?" Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, "It's because I'm the direct disciple of Grand Master O that it's like this." Seeing that everyone was surprised, Zhang Xiaohu took a sip of water and explained, "That day in the meeting hall, I was accepted as a disciple by Master. After that, I went through the apprenticeship ceremony and was arranged to live in this small courtyard." He Tianshu interrupted and said, "Tsk, there's really a difference in treatment. When I first entered the sect, I lived in a small room with a few people. When I was promoted and became an adult, I was still in a room with 2 people. You just entered the sect and you're already living alone in a small courtyard. It's really a world of difference. No wonder everyone wants to be a direct disciple." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Martial uncle he, please don't mock me. I'd rather live in a room with a few people." Not long after I moved here, a few people came to visit. I didn't understand what was going on, so I warmly welcomed them. However, they didn't say anything and just talked about this and that. I could only accompany them. However, they didn't sit for long before more people came. My small courtyard was full of people the whole day. When more people came, I realized that they were trying to worm their way into being friends with me. They wanted to build a good relationship with me and see if I could give them some benefits. You tell me, isn't it like a chicken talking to a duck? I was able to enter Master's tutelage because of Xiaohua's blessing. I couldn't tell them this, so they just thought I had some secret method and wanted to inquire about it. Many people gave me some jaw-dropping conditions, so I could only decline. However, the more I declined, the more they thought I was in control and the more they pestered me. He Tianshu listened and couldn't help curling his lips. He was also a representative in this misty school. He thought that as long as he was good at martial arts, everything was good. He neglected the ways of the world and only focused on practicing martial arts. Although he was successful in martial arts now, he had become a person that no one loved. That was why he was sent to Huanxi Mountain Villa. Now that he heard other people's methods of currying favor, other than looking up to them, there was nothing else left in his heart. Zhang Xiaohu continued, so, on the second day, when I saw that the crowd was still there, I pretended to go to Master's place to practice martial arts. Only then did I hide out. When everyone left, I secretly came back. These few days, I closed the door and didn't see anyone. When someone knocked on the door anxiously, I was just a cleaner. In any case, they weren't familiar with me, so they couldn't recognize my voice. He had a cunning look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved and said, so that's how it is. It seems that I was right not to become a disciple of the Misty School. If I had to face these kinds of people every day, I would be annoyed to death. He Tianshu curled his lips again and said disdainfully, if you enter the Misty School, you will also be under my tutelage. If a ghost comes to find you, I will let you be my master. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, it can't be, Captain He. Your martial arts are considered to be one of the best in the sect. How can you mix in with this kind of situation? He Tianshu let out a long breath and said, the human heart is unfathomable. How can you understand the ways of the world? He then acted like he was lazy and disheartened. Li Jinfeng comforted him and said, Captain He, you are thinking too much. Where there are people, there will be snobbery and there will be ways of the world. Without these things, wouldn't the mortal world become a paradise? Zhang Xiaohu also laughed and said, young Master Li is right. Seeing me like this, isn't he Shu also troubled by these kinds of trivial matters and can't wait to hide? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, second brother, in my heart, I have always felt that the Misty School is a paradise. The disciples of the Misty School are all experts like Captain He and Master Wen. Their temperament must be noble and pure. But from what you said, there are also many people who are half-hearted and flattering? That's really unexpected. Li Jinfeng understood Zhang Xiaohua's feelings very well. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaohua's feelings are the same as mine when I first arrived at the academy. The first time I saw a teacher of the academy make a deal with someone for power and money, I was also depressed for a few days. Later on, I understood that teachers are also mortals. Mortals have their own selfish desires. It is normal for them to do some shady business. Zhang Xiaohua also copied He Tianshu and let out a long breath and said, I finally understand what it means to be unsullied out of the mud. If there is no mud, how can there be unsullied nobility? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to remember something and asked, that's right, second brother. When we were at the memorial archway just now, we heard the guards talking about you. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he still smiled bitterly and said, I know. When I go out on a normal day, I also hear people talking about you. They don't know that they are talking about me, so naturally they don't have any misgivings. It seems that the status of a direct disciple of the big gang leader is really not ordinary. Not only are there many people who want to take advantage of the situation, there are also many people who look down on me, a disciple who came out of nowhere. They think that I am only able to have such good fortune because of others. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and said, second brother, you have to blame me for this. I didn't discuss it with you beforehand, so you are now in a dilemma. It's really my fault. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, it's okay, Xiaohua. I know that you gave me such a good opportunity to practice martial arts for second brother's sake. Wasn't I so happy at that time that I was dumbfounded? How could I think so much? Second brother can't thank you enough, so how could I blame you? People who look up at the starry sky are not just admiring the beauty of the night sky. Perhaps some people are having nosebleeds. It's better to be down to earth. Moreover, I will walk my own path and let others talk about me. I will walk my own path of martial arts. Who cares about what others think? As long as I work hard and achieve results, these rumors will naturally disappear. He Tianshu clapped and said, Zhang Xiaohu, what you said is very good. You have great potential. No wonder junior brother Wen took a fancy to you. Martial uncle uses tea in place of wine to congratulate you in advance on your success in the Misty School. Thus, The four of them each raised their teacups and drank it in one gulp. After putting down the teacups, Zhang Xiaohu mysteriously said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, wait here. Second brother will bring you something good." After he finished speaking, he walked into the room. Not long after, he came out with a small booklet and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Here, Xiaohua. This is the Nigong Heart Sutra that I especially asked Master for you." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately stood up from the stone bench. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Second brother, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Didn't I already take a copy of the Carefree Heart Sutra from the library? I can't take anything from your Misty School. Isn't this asking you to misplace it?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Master already told me about the Carefree Heart Sutra. Xiaohua, you really are amazing. There are so many Nigong Heart Sutras in the library, so why did you choose that one?" "It's because of this that I asked Master for help. Actually, it's not as you think. There aren't any mistakes to be made. This reckless bull force is just a simple Nigong from another sect. Although you can't find it outside, it's not worth a single cent in the Misty School. Don't worry and just take it." Master gave his approval and I took it from his study. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the thin secret book and asked tentatively, "Second brother, is it really okay to take this reckless bull force?" Zhang Xiaohu raised his hand and threw it into her arms. He laughed and scolded, "If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Look at you. You clearly want to take it, but you're afraid it'll burn your hand." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and caught it. She giggled and said, "I'm just afraid you'll make a mistake. I heard that the rules of the Misty School are very strict. You can't just let anyone practice any Nigong Heart Sutra." He Tianshu also felt a wave of envy. He said, "Direct disciples are really different. Even if I want to see these Heart Sutras, I have to ask the elders. You guys can just casually give them away. It's really unfair." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Martial Uncle He, you're joking. Even if I let you see this Heart Sutra, would you even read it?" He Tianshu didn't say anything and just chuckled. Then, Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua with concern, "Xiaohua, I heard from Master that this reckless bull force is very easy. Anyone with a bit of understanding can learn it. Also, the Nigong Heart Sutra isn't complicated and the path of cultivation is also very simple. Normally, there won't be any danger of cultivation deviation. I remember that when you were learning fist techniques, you had a photographic memory when you read fist manuals. This thing shouldn't be too difficult for you." "Photographic memory when I read fist manuals?" He Tianshu was puzzled. Was he talking about Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu continued, "This Nigong Heart Sutra was specially chosen for you by Master, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, you haven't practiced any Nigong Heart Sutras before, so you have to be careful. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Martial Uncle He." She turned her head and said to He Tianshu, "Please take care of my little brother in the future, Martial Uncle He." He Tianshu smiled and said, "There are so many people in the sect looking for you to form a group. Why do you need me?" Then, he said, "I've heard of this reckless bull force before. It's very easy to learn. I don't think I've heard of anyone suffering from cultivation deviation. However, Zhang Xiaohua, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time, but I can't teach you this. After all, I'm not practicing the reckless bull force." Seeing that He Tianshu agreed, Zhang Xiaohu was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. Then, He Tianshu asked curiously, "Zhang Xiaohu, what Nigong Heart Sutra do you want to practice?" Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, "Martial Uncle He, you also know that I practiced Nigong for a period of time at the Lotus Escort Agency. Master said that the Nigong was too rough and wouldn't be good for the future. He told me to stop a long time ago. Luckily, the time I spent practicing it wasn't long, so it wouldn't affect the practice of new Nigong. He still hasn't decided what Nigong to teach me." He Tianshu was envious again and thought, "Your master just casually gave away Nigong Heart Sutras from other sections. How can the one you practice be fake? Maybe it's the ethereal divine art. However, how could he say this out loud? He only smiled and said, that's a pity. You probably won't be able to participate in this year's martial arts exhibition. Martial arts exhibition? Zhang Xiaohua, who was immersed in the Nigong Heart Sutra, seemed to have heard something interesting and asked. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Uncle He, you're joking again. I've just joined the sect. I haven't learned any fist techniques, Nigong, or sword techniques. How can I participate in this exhibition? Wouldn't that be embarrassing my master? Zhang Xiaohua, who had originally wanted to read the Reckless Bull Force manual, immediately became interested. She threw the Nigong Heart Sutra that she couldn't get no matter how hard she tried in the past onto the stone table. She looked at the two people curiously and asked, hurry up and tell me, what is this martial arts exhibition? Chapter 158. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was worried and smiled at He Tianshu. This disciple has just joined the school and doesn't know much about the sect. Would Martial Uncle He please explain? He Tianshu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, this is some common knowledge in the Jianghu. There's no harm in telling you. Our Misty School's normal disciples are divided into two types, commoner disciples and brocade disciples. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but interrupt, that's not fair, Captain He. Why does the Misty School discriminate? If you have money, you can become a brocade disciple, but if you don't, you can only be a commoner disciple. He Tianshu glared at him in annoyance and said, can you let me finish? Don't you know that it's very impolite to interrupt others? Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. After all, when they were young, with his second brother and He Tianshu, who was like a master, Zhang Xiaohua's youthful habits were fully displayed. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything else. He Tianshu continued, the difference between commoner disciples and brocade disciples isn't whether or not they have money. The disciples of the Misty School are all taken in at the age of 4 or 5. There are specialized people to train them. They don't do business and don't have parents, so where would they get the money? The fundamental difference is in their martial arts cultivation and their contributions to the Misty School. All disciples start off as commoner disciples. Commoner disciples are divided into 10 ranks, and each rank has its own content to cultivate, including fist techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, and inner force cultivation methods. Commoner disciples are not allowed to skip ranks to cultivate other cultivation methods. Once they have finished cultivating the cultivation methods of their rank, they can proceed to the next rank after being tested by a specialist. In fact, many inner force cultivation methods, palm techniques, and sword techniques are also divided into levels. Commoner disciples also have a corresponding level of cultivation methods for each rank. Only when they advance to the next rank can they have the opportunity to cultivate the lower level of cultivation methods. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange and asked, Captain He, what does this have to do with the martial arts exhibition? Just as he finished asking, he seemed to have understood something and muttered to himself, could it be that this martial arts exhibition is the test you were talking about? He Tianshu's face was filled with joy as he said, Zhang Xiaohua's brain is still very bright. You guessed right. This martial arts exhibition is a test for the disciples' advancement. It's held once a year. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, in that case, does this disciple also advance once a year? He Tianshu smiled and said, you're right. Those who can enter our Misty School are all talented people. Coupled with the fact that the school teaches students according to their aptitude, most of the disciples can advance once a year. Li Jinfeng suddenly understood and laughed loudly, Captain He, this sounds like the students in our school who have to take an exam every year. If they pass the exam, they can go to a higher place to study. He Tianshu was stunned and said, I think it's about the same. After all, the essence of practicing martial arts and studying literature is to improve. If you want to improve, there must be a test standard. Although the standards are different, the essence is the same. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and asked, Martial Uncle He, you were talking about commoner disciples just now. What about brocade disciples? He Tianshu took a sip of tea and continued, if a commoner disciple learns all 10 levels and passes the test, they can become a brocade disciple. The brocade disciple is divided into 5 levels and is also tested in the martial arts exhibition every year. However, the brocade disciple's cultivation is different from the commoner disciples. Every level of the commoner disciple's cultivation is the same, while the brocade disciple's cultivation is taught different cultivation techniques according to their aptitude. For example, if Zhang Xiaohu were to advance to the brocade disciple's level, he would have a unique interest or insight in fist techniques and may cultivate the ethereal sect's high-level fist techniques. Li Jinfeng nodded and said, the ancients said that there is no limit to learning, but there is a limit to life. Only those who specialize in what they learn can have impressive achievements. The embroidered gown disciples of your esteemed sect probably specialize in one skill based on their own strengths. He Tianshu smiled and said, it's better to study literature. When you open your mouth, you speak in a literary style and make sense. Perhaps this is the reason why the predecessors of my sect set these rules. However, there are still some differences between the examinations of the brocade disciples and the commoner disciples. Although the commoner disciples are tested through a martial arts competition, the winner will undoubtedly be promoted. However, if the loser has enough power and obtains the approval of the judge, they can also be promoted. Brocade disciples are the opposite. The standards are stricter. Even if they win the martial arts test, if they don't receive the judge's approval, they can't advance. Then, he said with a strange tone, also, there is no limit to the number of times a brocade disciple can take the test. As long as you don't pass the test, you have to keep taking the test until you pass. If you can't pass the test, you can't advance, no matter how many years you cultivate. At this time, He Tianshu felt that Zhang Xiaohua was staring at him. He asked curiously, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, I want to know what rank captain he is now. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, well, Zhang Xiaohua, what I just told you is common knowledge in the Misty School. Many people in the martial arts world know about it, so it's fine to say it. As for what rank I am, it involves the secrets of the Misty School. I can't casually reveal it to you. Don't ask too much about it, it's not good for your reputation. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know much about the Misty School. She quickly said, okay, I understand. Captain He, please continue. He Tianshu said, it's good that you understand. However, there's nothing else to say. Li Jinfeng asked, then, Captain He, can you tell us how to differentiate commoner disciples and brocade disciples? I seem to have heard that the gangs in the martial arts world use the color of their clothes to differentiate their status. They also use things like cuff logos to indicate their rank. When He Tianshu heard this, he snorted and said, this method is extremely crude. I think the Misty School did this a long time ago, but it was abolished later. Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. She quickly asked, why is that? Isn't this pretty good? He Tianshu said, first of all, think about it. The Misty School is such a big gang. How many disciples do we have, and what are their ranks? If every rank has to be marked with a different color of clothes, wouldn't the entire gang be colorful? What kind of prestigious sect is this? It's more like the Pear Garden. Moreover, if the cuff logos are marked, wouldn't it be special? This is too different from the standardization that the Misty School advocates. Actually, there's another point. He Tianshu pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, in my opinion, if every piece of clothing is marked, the cost is too high. Although the gang is rich, many times, the landlord doesn't have any extra money. It's better to spend according to one's income. Martial power and financial resources are the two main factors for a gang's development. We can't waste money on trivial matters, right? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt a little sympathetic. She clapped her hands and said, Captain He, I agree with you. Money should be used where it's needed. The other two also understood. However, He Tianshu continued, moreover, if a person's strength can be seen from their clothes, then in the eyes of the Misty School, there will be a clear difference in status. It's not conducive to harmony and unity. It's also very easy to form small groups, which is not conducive to the competition and development of the disciples. The most important thing is, think about it. For the enemies of the Misty School, if they can see your strength from your clothes, then why would they spend so much effort looking for information? If you wear different clothes and have different logos on your clothes, then they can tell what your cultivation level is and how strong you are. They will naturally send people stronger than you to cause trouble for you. Won't you always be under their control, without any privacy? Everyone listened and nodded. He Tianshu said proudly, therefore, the ancestors of the Misty School were very wise to abolish this bad habit of clothing. Ordinary disciples' clothes are more or less the same. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then, Captain He, when is this year's martial arts exhibition? He Tianshu said, probably a month later. This is a grand occasion for our Misty School. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask, Captain He, are you ready? He Tianshu smiled proudly and said, I wasn't confident at first, but I just learned ethereal steps. I have. Then, he realized something and said, this is a secret of the Misty School. It's not good to ask too much. Zhang Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly and said, then, when the time comes, can I come and take a look? He Tianshu smiled and said, Huanxi Villa is a branch of the Misty School. Usually, you can enter the Misty School with the villa's token. The security will be tight, but you should be able to enter. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and asked again, then, can I participate in this martial arts exhibition? He Tianshu frowned and said, this martial arts exhibition is specially used to test the disciples of our Misty School. What are you doing? Oh, right, I heard that there were people from Huanxi Villa and Lotus Flower Escort Agency participating. It's been a long time, and I was still young at that time, so I vaguely remember it. However, there are no outsiders participating now. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, why is that? Then how can I participate? He Tianshu smiled and said, how would I know? If you want to participate, you can go back and ask Villa Lord O. Zhang Xiaohua asked with concern, Xiaohua, do you really want to participate? Do you only know that fist technique? You've never practiced internal energy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother and comforted him with a smile, second brother, I'm just saying. I'm just here to watch the fun. Besides, my fist technique is not bad. Last time, I even taught a group of street ruffians a lesson. Everyone smiled bitterly. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. This Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, if he didn't have this spirit, could he still be called a young man? Even if he was a young man from the countryside. The three of them chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while before they bid farewell and left. Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid the Reckless Bull Force manual in her bosom. Only then did she bid farewell to her second brother, who was still looking at her reluctantly when he walked her to the door. Although she had already started practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra, her talent was limited and she didn't make any progress. Moreover, this Reckless Bull Force manual was something that her second brother had painstakingly asked for from great swordsman Wen. It carried a strong sense of kinship with Zhang Xiaohua. There was no reason for Zhang Xiaohua not to cherish it. He Tianshu brought them to the decorated archway and didn't go out with them. He had some matters to attend to in the sect, so he naturally had to go to the pharmacy. Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng bid farewell to He Tianshu and went to the Gallop carriage company together. Li Jinfeng was a weak scholar, unlike Zhang Xiaohua who was full of energy and careful with money. Naturally, he took the carriage. By the time Zhang Xiaohua sent Li Jinfeng off and returned to Huanxi Mountain Villa, it was already noon. There wasn't a single person in the medicinal field. The Misty School's martial arts exhibition was just around the corner. This was a matter that concerned the future of the disciples. Even the captain, He Tianshu, was concerned about it, let alone Nie Shao, and the others. It was obvious that they spent less time in the medicinal field. Fortunately, the herbs in the medicinal field were still growing healthily. Other than weeding and other chores, it wasn't troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind doing more work. Zhang Xiaohua went down to the medicinal field and cleaned it up in a short time. Then, she sat down on the ridge and carefully took out the Reckless Bull Force manual that Zhang Xiaohu gave her. This manual was called Reckless Bull Force, and it was a very thin manual. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a beginner. After looking through it, she had a rough idea of what to do. This Reckless Bull Force was similar to the method that Zhang Xiaohu had told her before. The path of the internal energy in the body was also very simple. Compared to the first layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was much worse. It was indeed the easiest internal energy cultivation method in the world of martial arts. After reading the Reckless Bull Force manual, Zhang Xiaohua silently recited it in her heart and compared it with the manual. When she felt that there were no mistakes, she followed the manual's instructions and sat down cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She closed her eyes and calmed her heart. Zhang Xiaohua had done this countless times before, so she was very familiar with it now. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and imagined a warm current flowing into her forehead. Then, she swallowed it with her jade. She repeated this over and over again. Even when Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat and her heart was vexed, she still didn't feel any qi. For no reason, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of irritation. She really swallowed and opened her eyes. She looked at the healthy herbs in front of her and then looked at the barren medicinal field without sprouts. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, am I the seed that won't sprout? Do I not have a chance to shine? Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and mocked herself. Perhaps I really am stupid. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the sky. There was still time before lunch, so she calmed herself down and sat down cross-legged again. She closed her eyes and continued the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't shaken off the failure of the Reckless Bull Force, so he couldn't help but breathe quickly and find it difficult to walk. However, even if Zhang Xiaohua was stupid, he didn't lack tenacity. He had a heart that would only grow braver when faced with setbacks. Not long after, he gradually entered a strange state. His 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing gradually matched the frequency at night. Bit by bit, it moved Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. The pores on his body gradually opened. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua used the method in the Heart Sutra to sense the yuan qi of the world outside. In the beginning, he didn't feel anything, but Zhang Xiaohua wasn't discouraged. Or it could be said that he didn't feel any joy or sorrow. His mind was calm and he didn't feel discouraged. He only knew that the outside world was endless emptiness. Only by searching endlessly could there be a result. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly sensed a trace of the yuan qi of the world that was similar to what was described in the Heart Sutra. He was delighted and was about to use his Heart Sutra to absorb it, but because his mind was distracted, he couldn't sense it anymore. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. Even though he failed to absorb it for the first time, to Zhang Xiaohua who hadn't sensed the yuan qi of the world, it was a huge improvement. A milestone in progress. He, Zhang Xiaohua, finally had a sense of qi. Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his energy again, but when he saw the color of the sky, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Oh!" He immediately jumped up from the ground. Noon had already passed, but he didn't know that there was still lunch to eat. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked back with a few buns in his hand and a bun in his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua's meal was still the same as before. He didn't have someone to send him off like Elder Yu, so naturally, no one would wait for him. That table of first-class food also turned cold and was taken away under the gazes of Ma Jing and the others. Waiting for Zhang Xiaohua were only a few cold buns. When Zhang Xiaohua found out that Nie Xiao, and the others hadn't gone to eat, he couldn't help but be shocked. If he had gone earlier, wouldn't he have enjoyed an entire table of delicious food by himself? Zhang Xiaohua, who was currently filling his stomach, still hadn't forgotten the feeling he had just experienced. He couldn't resist the urge to try again, so he returned to the medicinal field while eating his buns. Sitting back down on the ridge, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The experience just now gave him a feeling that to draw qi into one's body, one must have a calm state of mind. It must be as calm as an ancient well to be able to succeed. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his surroundings were slowly calming down. He knew that it was time. Only then did he sit down in a cross-legged position and circulate the 9 shallow and 1 deep technique. Sure enough, this time, he smoothly entered a tranquil state. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua began to use the Heart Sutra again to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the outside world. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua had a new feeling. He felt that his consciousness was swimming around the outside world like a fish, as if it was looking for delicious food. Zhang Xiaohua liked this feeling very much. It was a kind of searching, a kind of freedom to soar. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt a trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. This time, he didn't feel particularly happy, as if this was what he had expected. He followed the instructions of the Heart Sutra and his perception turned into a fish, guiding the yuan qi towards himself. That yuan qi was originally going downwards, but with the guidance of Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, it immediately changed direction and slowly floated towards Zhang Xiaohua. When it came close, the yuan qi seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's body. It was unknown which pores it passed through, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't have such thoughts. He was still waiting for the yuan qi of heaven and earth to circulate in his body so that he could explore the mysteries of his inner force cultivation method. Unfortunately, when the yuan qi entered his body, it wasn't as described in the Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua actually couldn't feel where it went. Chapter 159. After sensing his body for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to cry. How could he bully people like this? It was fine if his aptitude was poor, but he could not sense the endless heaven and earth yuan qi in the world like what was mentioned in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He had worked so hard for such a long time and finally managed to draw the yuan qi into his body today. How could this trace of yuan qi suddenly disappear? It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua did not have another pair of eyes in his body, so he naturally could not search for it. The only thing he could do was try again. With his first success, he could be considered to have accumulated experience. In the future, he would be familiar with sensing the yuan qi. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua found another trace of yuan qi. It also came down, and with a pull from Zhang Xiaohua, it changed sides and fell into the embrace of Zhang Xiaohua. However, this door was as deep as the sea. After entering Zhang Xiaohua's body, it disappeared without a trace. After doing this a few times, Zhang Xiaohua no longer felt resentful. The heaven and earth yuan qi was outside his body and not his. As long as he drew the yuan qi into his body, then it was surnamed Zhang. Who cared where it was? As long as it did not run out, there would be a day when he would discover it. Moreover, the Carefree Heart Sutra did not mention how yuan qi came out. Looking at He Tian Shu and the rest's cultivation, he had never heard of inner strength running out on its own. Could it be that it would be released by him? Speaking of which, it was strange. Zhang Xiaohua just sat cross-legged on the ridge of the medicinal field and drew a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi into his body in just one afternoon. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. Although he had just started drawing yuan qi into his body, he could still draw yuan qi, right? Why couldn't he sense the yuan qi that filled the world? Why was it all strand by strand? And it all came down from above. It was not as the Carefree Heart Sutra said, that it was scattered between heaven and earth. Could it be that He Tian Shu and the others' internal energy was cultivated from the outside like this? With a belly full of questions, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard. Very naturally, he went to knock on He Tianshu's door. He Tianshu had already returned from the pharmacy and was studying ethereal steps in his room. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the room, he smiled and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, is there a problem with practicing reckless bull force? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Captain He, you're really a deity. You're really good at divination. He Tianshu waved his hand and said, it's nothing. Although I was young back then, when I received my first internal energy cultivation method, I was just like you now. I was in a hurry to cultivate and accidentally made a mistake. If it weren't for my senior and junior brothers discovering it early, I would have been crippled. I've heard of your reckless bull force before. It's easy to understand, and the circulation path is simple. It's suitable for people like you who have patience and don't have anyone guiding them. Then, he raised his eyebrows and giggled, have you been busy all afternoon? How's your practice of reckless bull force? Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said in a small voice, I don't feel anything. I still can't feel the qi. He Tianshu laughed and said, it's okay. The feeling of qi is related to each person's talent. You can't be discouraged and try more. Maybe you'll be able to feel it soon. Back then, I also used 2 whole days to feel the qi. How long does the fastest method take? Zhang Xiaohua was curious. Immediately. He Tianshu answered without hesitation. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. That's right. Immediately. He Tianshu smiled and replied, there are countless geniuses in this world. From what I remember back then, very few people can immediately feel the qi. Of course, most people can only feel it after 1 or 2 days. Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask, then, Captain He, is there anyone who can't feel the qi? He Tianshu frowned and said, I don't remember anyone like that. It's still the same old saying. The people that I picked out from Misty School are all talented and intelligent people. Very few of them can feel the qi after 3 or 4 days. Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank. She then asked, then, Captain He, do you feel the qi from the outside world in wisps or lumps? When He Tianshu heard this, he was stunned. He then laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you really know how to joke. There's no real qi in the outside world. The feeling of qi is just a hypothesis. I believe that the reckless bull force also has the meaning of a hypothesis. Pretend that there's qi flowing into your body from your forehead. That's the embryonic form of internal strength. Internal strength, you have to move the qi yourself to open up the acupuncture points in your body and circulate it in your meridians. Every time it circulates, it will increase a little. This is the essence of increasing internal strength. Of course, there are also some medicine that can increase internal strength. But I've never heard of being able to absorb qi from outside the body. If that's the case, we can just absorb qi from outside the body every day. Why do we have to sit cross-legged and cultivate our internal strength? When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's puzzled face, He Tianshu explained, also, the meridians in the human body are the containers for internal strength. The size of the container determines the amount of internal strength. We cultivate internal strength for 2 reasons. On one hand, we need to increase our internal strength. On the other hand, we need to expand our meridians. Only when both are increased can it be considered a high-level internal strength cultivation method. Although your reckless bull force is easy to learn, the circulation path is very simple. Every time you circulate it, the increase in your internal strength is limited. Also, this cultivation method has very little effect on expanding your meridians. That's why there are very few people who suffer from qi deviation. But, Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said, I can't feel internal strength from outside the body. Then how can I generate internal strength in my body? He Tianshu smiled and said, the appearance is born from the heart. The generation of internal strength is like this. As long as you have a sense of qi, the meridians in your body will naturally generate internal strength. It will be warm, and if you circulate it according to the cultivation method, the internal strength will follow your thoughts and flow in your meridians like a little mouse. If you cultivate for a long time, the mouse will naturally grow. He Tianshu added on as if it was a matter of fact. Warm flow. Flow in my meridians. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. In the past, when she cultivated the Big Dipper fist, there was a warm flow. She guessed that was internal strength. However, as for the meridians, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the cultivation method in the Carefree Heart Sutra. It didn't seem to be the same as the warm flow. So she asked again, Captain He, then is the movement of internal strength in the meridians the same? He Tianshu smiled and said, of course it's not the same. The difference in every cultivation method is in the use of the meridians and the movement of internal strength. If the ethereal divine art is the same as your reckless bull strength, then can it still be called the ethereal divine art? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. However, she still didn't give up and asked, Captain He, is what you said true? Internal strength can't be absorbed from the outside world? He Tianshu said resolutely and decisively, definitely, definitely, definitely. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. When she cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, she really felt the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She also guided it into her body. What was going on? She originally wanted to ask He Tianshu about the disappearance of the yuan qi in her body. Now that she had completely overturned her question about the feeling of qi, she might as well not ask. He Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's discouraged appearance and went forward to pat him on the shoulder, saying, Zhang Xiaohua, failure is the mother of success. You have to be unafraid of hardship, sacrifice, and sweat. If you can't get the feeling of qi in a day, then use 2 days. If 2 days aren't enough, then use 3 days. If you really can't get it after 1 or 2 months, then it's fine. We don't cultivate inner strength cultivation methods and change to outer strength cultivation methods. Look at our Misty School's stone cow, they don't cultivate inner strength cultivation methods, but aren't they still very powerful? Zhang Xiaohua didn't make any excuses and casually looked at He Tianshu's table. He Tianshu looked at his appearance and said awkwardly, the second layer of the ethereal steps is still a bit difficult. I've looked at it, but I still don't understand it. You say, it's clearly a footwork technique, but there are some parts that I don't understand. It's simply inconceivable. I really don't know how Big Sect Leader and the others managed to cultivate it. Don't be anxious. Once I understand it, I'll immediately tell you. You should first learn your reckless bull strength and find the feeling of qi. Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest and said, okay, Team Leader He. You look at it first. I'll go back and think about it. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and walked out. He originally thought that he would be able to find a satisfactory answer from He Tianshu, but now, Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. What was going on? What He Tianshu said was completely different from the Carefree Heart Sutra that he cultivated. Could he have cultivated it wrongly? Behind him, He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back that was filled with thoughts and was secretly worried for him. The path of inner force cultivation techniques had always been about aptitude. If one couldn't find the feeling of qi for a long time, then there was no way to produce inner force, much less channel it and forge the meridians. If Zhang Xiaohua could forget his fist technique to that extent, then his inner force wouldn't be able to escape the same fate. Immediately after, He Tianshu recalled Zhang Xiaohua's intelligence when learning ethereal steps. However, ethereal steps Qigong also required inner strength as a foundation. Without inner strength, no matter how good one's technique was, it would be useless without any foundation. Thinking of this, He Tianshu could only let out a long sigh. Rousing his spirits, he began to study the ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small house, feeling unwilling to give up. He took out the Carefree Heart Sutra again and carefully read through the first level of the cultivation technique. After confirming that there were no mistakes in his memory, he closed the secret manual and pondered in his heart. The Heart Sutra clearly stated that the heaven and earth was filled with endless yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi absorbed into the body depended on the depth of the cultivator's skills. It wasn't like his perception today where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was in threads. If he didn't have the ability to sense yuan qi, then it was fine. Perhaps he couldn't recognize the endless yuan qi when facing it. But now that he could sense it, then naturally he would be able to sense a large amount of yuan qi. It couldn't be that he could sense some and not some, right? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had just read the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. It might not be recorded, but it couldn't be that there were no records of the cultivation technique after that. So he hurriedly opened the Carefree Heart Sutra again. But what made Zhang Xiaohua disappointed was that after he carefully read from beginning to end, he still couldn't find any answers from this secret manual. The other 10 levels of the cultivation technique also talked about the path of cultivation and the description of realms. It seemed that only the first level slightly touched on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't without any gains. At the end of the Carefree Heart Sutra, it talked about another method of absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This method wasn't used to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth in a gaseous state, but a solid yuan qi of heaven and earth called a yuan stone. According to the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra, although the yuan qi of heaven and earth permeated the entire world, but the density of the yuan qi in different places was different. In some special places, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was shockingly dense. After a long time, it would condense into a yuan stone. According to the time it took to form the yuan stone also came in different sizes. The small ones were like broad beans, while the large ones were like walnuts. These yuan stones were the crystallization of the yuan qi and naturally contained a lot of yuan qi. It could be absorbed by the cultivator for a long time. After the yuan stone was absorbed, it would slowly shrink until it completely disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy and immediately committed this method to memory. However, the last sentence of the method poured cold water on his head. This method could only be used after the cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 9th level. Otherwise, large amounts of yuan qi of heaven and earth would surge into the cultivator's body and cause the cultivator's weak meridians to explode, causing the cultivator to explode and die. Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and put the Carefree Heart Sutra back into his clothes. He thought to himself that it was indeed useless again. Not to mention what the yuan stone looked like and where he could find it, just looking at the current situation, he hadn't even entered the first level. Who knew when he would be able to cultivate to the 9th level? Even if he had the yuan stone, he wouldn't dare to absorb it. At night, Zhang Xiaohua went to the forest as usual. First, he practiced his fist techniques, then his sword techniques and his qinggong. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about his fist technique and sword technique. His qinggong was also becoming more and more proficient. Although he did not have internal energy as a foundation, Zhang Xiaohua's current figure was also very different from before. He used his movement technique to run in the forest, and it actually looked like he was using qinggong. However, he could not run high, so it was a waste of his elegant spirit. After doing his homework, Zhang Xiaohua picked a spot under a tree and sat down cross-legged confidently. He circulated the inner strength of the Carefree Heart Sutra and prepared to sense the yuan qi in the outside world and draw it into his body. However, after meditating for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's senses also roamed outside for a long time, but he still couldn't find any yuan qi. Even the trace of yuan qi that he had felt in the afternoon was nowhere to be found. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and patted the dust off his body. What was going on? Could it be that there was no yuan qi at night? Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. He was just practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. Why was there so much trouble? It was either something was wrong here or there. It wasn't easy to find the yuan qi, but it disappeared in the afternoon. Where was he going to find it? Actually, he didn't think about it. In this world, learning and cultivation was best if there was someone to guide you. Although the secret manual was the essence of the theory, it recorded other people's experiences. Everyone was different, and there would definitely be differences in cultivation. These differences needed practical experience to make up for. Otherwise, why would it be said that great teachers produce great disciples? Although there were self-taught talents, they were just a drop in the ocean. However, the idea of Where should I find the missing yuan qi? Reminded Zhang Xiaohua. Didn't he feel the yuan qi for the first time in the medicinal field at noon? Since he couldn't find it in the forest at night, he might as well try the medicinal field. Since there was still some time before midnight, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it back. Under the moonlight, the medicinal field was exceptionally quiet. If there wasn't a gentle breeze, the herbs swaying in the wind could be seen clearly under the moonlight. It was a wonderful night, but he did not know how lucky Zhang Xiaohua was. Zhang Xiaohua first sat on the ridge of the field, and didn't immediately practice 9 shallow and 1 deep. This was progress. The secret manual didn't say that one needed to calm down before practicing. Without the guidance of a master, one could only gain this experience through trial and error. When Zhang Xiaohua felt that he was ready, he then used the breathing method of the Carefree Heart Sutra to slowly adjust his breathing frequency and gradually enter the state of emptiness. When Zhang Xiaohua released his perception, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost lost his mind and lost his state of mind. Why? As soon as Zhang Xiaohua released his fish-like perception, he discovered that there was a lot of yuan qi of heaven and earth outside. Wisps of yuan qi fell from the sky like rain, more than 5 times more than during the day. Although it was very different from the description in the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was still a lot more than before. Zhang Xiaohua happily used the method of the Heart Sutra to guide the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Strangely enough, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua guided the first wisp of yuan qi into his body, the other yuan qi seemed to have heard the bugle horn and all rushed to him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Previously, he thought that the guiding of yuan qi was like guiding wisps of yuan qi in the daytime. That would take too long to cultivate one's inner strength. Now that he looked at it, under the condition of abundant yuan qi, as long as he guided the first wisp of yuan qi, the other wisps of yuan qi would follow. This was the real trick. It seemed that he didn't take the wrong path. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely happy. The 100,000 pores on his body were like babies with mouths, competing to suck in the limited amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth. The yuan qi also seemed to be endless. It was just that the amount was very small each time, but the advantage was that it was endless. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua, who was overjoyed, completely forgot about time in this unexpected state. How could he still know what time it was? There seemed to be a faint smile on his face that was devoid of joy or sorrow. Just as that smile appeared, it immediately froze on his face. The pitiful Zhang Xiaohua immediately fell into a dream that a certain senior from the Misty School would be extremely envious of. In his dream, Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged. The special breathing method was still the same, and the gurgling stream of yuan qi was still flowing into his body. Only, that flickering in his dream, under the stimulation of the 9 shallow and 1 deep, was once again deeply magnified. An invisible frequency was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's body, coinciding with the stars in the night sky. Chapter 160. Just as the twinkle in Zhang Xiaohua's dream resonated with the stars in the night sky, the endless starry sky seemed to have received a call and instantly swarmed over, as if passing through time and space. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's body was surrounded by countless amounts of star power. The 100,000 pores all over his body that were crying for food opened up as if they had seen a delicacy and tasted it to their heart's content. After the star power and yuan qi were absorbed into the body by the pores, they were so small that they could not be sensed. In his dream, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously circulated the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, pushing them to flow in the meridians according to the circulation route. Just like before, the astral energy was slowly refined into pure yuan qi, and the yuan qi absorbed along with it fused with the yuan qi formed by the astral energy and was refined by the twinkle, leaving behind an even purer yuan qi. This pure yuan qi was stored in Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian. However, even though there was a lot of astral energy and yuan qi entering Zhang Xiaohua's body, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were purified to a shocking degree under the effect of the twinkle. 10 halts were gone, and in the end, only a tiny bit of yuan qi was left. However, the purity of that yuan qi was terrifying. Everything was carried out quietly without Zhang Xiaohua's awareness. However, the pure yuan qi was too little, so little that Zhang Xiaohua was unable to sense it. Until the next morning, when the sun rose, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and shook off his clothes that were soaked with dew. However, he still did not know what he had gained from his busy night. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and remembered what happened yesterday. He could not help but smile bitterly and stand up to stretch a little. Although he had meditated through the night, his body did not feel any discomfort. In fact, he felt refreshed and not sleepy at all. He was even more energetic than when he was lying on the Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to himself, why not sleep in the future and sell the Kong bed in the hut for money so that he could meditate every day. It was still early and the sun had just peeked out from the horizon. Zhang Xiaohua swallowed at the rising sun and another warm current entered his body. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, but he could not figure it out clearly. He tilted his head and thought for a while, but still could not figure it out, so he threw it to the back of his mind. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to practice the Fist of the North Star by the herb field, but unfortunately, there were no trees around the herb field. Zhang Xiaohua had always avoided people when practicing his fist, and now that he was suddenly practicing in an open area, he was not used to it was a little uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to return to the forest to practice his fist and sword arts. But just as he walked to the edge of the forest, he thought of another matter. His fist art would have to be seen by others sooner or later. Not to mention that he only knew this fist art, regardless of whether it was in front of others or behind others, his fist art was still the Fist of the North Star. Although it was made up of different fist arts, it was still a fist art. In the future, there was no need to avoid people. Besides, he still wanted to participate in the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. If he did not use the Fist of the North Star, what else could he use? He might as well practice his fist art openly and not care about what others said. As for Elder Yu's sword art, he was instructed not to let others see it when he was teaching it. Thus, he could only avoid people when he practiced his sword art. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua walked into the forest. Suddenly, he heard a pa-da sound. It was the sound of a person falling down. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was broad daylight. Could it be that someone was doing something bad in the forest? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua executed the ethereal steps and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. Who knew that just as Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps, he heard the sound coming from the depths of the forest. A series of curses was heard, XXX, why is the ethereal step so difficult? This footwork is obviously wrong. That voice was very familiar. It was Zhang Xiaohua's cheap master, He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be delighted. Captain He, why are you up so early? When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the scene, He Tianshu had just climbed up from the ground and was patting the dust off his body. With an awkward expression, he said, Zhang Xiaohua. Why are you here? Why didn't I hear your footsteps? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I usually practice my fist art in the forest. Just now, I heard a strange sound, so I came over to take a look. Perhaps Captain He was too focused on practicing and didn't hear my footsteps. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows, strange sound. And, I also heard it just now. It seems like a little bird kicked the tree branch and broke it. Don't bother about it. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny and said, I think so. But, why is Captain He up so early today? He Tianshu took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and casually waved it around, saying, Isn't this the Ethereal Steps Manual? After you left yesterday, I took a careful look at it, but I still couldn't figure out how to use this footwork. I didn't even sleep well, so I came here to practice before dawn. However, this footwork is just as I thought. There are many places that I can't use. I don't know if these are written wrongly. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua not believe his words, even He Tianshu himself didn't sound very confident. Perhaps he was trying to find an excuse for the little bird that broke the tree branch. Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued as she asked, Captain He, is it really that magical? Even you can't understand it? You are the god in my heart. You must continue to work hard and don't disappoint me. He Tianshu curled his lips and said, it's true. Don't doubt me. Sigh, if only I was Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, why is it my second brother? He Tianshu said enviously, if I were Zhang Xiaohu, I would definitely take this ethereal steps manual to his master and he would definitely tell me the secret of this place. You don't understand, Zhang Xiaohua. There's a world of difference between fumbling around and having a master guiding you. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, the successor enjoys the shade. That's the logic behind it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. What he said was true. If her master was by her side, she wouldn't have to ponder so hard. She could just casually ask and get the answer. Wouldn't that be great? However, if she acknowledged this master, her second brother would still have to live a precarious life in the escort agency. In comparison, Zhang Xiaohua was still satisfied with the current outcome. Fighting with the heavens was endless joy. Fighting with the earth was endless joy. Wouldn't it be equally endless joy if she fought with herself? Although that was the case, it was fine to have restless thoughts. However, the footwork still had to be pondered. He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, practice your fist technique by the side. Don't disturb me. I'll give it another try. I don't believe that with my talent of sensing qi in 2 days back then, it's impossible for me to not understand this basic footwork. With that said, he waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go about her own business. He then looked at the few thin pages of paper. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and knew that she couldn't be of any help again. She prepared to turn and leave. But at that moment, He Tianshu looked at the footwork while walking on the spot. Involuntarily, he attracted Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. He had already learned the first level of ethereal steps. He was only lacking the basic inner strength and was unable to use it. He had never heard of this footwork used in a martial arts competition. When He Tianshu used it, it naturally attracted his attention. He wanted to see the true face of the Misty School's signature technique. He saw He Tianshu looking at the footwork while stepping to the left and right in a narrow space. Sometimes, he would step on the same spot, and sometimes he would take a big step far away. It left Zhang Xiaohua baffled. As she watched, He Tianshu's 2 feet stepped on the same spot. He Tianshu lost his balance and was about to fall. Thankfully, He Tianshu seemed to be prepared. His body swayed and he stepped on the ground beside him, ending the footwork practice. Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu probably didn't know how to use it in this place, resulting in his fall. Just as she was thinking, He Tianshu persevered and began practicing again. This time, Zhang Xiaohua focused and carefully looked at He Tianshu's footwork. It was very complicated. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat enlightened mind, she could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. Similarly, when he reached the same spot, He Tianshu made another mistake and nearly fell. Pooey. He Tianshu spat on the ground and carefully kept the paper in his hand. He said fiercely, I don't believe that I can't teach you a lesson. Only then did he raise his head and see Zhang Xiaohua watching by the side. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you practicing your boxing? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Captain He, I saw that you were practicing quite well. Why don't I learn a little from you? He Tianshu said unhappily, I haven't practiced it yet. How can I teach you? You'd better wait a little longer. Right after he said that, He Tianshu suddenly changed his mind and said, all right, since you're so eager to learn, I'll teach you some of the footwork I just learned. After saying that, he made a pose and said, you just follow my footwork behind me and practice step by step. Zhang Xiaohua ran behind He Tianshu happily and said, all right, Captain He, you can start now. He Tianshu smiled and said, all right, I'll start now. Follow me. Then, according to his own understanding, he performed the footwork he just performed at a very slow speed again. Zhang Xiaohua followed behind him. Perhaps because she had seen it twice just now, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much difficulty performing it. When He Tianshu saw this, he sped up. When he reached the difficult point, He Tianshu first stepped in the same place, but it was just a pose. Then, he turned around and leaped to the side. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a playful smile. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eager to learn, didn't have any other thoughts. When she reached the difficult point with He Tianshu, she suddenly saw He Tianshu stop and stand to the side. She was shocked, but she didn't know why, but her 2 feet naturally followed He Tianshu's pose and stepped in the same place at the same time. This was the effect He Tianshu wanted. He quietly waited for Zhang Xiaohua to fall. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body had already tilted to one side, just like He Tianshu. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was staring blankly at He Tianshu, who was standing at the side and watching the show. He did not intentionally control his falling body. However, at this moment, his right foot that was about to step on his other foot naturally took a small step forward and missed him. Immediately, his right leg followed his body to the side and straightened his unbalanced body. Then, he changed his position and moved his body to another place. This very natural change made He Tianshu, who wanted to see Zhang Xiaohua make a fool of herself, drop his eyeballs to the ground. What was going on? He Tianshu walked forward excitedly and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, have you seen this footwork before? Zhang Xiaohua stood there in a daze. She didn't understand and said, Captain He, of course I haven't seen it before. I don't understand it. He Tianshu took out a few thin pieces of paper and pointed to a spot on it. He said, since you haven't seen it before, how did you execute this footwork so accurately? This last step is actually exactly the same as what was written in the secret manual. I tried this position and angle a few times just now, but I didn't succeed. I was so tired that I even fell to the ground. At this point, He Tianshu didn't care about his face anymore and spilled everything out. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, how would I know? I only executed it according to the footwork you taught me. He Tianshu didn't believe her and said, Zhang Xiaohua, can you execute it again? Zhang Xiaohua recalled in her mind and said, I'll try. I should be able to. After saying that, she followed her memory and combined it with He Tianshu's impression. She executed it step by step. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't executed the difficult part just now, He Tianshu had already executed it. He Tianshu was deeply aware of the complexity of the ethereal steps. It was only after a few days of seclusion that he was able to gain a rough understanding of the ethereal steps. Previously, he had only been able to execute it fluently because of the secret manual. It seemed like this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua had seen him execute the ethereal steps. He had only seen it a few times and he had already mastered it so perfectly. This seemed to be very different from his impression of the clumsy Zhang Xiaohua who learned fist techniques. However, the final result was another blow to He Tianshu's self-confidence. Zhang Xiaohua actually executed the difficult part perfectly. She turned around beautifully and stopped in her tracks. She smiled and asked, Captain He, do you think it should be executed like this? He Tianshu stuttered and said in disbelief, yes, it's like this. Immediately, he threw Zhang Xiaohua aside and practiced it again in disbelief. Unfortunately, he still stopped at the difficult part and almost fell. He Tianshu was puzzled. Why couldn't he do it well? Why did this Zhang Xiaohua succeed in one try? Hence, He Tianshu walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and rubbed his hands. He asked, Zhang Xiaohua, how did you do it just now? How did you manage to take that step so easily? I see that you slide quite beautifully. You really have my style. Can you tell me how you control your body when you're about to fall? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, Captain He, I don't know exactly how I did it. However, I didn't control my body. I just extended my leg naturally. That sliding step was also done casually. I felt that it was very suitable for my body. He Tianshu was puzzled. He said, Your body is already crooked. How can you not control it? You just let yourself fall. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, that's it. He Tianshu thought for a while and said, I know. As long as you let nature take its course, your left foot will definitely let your right foot pass. Do the sliding step. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't explain it, so she said, I think so. Anyway, I didn't do anything. He Tianshu nodded and began to practice again. However, Captain He was even more miserable this time. His body fell to the ground, hard and fast. He Tianshu jumped up from the ground and shouted in exasperation, Didn't you say that you didn't do anything? Why can't you fall? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Maybe it's a problem of character. Captain He, when I came back from Ethereal Heights yesterday, I helped an old woman cross the road. How could He Tianshu believe this? He gestured and said, First, I put my left foot here, then my right foot here. My body is crooked. Since you said to follow my body, I naturally used my strength to walk here. Then, my body was still crooked. The more I tried to use strength, the more crooked my body was. What's going on? Seeing He Tianshu muttering like a devil, Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She asked, Captain He, why do you need to use your strength to step forward? What strength are you using? He Tianshu was a little impatient. He said, Of course it's internal strength. Without internal strength, how can your steps be fast and elegant? Zhang Xiaohua pouted. Captain He, when did I have internal strength? I haven't found my sense of qi yet. He Tianshu heard this and his expression changed. He slapped his forehead and seemed to understand. His cheap disciple didn't have any internal strength at all. How could she use her strength to her feet? After finding out the reason, He Tianshu couldn't wait to practice again. Sure enough, this time, he was successful. He Tianshu was not only happy, but also had a strange feeling. This footwork actually rejected internal strength? Sigh. He Tianshu sighed. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he raised his feet and prepared to walk away. Zhang Xiaohua quickly caught up and asked, Captain He, are we not practicing anymore? It's still early. Breakfast isn't ready yet. He Tianshu said curiously, I've been studying it for a long time, but this is all I know. How can I continue practicing? Why don't I give you this secret manual and you can practice it first? After saying this, he acted as if he was going to take something out. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hand. What a joke. She had just looked at it and saw that it was full of small feet. Looking at it gave her a headache. She knew very well how difficult it was to be self-taught. Since someone was willing to teach her, why should she take the unorthodox path? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm just worried about Captain He's body. It's still early for breakfast, so why don't you practice? As the saying goes, work is for the villa, but the body is for the individual. You must take care of your body. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 161. He Tianshu was only joking. If he were to give the secret manual to Zhang Xiaohua, what would he learn? With Zhang Xiaohua's half-baked level, how would he be able to understand the profound, ethereal steps? If he were to give it to Zhang Xiaohua, he would not feel at ease. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tactful and said, It's not that I don't want to practice, but I have already finished comprehending the contents of the past few days. If I were to continue, there would only be leftovers. I might as well take a look at the back. Moreover, speaking up to this point, he rolled his eyes and grumbled, If I were to practice the footwork in front of you, I'm afraid it would hurt my confidence. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand and tugged at He Tianshu's sleeves, angrily saying, Captain He, how can you say that? I am wholeheartedly trying to learn from you. If you don't explain clearly, I will go to the manor lord and sue you for slander. He Tianshu smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I really cannot see through you. If you are smart, then you can't even learn the basic Arhat fist. You can't even sense the qi in a simple internal cultivation method like the frenzied bull's strength. It can be said that you are not cut out for martial arts. But if I were to say that you are stupid, look at your horse stance and the ethereal steps you learned. I don't even know what to say and can only describe you as a genius. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Captain, he thinks too highly of me. The footwork just now did not use any internal energy. Isn't it just a coincidence that I don't have any internal energy? He Tianshu pretended to disagree and said, that's not true, that's not true. The footwork that I was practicing just now was actually something that I had comprehended for many days. The profoundness of the ethereal steps is very great and every step is very particular. It's not something that can be casually memorized and used. I had to carefully ponder over many details before I was able to learn it. How could I be like you? Just by watching me use it a few times and being able to imitate it and learn it with a bit of practice. Just this perception alone is enough to make me envious. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He had only just seen a shadow of the martial arts palace and had no idea about the structure inside. What right did he have to speak? He Tianshu scratched the short beard under his chin and said thoughtfully, actually, what that Li Jinfeng young master said makes sense. With your smart brain, you should still study literature. Right now, your hand is not very good, and I don't know when it will recover. The chances of you making a name for yourself in martial arts are not high. Right now, your fist techniques are already able to protect yourself. Switching to writing is also a very good path for you. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle drum and said, being literate and well-read, of course I'm willing, I also like it. However, I prefer the carefree feeling of brandishing a stick. As the ancients say, 10 steps kill one person, 1,000 li do not leave a trace. Just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed and happy. This is the realm I'm pursuing. He Tianshu shook his head and said, how can it be as easy as you think? In this world, things are often easy to think about, but difficult to do. The days in the Jianghu are filled with foul winds and bloody rain. You've only just seen a corner of the harmonious world. It's not too much to say that you're looking at a leopard through a tube. Practice is the only way to test the truth. Only when you walk on your own will you know the hardships. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately thought of her second brother's situation. She couldn't help but feel touched and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked out of the forest one after the other. When they reached the small courtyard, He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, that's right, Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Xiao'er and the rest have been cooped up in the medicine hall these few days to prepare for the martial arts exhibition. As for me, I also want to comprehend the ethereal steps and work in the medicine fields. He Tianshu's words were a little forced. Oh Yan had already clearly instructed that if Zhang Xiaohua was willing to work in the fields, then she could do so. If she didn't want to, then it was up to her. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't slack off and spent a lot of time in the medicine fields. But that was because He Tianshu and the rest of the people from the medicine hall were all there. Now that they had something to do, they pushed all the work to Zhang Xiaohua. This made He Tianshu feel a little ashamed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think too much about it and said, it's all right, Captain He. You guys go ahead. I'll take care of all the work in the fields. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation of cultivating in the medicine fields at night and immediately added, how about this, Captain He? I'll just set up a shed in the medicine fields and stay there at night. These were Zhang Xiaohua's heartfelt words, but in He Tianshu's ears, it naturally had a different meaning. He widened his eyes and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you don't have to exaggerate like that. I'll also go to the medicine fields when I have time. Don't think too much about it. This martial arts exhibition is an important test that every disciple of the Misty School has to face every year. It's very important for their future development. Nie Xiao'er and the others aren't really slacking off, they just can't let go of that side. The current Zhang Xiaohua was already mentally mature. How could she not understand He Tianshu's meaning? She hurriedly said, Captain He, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. When the crops at our Guizhuang house are ripe, we set up straw huts next to the fields to take care of the crops. This is a custom. I don't have any intention of slacking off at all. He Tianshu had never done farm work before, so he naturally didn't know. However, he also believed that with Zhang Xiaohua's character, she wouldn't do something that would undermine him. He could only wave his hand and say, "Do as you see fit." Anyways, I think that what you're doing is a bit exaggerated. The two of them went their separate ways and returned to their respective houses. That morning, it was a very cloudy day and the sun couldn't be seen. However, this didn't affect Zhang Xiaohua's good mood at all. To be honest, there wasn't much work to be done in the medicinal field. It was just weeding, watering, and getting rid of insects. She didn't know what was going on in the medicinal field. There weren't too many insects, but the weeds were growing like crazy. It was different from the farmland at the Guizhuang house. If it wasn't cleaned up for a day, a lot of weeds would grow. However, these tasks were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to do alone. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder if the pharmaceutical hall put so many people in the medicinal field because there were too many people in the Misty School. The cost was also high, so they put a few people to be raised in the Huanxi manor. Zhang Xiaohua easily finished the work and started to practice his worry-free heart sutra. This medicinal field was a good place. Not only could he easily sense qi and draw it into his body, but this place was also a restricted area in the Huanxi manor. Ordinary guards and servants were not allowed to come close. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been meditating in the medicinal field for the whole night, would have been discovered by the patrolling guards. Zhang Xiaohua was also very relaxed in drawing qi into his body. However, when the qi disappeared into his body, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. It seemed like he was touched by something. However, when he thought about it again, there was no trace of it. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What was going on these 2 days? He was always startled and felt like he had thought of something, but he didn't know what it was. It was really puzzling. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly thought of another matter. He had to talk to Manor Head O about the matter of building a shed. If he didn't agree, how could he make the decision on his own? Wouldn't that become an illegal building? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating. He stood up and quickly walked into the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was currently the manor head's favorite. This fact was known by everyone in the inner courtyard. This was because Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to report when he entered the inner courtyard. As long as the manor head was in the hall, he could be brought in by someone. However, very few of them knew the inside story. However, this didn't affect their good impression of Zhang Xiaohua. Qiuju brought Zhang Xiaohua into the inner courtyard. As she walked, she was blushing and secretly peeking at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was also puzzled as he walked. Didn't he secretly wipe his face? He thought to himself, could it be that I didn't wash my face properly just now? This guy had forgotten that it was his first time in the inner courtyard and he had casually done a good deed in the autumn chrysanthemum courtyard. When he entered the hall, O Yan and Elder Yu were sitting inside and discussing something. When O Yan saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, she was very enthusiastic and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you looking for me today?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm free today, so I came to see big sister O." O Yan said, "Who would believe you? Do you think I don't know what's going on in the medicinal field? Right now, Nie Xiao'er and the others are practicing martial arts in the medicinal field. They don't have any extra energy to spare here. With your personality, you won't let go and must be busy in the medicinal field. Where would you find the time to spare?" Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. She didn't seem to realize that her lie had been exposed. She cupped her hands and said, "Big Sister O's eyes are indeed as bright as torches. You can even see through my little thoughts." Elder Yu also smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, when you first came, you were so simple. It's only been a few days and you've already learned how to be glib." Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and said, "Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. I'm showing my maturity." O Yan said, "Forget it, don't hang out with Ma Jing and the others in the future. They're all unreliable. Oh right, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, it's like this, big sister Oh. Didn't you just say that there's not enough manpower in the medicinal field? I thought that since I have nothing to do, why don't I set up a shed next to the medicinal field at night and take it as watching over the crops? What do you think? Elder Yu and Oh Yan looked at each other and felt that it was strange. Oh Yan asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I know that you're wholeheartedly devoted to the manor. No matter how busy you are in the medicinal field, you don't have to work through the night. You're exaggerating. Elder Yu also shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua explained in a low voice, Big sister Oh, it's like this. In our village, during the summer or autumn harvest, we also set up a straw shed in the field. On one hand, it's to watch over the crops. On the other hand, it's also to work nearby. I'm also a little homesick, so I thought of this idea. Oh Yan's expression softened and said, Zhang Xiaohua, how long have you been out? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, 1 year and 4 months. Oh Yan said, how can a young child like you not be homesick after such a long time? How about this, I'll give you some time off to go home and take a look, okay? Really? Zhang Xiaohua stood up in surprise and asked, then, will you deduct my monthly salary? Oh Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, no, just take it as a paid annual leave. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, that's great, it'll be best if Big Sister O sends me to Lu Town on official business. Oh Yan asked curiously, why is that? Zhang Xiaohua smiled slyly and said, isn't there still a subsidy? Elder Yu rubbed his forehead with his only arm, his face full of helplessness. He had entrusted his sword skills to the wrong person. Oh Yan said, okay, I'll let you go to Lu Town on official business. You don't have to build that straw shed anymore. Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, I still can't, Big Sister O. Captain He and the others are busy now, and there's no one in the medicinal field, so I don't feel at ease leaving. Moreover, it's not good for me to go home alone. I have to go with my second brother, but he just entered the Misty School and it's very inappropriate for him to take leave now. Lastly, I still have something to ask Big Sister O. I'm afraid that I won't have time to go back during this period. Oh Yan was stunned and said, what else do you have to say? Why don't you say it together? Zhang Xiaohua said, I'll wait for Big Sister O to agree to the first thing first, then I'll talk about the rest. Oh Yan giggled as if she was looking at her naughty little brother and said, okay, building a shed isn't a big deal, so I'll agree. However, the weather is still cold now, so don't catch a cold at night. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, thank you, Big Sister O. Oh Yan smiled and said, why aren't you talking about the other thing? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, Big Sister O, the Misty School is holding a martial arts exhibition right now. I heard from Captain He that when he was young, he seemed to have seen people from Huanxi Mountain Villa participate in it. I want to ask if our Huanxi Mountain Villa can also participate in this martial arts exhibition. Oh Yan was stunned when she heard this and said, yes, not only can our Huanxi Mountain Villa participate, even the Lotus Escort Agency can participate. When I was young, I also participated with the representatives of Huanxi Mountain Villa. But when Zhang Xiaohua heard that she could participate, she was overjoyed and said, it's great that we can participate. Big Sister O, I want to participate in this martial arts exhibition. Is it possible? When she said this, not only was Oh Yan puzzled, even Elder Yu was also puzzled. Elder Yu asked, Zhang Xiaohua, this martial arts exhibition is a competition of martial arts. Are your martial arts very good? Even if you have killed the black-clothed man with a high level of martial arts, you can't use that kind of sword technique against the ethereal sex brothers. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. How can I not know about this matter? I definitely won't use sword moves in the martial arts exhibition. Elder Yu said, if you don't use sword moves, what will you use? Do you know anything else? Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, Elder Yu, haven't you seen me fight before? also know a set of fist moves. Elder Yu found it funny, but he didn't have the heart to discourage her and only said, "Hee hee, I've seen your incomplete set of fist moves pieced together. It looks ordinary." Oh Yan, who was at the side, kindly reminded her, "Zhang Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want you to participate in the martial arts exhibition, but it has been a long time since someone from our villa participated. Moreover, our participation in the martial arts exhibition is different from the disciples from the Misty School. They participate in the martial arts exhibition in order to advance and obtain new martial arts and high-level fist moves to learn. Our villa's representative is purely here to exchange martial arts. If you win, it will be glorious, but there won't be any benefits. If you lose, then your face will be swept to the ground." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she naturally understood and said, "I know, big sister O. I only want to exchange pointers with others for fun, not for any benefits. You also know my aptitude. I can't sense any qi at all when cultivating internal energy. Even if I know a set of fist moves, I don't have the extravagant hope of winning." When O Yan heard this, she still said, "But Zhang Xiaohua, you have to know that if you participate in the martial arts exhibition, because you aren't a disciple from the Misty School, you can only compete with the first disciple." Before O Yan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, "I know, big sister O. I'm not a beginner, so it's fine if I lose to anyone." When O Yan heard this, she said, "All right then. Since you know and are willing to participate, I'll find someone to ask about the rules. After all, our Huanxi Villa hasn't sent a representative to participate in the martial arts exhibition for a long time, so I don't know the rules. However, Zhang Xiaohua, your spirit of facing difficulties is commendable, so I can't not help you." At this moment, Elder Yu asked softly, "Zhang Xiaohua, you said that you can't sense qi when cultivating internal energy? What kind of internal energy cultivation method are you cultivating? Who taught you?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out the reckless bull force and handed it to Elder Yu. She then told him about how Zhang Xiaohua had helped her obtain this internal energy cultivation method. Elder Yu took the reckless bull's force manual and read it carefully before handing it back to Zhang Xiaohua. He gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to keep it properly and said with a chuckle, "I knew it. I heard that you were lucky and obtained this supreme Nigong Heart Sutra. I thought that you really managed to cultivate Nigong Heart Sutra from it. So it turns out that you're cultivating this book." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't say anything. On the other hand, O Yan was also a smart person. She immediately thought of something and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, tell me the truth. Did you really set up the shed next to the medicinal field so that you could work for a long time?" Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Was she really supposed to say that she was there so that she could absorb qi into her body? At this moment, Elder Yu spoke in a very friendly manner, "Zhang Xiaohua, did you not sense qi when cultivating this reckless bull force?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Elder Yu asked again, "Then did you ask He Tianshu for help? He advised you to try it more often, or to try it out in an open area at night?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was secretly delighted. It seemed that Elder Yu had misunderstood him. However, he couldn't find a reason to push the blame to He Tianshu. After all, He Tianshu was his cheap master. It was better for him to die than for him to die. This was far from death. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded her head. Elder Yu sighed and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I've been paying attention to you ever since you started practicing martial arts. I know that you're a resilient child who can endure hardships and isn't afraid of hardships. That's why I've been treating you differently. However, the path of martial arts is all about comprehension. Many times, hard work won't be able to make up for your lack of talent. I really admire you for having the thought to set up a shed in the medicinal field so that you can focus on sensing qi in the middle of the night. When I was young, I didn't even put in as much effort as you. However, Zhang Xiaohua, if it's meant to be, then it will be. If it's not meant to be, then don't force it. There are many things that you have to be open-minded about." Elder Yu's consecutive, but made Zhang Xiaohua's expression change. Chapter 162. Seeing the change in Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Elder Yu also felt that his words were a bit harsh, as if he had struck a blow to this diligent country boy's heart. He rephrased his words slightly and continued, "I've also seen you practice the fist technique. Your comprehension is extremely poor, so you can't learn the entire set of fist techniques. However, this is also fine. It doesn't affect you much if you don't know how. However, this internal cultivation method is different. It's purely a matter of life and death. If you're not careful and go crazy, you'll be seriously injured and your life will be in danger. This reckless bull force is a good thing. It's easy to understand and is very suitable for you. However, I still have to remind you that if you try many times and still can't sense qi, then don't go down a dead end. It's better to give up and take a step back. You can also try external martial arts. It's also very good." After listening for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that Elder Yu was still concerned about him and didn't treat him as an outsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful and said to Elder Yu, "Elder Yu, I understand your good intentions, but there's a hidden meaning behind the straw shed. These few days, Captain He has also told me a lot of things to take note of. I will be careful. Right now, I'm just looking for a sense of qi. I haven't circulated my qi yet, so there won't be any big problems. Elder Yu, don't worry. Don't worry." Then he turned to O Yen and said, "Sister O, the main purpose of building the straw shed is to look at the medicinal field. Practicing martial arts is also secondary." O Yen saw that he was so considerate and didn't blame him. She said, "It's okay, Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you want to practice martial arts, Sister is willing to support you. However, it's better to be careful. Don't practice at night without caring about your life just to win the martial arts competition." Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "I understand, Sister O." O Yen asked again, "Then how do you build the straw shed? Do you need help from the people in the village?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "No need. I've been building straw sheds since I was young. I don't need anyone's help. I can finish it in an afternoon." O Yen smiled and said, "Then you can go and get whatever materials you need from the warehouse." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she got the confirmation. She took her leave and rushed to the warehouse to get her things. When Zhang Xiaohua was young, she often built thatched huts in the fields with her father and elder brother. Naturally, she was familiar with them. Moreover, it was just to block the dew. It was not exquisite, so it was even easier. Zhang Xiaohua finished it in an afternoon. Moreover, because he hadn't done any heavy work for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to feel that his strength had increased a lot when he picked up the wood in the afternoon. He could pick up a lot of thick and heavy wood with one hand. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Could it be that this strength would continue to increase as she aged? He didn't know how much strength he had now. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua was laying the straw and tying the rope, she could clearly feel that the fingers on her right hand were more flexible. It seemed that the injury on her bones had already healed. Happy things happened one after another. It was really Zhang Xiaohua's happy life. The straw shed was built next to the medicinal field. It was lonely and looked very out of place. However, other than Zhang Xiaohua, no one else came to see it. Who would have any objections? For the whole day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see He Tianshu. She guessed that he was pulling his hair in his room to comprehend. Hopefully, he wouldn't be bald early when he came out. Dusk arrived as promised. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the straw shed. He faced the setting sun in the west. It dyed the clouds in the distance red and was incomparably gorgeous. He looked at it silently and felt very emotional. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. The beautiful scenery in front of him only attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention for a moment. Immediately, he closed his eyes and started to circulate the qi according to the Carefree Heart Sutra. The qi of vitality was still the same. There wasn't a lot. It flowed down bit by bit. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry and only guided it slowly. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua's body seemed to have become a magnet, automatically absorbing the qi of vitality. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had more time to appreciate the qi of vitality that was introduced into his body. The qi of vitality in one's pores was so subtle that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't get anything. The Carefree Heart Sutra also didn't talk about how to sense the qi of vitality that entered the body. It only talked about how to move the qi of vitality that entered the body. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to do it. After pondering for a long time without any results, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. His thoughts were a little broken. He thought about the difference between the Spirit of the Bull and the Carefree Heart Sutra. Just as he was thinking, an idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It lit up him like lightning. He remembered that Tianshu had said that the feeling of qi of internal strength was not really a warm current flowing in from the forehead at the beginning. The warm current in the meridians was generated by the thoughts of the practitioner. Then, although he couldn't sense the qi of vitality in his pores, could he still think about it? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. He always felt that something important in his mind these days, but he couldn't find a clue. It turned out that it was here. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise Zhang Xiaohua. Most of the things in the world were impermanent. Just like the paths on the land, they were originally insignificant. However, after many people walked on them, they naturally became roads. The Heart Sutra didn't talk about how to sense the traceless qi of vitality, but Zhang Xiaohua borrowed the idea of using the idea to promote the cultivation of qi of vitality. He really could be called a genius. However, if this kind of genius fell into the eyes of an internal strength master, he would definitely scoff and shake his head secretly. There was only one comment: the ignorant are fearless. With a plan in mind, Zhang Xiaohua began to experiment. He imagined that his pores were filled with qi of vitality. According to the Heart Sutra, he absorbed them into the meridians in his body. Then, according to the Heart Sutra, he still followed the Heart Sutra in his mind and circulated the invisible qi of vitality along the meridians in his body. After one cycle of circulation, it returned to the middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to circulate his internal strength. Instead, he first sensed his own body and didn't find anything strange. This meant that although he didn't know if the Heart Sutra was effective, at least there was no harm. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua continued to circulate his internal strength. After 36 cycles, he stopped. When he opened his eyes, it was already night. Thinking that he hadn't practiced his fist technique and sword moves yet, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. The sky outside was dark again, and there were no moon or stars. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Xiaohua practiced his sword moves and Big Dipper fist. When the cold current flowed through his body, Zhang Xiaohua felt incomparably comfortable. After ending the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua discovered a new problem. In the past, he always thought that the flow of the fist technique was in his meridians, but today, he just thought about the flow of qi of vitality. This was the meridians recorded in the Heart Sutra, so it should be the real meridians. These meridians were different from the meridians involved in the fist technique. Why was that? Moreover, the sword moves that Elder Yu taught him could also cause a warm current to flow through his left hand. This warm current didn't flow through his entire body, only his left arm. Perhaps it was a part of his meridians, but it wasn't recorded in the Heart Sutra, so why was that? In order to find out the reason, Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper fist a few more times, carefully feeling the flow of the energy. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked back, he suddenly realized that the flow of the Big Dipper fist didn't seem to flow through the meridians in his body. Or more accurately, the flow actually flowed through all the bones in Zhang Xiaohua's body. The 108 fist techniques, each move would cause the flow of energy to flow through a bone. When the fist technique was finished, it would flow through all 108 bones in his body. Zhang Xiaohua's brain couldn't process it. The fist technique that he pieced together had such an effect. What was this fist technique doing? Could it be that it was tempering his bones? This was a question that had no answer. No one could answer him. Zhang Xiaohua touched his smooth chin and stopped thinking. He knew that there was no one he could ask, so why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Someone once said, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Then, why should he make things difficult for himself? Since he didn't want to make things difficult for himself, the warm current caused by the sword move came even more abruptly. It wasn't within the scope of Zhang Xiaohua's consideration. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the straw hut with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Uneasy. How could that be? This was the Big Dipper fist technique that he personally named. He didn't feel any discomfort after practicing it for so long, so what was there to be afraid of? Wild with joy. That was a bit true. He Tianshu and Elder Yu both wanted to persuade him to give up on cultivating inner force skills and change to outer force skills. This bone tempering technique was probably one of the outer force skills, so there was nothing to be proud of or happy about. Secretly happy. That was for sure. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the heroes that were mentioned in some wuxia novels. Those who were able to achieve great things and stand out from the crowd all had their own unique ways. One of them was to cultivate both inner and outer force. Didn't he Tianshu also say that one should cultivate inner force and outer force muscles, bones, and skin? If he used the Big Dipper fist technique to cultivate his muscles, bones, and skin, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate inner force, wasn't he walking towards the path of a hero? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more beautiful it became. His little tail slowly began to curl up. However, when he sat on the ground in the straw hut, the coldness of the ground beat his tail back, and also pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of his dream of being a hero. Putting aside whether his understanding was correct, just the feeling of qi that he had just obtained, there was still no trace of inner force. What was the use of thinking so much? 10,000 years was too long. He could only seize every moment. It was better for him to do his part well first before anything else. Zhang Xiaohua lit the oil lamp in the straw hut, picked up a book, and read it with relish. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down one's body. If he could learn a little more, he would have a little more capital to make a living. If he didn't have great achievements in martial arts, all kinds of medicinal herbs could let him live a comfortable life without worrying about not being able to eat red braised pork. This was Zhang Xiaohua's lofty dream. After reading for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly closed the book. Knowledge was the best spiritual food for human beings. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was sad. But his body's intuition clearly told him that the time was not early. It was almost midnight. You should close the book and prepare to rest. Zhang Xiaohua had to pack up his things and blow out the oil lamp. It must be said that this person was strange. Zhang Xiaohua had always been in the Guizhuang house and slept very early. He didn't know that he had to sleep at midnight, so he didn't think much of it. After coming out, after a few times, he knew. His body naturally had a kind of adaptability. When it was almost time, he would have a kind of intuition. Although he didn't watch the night people knock on the clappers and announce the time, he still knew. After packing up everything, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the middle of the straw hut and sat cross-legged. He faced the sky and took in the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. Not long after, he entered the realm of emptiness and began his routine of drawing qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up in the morning, he didn't immediately get up. Instead, he calmed his heart and moved the yuan qi in his pores. After circulating the yuan qi in his body's meridians for 36 cycles, he stood up and went outside the straw hut to practice his fist and sword techniques. During the day, there was only Zhang Xiaohua in the herb field. He Tianshu still didn't appear. However, Zhang Xiaohua found that the annoying weeds in the herb field seemed to be less than usual. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel very gratified. Heaven rewards the diligent. This heaven also saw that he was taking care of the herb field by himself and specially let the weeds go away to give him more time to practice martial arts. Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua had a trace of anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exhibition. Qigong and footwork should be practiced in the forest. Zhang Xiaohua could only leave the herb field. On the way to the forest, Zhang Xiaohua met Ma Jing and Lu Er. When Ma Jing saw Zhang Xiaohua, he greeted him from afar and ran straight over. He wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was very agile. He immediately moved aside a little and cupped his hands. "Brother Ma, long time no see. How is everything?" Ma Jing's hand was suspended in the air. There was no embarrassment on his face. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, how are you?" Then, he winked at him with a look of understanding. He said in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're really something. When I saw you go to Captain He's place, I thought you were just lucky. Now I know that you have real talent. Brother really admires you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was happy and said, "That's right. Isn't this all thanks to Brother Ma's influence? If it wasn't for your help, how could I have grown so quickly?" Ma Jing smiled until his eyes were squinted. He enjoyed it very much. He glanced at Lu Er from the corner of his eyes and said, "This is also inseparable from your talent. Look, this old brother of mine, Lu Er, has been with me for so long. Why is he still not enlightened? Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, if you have any riches in the future, you must think of us brothers. After all, I lived with you before." When Zhang Xiaohua thought about the past, he couldn't help but have goosebumps. He quickly said, Of course, of course." Ma Jing got a promise and smiled charmingly. "I'll remember this. When you have power, I'll have the capital to show off. Maybe I can also write a book called The Story of Zhang Xiaohua and Me." Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and quickly advised, "Brother Ma, we've only lived in the same house for such a short period of time. How much can you remember about me? Besides, is there so much content for you to write a book?" Ma Jing waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. If I can make money, what can't I write?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ma Jing cupped his hands and said goodbye to him. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. You should focus on improving. Everything can wait until you have achievements." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "That's right. Brother Ma is right. Everything depends on real talent to achieve success. I'll definitely work hard." Ma Jing smiled and waved his hand to leave. Lu Er, who was beside him, smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and chased after him. But after just 2 steps, Ma Jing turned back and called, "Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua could only stop and turn back to ask, "Brother Ma, is there anything else?" Ma Jing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with great respect and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, your action of building a straw shed in the medicine field was really wonderful. This flattery is really good. It's exactly what our village head wants. Today, the servants who are united around Brother Shi are all talking about you. This big brother is full of admiration. How did you come up with such a wonderful idea? This kind of real talent, this big brother can't even catch up with a horse." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Ma Jing didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's reaction and turned to leave. As he walked, he muttered, "I have to hurry to the warehouse. Don't let Brother Shi and the others take the lead." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ma Jing's back as he left. He didn't know what to say. Even if he didn't mean it, the listener would understand. Although he didn't say anything, what he did made people misunderstand a lot. Thinking about how this wasn't the ancient people's heart, then thinking about his second brother's experience in the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. However, he suddenly burst out laughing. After today, wouldn't there be a lot of straw sheds next to the medicine field that Ma Jing and the others were in charge of? That scene would be spectacular. But what did this have to do with him? The ancients didn't say that, okay? Walk your own path and let others say what they want. A gentleman should be magnanimous. In any case, he had a clear conscience. How others saw him was their business. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. There was a distance from the medicine field to the forest, so it was inevitable that he would pass by the small courtyard. In a hurry, many servants came to meet him. They all gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny and didn't say anything. Looking at the direction that those people were heading, they were the same as Ma Jing. It seemed that today's warehouse would be lively. The forest was still so quiet. The moment Zhang Xiaohua stepped in, he immediately felt a sense of peace. He gently pursed his lips and smiled. This was the atmosphere that he liked. In his mind, he recalled the Qinggong skills and ethereal steps that Tianshu had taught him. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and exerted force on his right foot. His body shot forward like an arrow, like a butterfly flying freely in the forest. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luoho Wang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luoho Yun. After a while, Luoho Wang and the two accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xiaochen rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luoho Wang and the two sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luoho Wang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other three Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious when he heard that. Luoho Wang should not have much desire for the true god flame. The most valuable thing about the true god flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luoho Wang already possessed the strength of a three-veined sovereign emperor. If Luoho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luoho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luoho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luoho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a six-veined sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true god flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luoho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true god flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luoho Wang only brought two sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true god flame without startling the other three Azura kings. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Luoho Yun. Then, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood something. If he left the true god flame's inheritance to Luoho Yun, everything would be different. Luoho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luoho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only two sovereign emperors, traveling light. Mr. Xiao, take this. As Luoho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xiaochen. This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Xuewu dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move? Xuewu dynasty. Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xiaochen heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Shao Chen had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Shao to make a move. Mr. Shao just needs to protect my son, Luo Ho Wang said seriously as he looked at Shao Chen. Luo Ho Yun smiled and said, "Father, go in peace. With Senior Shao around, I will definitely not be in any danger." Luo Ho Yun was very confident in Shao Chen. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Shao Chen, they were both unrivaled existences in Luo Ho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luo Ho Wang looked at Luo Ho Yun with doting eyes. This time, he took the risk because of Luo Ho Yun. Luo Ho Wang wanted to give Luo Ho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. Let's go. Shao Chen activated the black jade strip, and demonic qi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment, to others, Shao Chen's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Shao Chen frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying. When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Shao Chen and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic qi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic qi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luo Ho Wang whispered to Shao Chen, "Of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yiksha race, and the Shuawu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yiksha king. They are two vain sovereign emperors. As for the Shuawu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them." Shao Chen entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luo Ho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Shao Chen felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luo Ho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Shao Chen did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luo Ho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. "Lord Feng Sun, we can't get any closer." The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Feng Sun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Feng Sun said after some thought, "It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Shuawu dynasty's people have other plans." A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said, "They might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet." After some thought, Feng Sun said, "Let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Shuawu dynasty are." On the other side, the two Yiksha race sovereign emperors also looked at the Shuewu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Shaoqin blinded the Shuewu dynasty's 8th prince Li Yun in the desolate sea's azure mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now, Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Dao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time, he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet? The 8th Prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time. However, Li Yun asked sullenly, however what? This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yan Sangming's group is reliable or not. The 8th Prince Li Yun smiled and said, there's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central Great Realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command. Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Yiksha race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him, Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the 8th prince, Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed, damn it. Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said, Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse. Wait. 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 How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool. The 8th prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the Scarlet Moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient ferocious beast coming to life. Roar! In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is... Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the 8th prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Shuowu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luoho Wang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. Scarlet Moon? What is that? A sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luoho Wang said softly, the dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Shuowu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool. While Luoho Wang was speaking, the 8th prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So. Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant, he advanced 100 meters. The Shuowu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, there's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse. Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiaoqin did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiaoqin looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiaoqin thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiaoqin had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiaoqin remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luoho Wang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince, Luoho Yun, seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luoho Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luoho Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. Father, Yun is a little afraid. In reality, Luoho Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the 8th prince took out the sacred tool. Luoho Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiaoqin felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luoho Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you." Luoho Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, "Father, what are you going to do later?" Luoho Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, "I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death." The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xiaoqin sighed in his heart. You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die. Luoho Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luo Ho Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. Mr. Xiao. Luo Ho Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not wait for Luo Ho Wang to finish. He said seriously, Luo Ho Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool. Luo Ho Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. Your Majesty, they are going to attack. The two sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luo Ho Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xiao Chen, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop. Evil Wind Palm. Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10 odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Dao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xiao Chen felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10 odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xiao Chen, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Tao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. Ha 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 ha. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people. The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial-grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial-grade soul tool bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Xuewu dynasty's sage tool to block 10 odd sovereign emperors by himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10 odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other two vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage tool's might was too strong. Even though they were two vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly, winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Ho Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. Scatter! Those who block me will die. Luo Ho Wang's strength as a three-vein sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his two sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Ho Wang. It's Luo Ho Wang. Why is he here? Damn it! Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it! Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Ho Wang, one of the four Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Ho Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a three-veined sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the two sovereign emperors charged over, no one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a two-veined sovereign emperor. As for Luo Ho Wang, he had been a three-veined sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality, there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation late-stage sovereign emperor. Luo Ho Wang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves, like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xiao Chen's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luo Ho Wang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the dynasty's saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler, to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10-odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident. When he saw Luo Ho Wang appear, a trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luo Ho Wang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luo Ho Wang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Xuewu dynasty face. Luo Ho Wang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he remembered that he had Yan Sangming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed, "Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luo Ho Wang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon, only I am supreme." Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble. The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Woo! Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beasts that Luo Ho Wang and the other 2 were riding on suddenly died. Luo Ho Wang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo 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 woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. "I'll deal with this fellow. The 2 of you, go to the demonic sovereign's corpse." Luo Ho Wang instructed, getting his 2 sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. "You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome moon lives alone." When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the 2 sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will send out a scarlet light, encasing the two. Then, Li Yun threw 2 palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the 2 Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak 3rd layer, appearing startlingly mighty. Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luo Ho Wang's body. With his strong 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these 2 terrifying palm strikes. The 2 Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor. Elder Tang and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these 2 Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it! Luo Ho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luo Ho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to attack Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The 2 of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these 2, one was a 3-vein sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shock waves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race, there were definitely righteous Dao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Chen led Luo Ho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race still harbored the thought of Luo Ho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign either. So, he led Luo Ho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luo Ho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety. Luo Ho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luo Ho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luo Ho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back. As Luo Ho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luo Ho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luo Ho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back, you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luo Ho Yun also panicked. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luo Ho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chen really wanted to kill. Xiao Chen sighed when he heard that. Then, he said softly, "Since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You are just a star venerate. Going there is simply seeking death." In the end, Luo Ho-yun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chen, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, "Senior, will my father be fine?" Xiao Chen did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luo Ho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chen had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luo Ho Wang is a three-veined sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive, that was all Xiao Chen could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant Scarlet Moon weaken for a moment. This is... Not caring much, Xiao Chen opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the Scarlet Moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luo Ho Wang and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly. Then, he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and grunted. Then, he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xiao Chen saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu. Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xiao Chen in the faux god world, stood beside Wen Renyu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Tao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luo Ho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xiao Chen did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luo Ho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10 odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good. Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield like the blazing sun. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luo Ho-yun exclaimed in shock, "Light Dao domain. It's a righteous Dao cultivator. Why would righteous Dao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living?" After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luo Ho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Dao domain. It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luo Ho-yun and the other Azura race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. Anyone would worry about Luo Ho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xiao Chen's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Dao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Dao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Dao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, The baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. Let's go. This place is no longer safe, Xiaoqin said softly. Luoho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xiaoqin had personally seen Luoho Wang get struck. Xiaoqin did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luoho Wang could no longer control the situation. No. I want to go and find father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to father. I want to go and save him. Luoho Yun showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luoho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luoho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luoho Yun. However, rationally, he had to leave. Ah! Luoho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xiaoqian's Taiji force field, unable to move an inch. His demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me! Luoho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, capture him. Let's go. The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiaoqian's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiaoqin, they still did as he said. However, Luoho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you. Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao and let's go. That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome. Luoho Yun refused to obey no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiaoqin sighed softly, let him be. We will wait here for King Luoho. Xiaoqin understood Luoho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiaoqin forcefully brought Luoho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiaoqin felt helpless in his heart. King Luoho really gave him a tough job. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with anything else. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiaoqin only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luoho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luoho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luoho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiaoqin could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luoho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Luoho Wang forcefully obtained the true god flame. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luoho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, Luoho Wang's figure appeared before Xiaoqin and the others. Wounds covered Luoho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luoho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. Father! The somewhat distracted Luo Hoyun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiao Qin scattered the Taiji force field, and Luo Hoyun struggled free. Then, he started running frantically. Protect Luo Ho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luo Ho Wang saw Luo Hoyun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then, he leaped into the air and arrived before Luo Hoyun. Pu Ci. However, the instant Luo Ho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luo Hoyun and Luo Ho Wang. Luo Ho Wang could no longer speak. Luo Ho Wang tightly held Luo Hoyun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Yun, Luo Hoyun looked at Xiao Qin. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father? I beg you. I beg you." Xiao Qin said in frustration. How could a bona fide 3-vein sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiao Qin handed over the true god flame, would these people dare to kill him, Luo Ho Wang? The Luo Ho clan also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiao Qin feel a little sour. While Luo Hoyun spoke, Luo Ho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiao Qin. There was no need for words. Xiao Qin could tell what Luo Ho Wang wanted to say from Luo Ho Wang's eyes. Luo Ho Wang wanted Xiao Qin to protect Luo Hoyun and let him inherit the true god's inheritance. Xiao Qin did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiao Qin to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luo Ho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now, it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luo Ho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiao Qin's heart. Xiao Qin thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Ruyue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiao Qin thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, the heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luo Ho Wang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, I, Xiao Qin, will help you this once. Xiao Qin nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luo Ho Wang saw Xiao Qin nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luo Ho Wang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then, it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luo Ho Wang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10-odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died yet, still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luo Hoyun hugged Luo Ho Wang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Xiao Chen. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Xiao Chen leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to carry Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luo Ho Yun heard Xiao Chen's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine." Xiao Chen explained. Then, he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luo Ho Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Xiao Chen said, taking off the crown. Xiao Chen received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then, he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luo Ho Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luo Ho royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Xiao Chen felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then, he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then, he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luo Ho Yun's forehead. Before Luo Ho Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Xiao Chen. After giving Luo Ho Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Xiao Chen fulfilled Luo Ho Wang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Xiao Chen into the air. Without needing to look, Xiao Chen knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10-odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then, he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now, the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Xiao Chen, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura king. The Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then, his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Xiao Chen. Lord Feng Sun, he is Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Xiao Chen. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10 odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiao Chen at the same time. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he said, "All of you, withdraw for this Xiao." Xiao Chen grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately, the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10 odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiao Chen was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last. However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph. Let's see what you are up to. The 8th Prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then, he brought out the scarlet moon and charged at Xiao Chen again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiao Chen. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound Heaven Holy Sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen showed such elegance, the profound Heaven Holy Sun sensed danger. If Xiao Chen obtained the true God flame, it would be terrible. As the profound Heaven Holy Sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then, an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, Wenren Yu charged over again in a flash. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, "Wenren Yu. It turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." The mystery was finally revealed. Xiao Chen could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hid himself deeply. Wenren Yu retorted coldly, "So what? After today, you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter? Xiao Chen, we'll settle the score between us today." Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu hated Xiao Chen to the bone. Back at the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan, Mu Yunzhu, and the others got chopped in half by Xiao Chen. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yiksha clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiao Chen. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not panic. He activated his 4th layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Pa! 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 Immediately, heavy snow flew, and thunder crackled. Xiao Chen brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiao Chen. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the Snow God Whip and the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiaochen fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiaochen knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the Snow God Whip, only death awaited him. I need to end this quickly. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded, "Little mixed-blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul." Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luoho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you. Xiaochen's figure flashed as he dodged Wenren Yu and Mu Yunju's attacks. Then, he shook his hand, and the flexible Snow God Whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7-color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. "Your Highness, be careful." It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked this sure-hit attack. Pu Qi. The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiaochen at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range. Sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiaochen roared as he infused his soul energy into the Snow God Whip. The Snow God Whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shock waves spread out. Xiaochen felt that if he continued to use the Snow God Whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. "I'll go all out." Gritting his teeth, Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then, he brandished the Snow God Whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The Snow God Whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator, who had yet to open a divine vein, in half. Pa! 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 Without any care, Xiaochen's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the Snow God Whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic qi came out of the cracks. As the Snow God Whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pu Ci. Cracks appeared in Wenren Yu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenren Yu managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xiaochen held the Snow God Whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenren Yu saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, Wenren Yu quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xiaoqin gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xiaoqin did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xiaoqin stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xiaoqian's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xiaoqin took out the ice-fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then, he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xiaoqin refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xiaoqin had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice-fire lotus platform. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xiaoqin knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xiaoqin, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xiaoqin could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the two terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiaoqin. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiaoqin flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then, he nodded and said, "Sure." Chapter 2198. One move. In the end, Grim Reaper Lin Feng was a hot-blooded man. Back then, before Xiaoqin entered the battlefield, he already had a chance to make a move. Yesterday, when Xiaoqin fought with others, he had many more chances to make a move. However, Lin Feng still did not choose to make a move. He waited until Xiaoqin recovered to his peak and appeared before Xiaoqin. Actually, one could figure it out after thinking about it. This person betrayed the underworld god hall for a woman, destroyed his cultivation, and then started cultivating again. It was hard to say what kind of person Lin Feng was, but he was definitely not a despicable person who liked to sneak attack. The two both had great killing moves. Xiaoqin had the divine grey peony seed that Mu Zifeng gave him, and Lin Feng had the dragon-killing arrow forged by the ghost Ho. deciding the victory in one move was very likely to decide life and death in one move. On the Ice Fire Lotus platform, Xiaochen slowly stood up and activated his alloy battle armor. At the same time, Lin Feng's alloy battle armor also activated. The silver battle armor, coupled with the black death chi, looked somewhat strange. The two did not dare to be careless. Xiaochen had already experienced how horrifying the Death Dao domain was. Back then, when Xiaochen fought the flood dragon human Yan Sangming, he had experienced it. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Similarly, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Xiaochen. This was especially so when the other party had a great killing weapon like the Snow God Whip. However, Xiaochen did not place much hope on the Snow God Whip, as cracks had already appeared on the seven-color stone. It was already impossible for the Snow God Whip to bring out yesterday's might. However, it was still the strongest move that Xiaochen could rely on. It had a miraculous effect on countering the Death Dao domain. The two looked at each other from 50 kilometers away. Before they started fighting, their auras had already started clashing. Xiaochen's three Dao domains layered over each other. Lightning, ice, and saber intent intertwined, merging into every corner of space. The surrounding 50 kilometers looked calm. However, in reality, there were two auras clashing in the air. However, they cancelled each other out, resulting in a silent scene. When the two truly made a move, their Dao domains with divine seals erupted, shaking the ground and mountains. See. SSSSSS. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. He saw strands of black fog spreading out from the ground behind Lin Feng. With one look, he knew that this was the materialization of the Death Dao domain. The mist was so thick that everything behind him seemed to have disappeared. Not even light could penetrate it. A huge black hole appeared, making one's heart palpitate and tremble. They were about to make their move. Xiaochen understood that this was the prelude to Lin Feng's attack. He tightened his grip on the Snow God Whip. Suddenly, without any warning, the two attacked at the same time. Xiaochen activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline and instantly infused most of his divine energy into the divine Great Peony seed in his left hand. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and condensed his divine essence into a bow. The black fog behind him condensed into a huge figure. Like a grim reaper, it also condensed into a bow with great pressure. Fallen peony, fallen petals profusion. Touch of death. Xiaochen shouted as the peony seed in his hands suddenly bloomed. In that instant, the peony blossomed, and countless petals danced in the surroundings. A boundless life force swept out in all directions like a ferocious beast. The instant the peony blossomed, the Snow God Whip gave off a thunderous sound. Then, it turned into a dragon that pierced through the petals and shot towards Lin Feng. The instant Xiaochen attacked, his heart trembled. Fear from his bloodline spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Xiaochen's Great Desolate Aeon bloodline actually panicked. This was a familiar fear. Xiaochen immediately startled to his senses. It was a ghost hoe. This was not an ordinary ghost hoe. It was a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe that a faux god expert had modified using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then, Lin Feng infused his Death Dao domain into it. Now, a dragon-killing arrow was knocked on the bow. Whoosh! That dragon-killing arrow and Xiaochen's Snow God Whip attacked at the same time without any delay. Shock flashed in the two's eyes. They had both underestimated their opponent's trump card. The ghost hoe was the nemesis of the dragon race. However, Xiaochen did not fear an ordinary ghost hoe. However, this dragon-killing arrow had a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe as its foundation. Suiren Ji personally refined it using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then, Lin Feng drove it with his Death Dao domain. Its might had long surpassed Suiren Ji's expectations. Even Suiren Ji had not expected this dragon-killing arrow to have such a horrifying aura when driven with the Death Dao domain. Lin Feng had not expected Xiaochen to take out a peony seed when he attacked either. As the boundless life force swallowed, the force field formed by Lin Feng's Death Dao domain instantly weakened, and its defense plummeted. Pu Ci. The two could not react in time. The moment they attacked, they got hit at the same time. The snow god whip pierced through Lin Feng's alloy battle armor, and the seven-color stone pierced his chest, shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness also suffered severe damage. It dimmed, and his mind trembled. The horrifying saber intent contained in the dragon-killing arrow wreaked havoc in his body, battering the divine energy sea where his dantian was. Xiaochen did not fare well either. The dragon-killing arrow pierced through his chest and turned into a ghost hoe. Then, it rampaged through Lin Feng's body. Finally, it entered Lin Feng's Sea of Consciousness and turned into a horrifying ghost hoe, wanting to swallow up the divine seal. Plop! The two fell to their knees at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. With just one move, the two could no longer continue attacking. They had to focus on dealing with the problems they faced. Xiaochen had to deal with the ghost hoe in his Sea of Consciousness and expel the death qi in his body. Lin Feng had to deal with the saber qi in his Sea of Consciousness and the life force contained in the seven-color stone. To him, that boundless life force was like a great flood or ferocious beast. The two coughed continuously, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. They looked incredibly miserable. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes first. He had the two-star alloy battle armor and the blue dragon divine body. In the end, his recovery and resistance were superior. Pooh! Lin Feng ferociously whipped the snow god whip out of his body. The snow god whip dragged the half-kneeling Lin Feng into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's body bounced up and down a few times before finally falling to the ground weakly. However, he could not move at all. When the two fought, they competed on the trump cards that Mu Zifeng and Sui Ren Ji gave them. No matter how horrifying the ghost hoe was or how it changed, it was still a ghost hoe in the end. Coincidentally, Xiaochen was different from the other dragon race cultivators. He had a strong resistance to the ghost hoe. The other dragon race cultivators would not be able to block this dragon-killing arrow. At this moment, the ghost hoe would devour their souls, and the death qi would corrode their physical bodies. Their souls would be destroyed, their physical bodies would rot, and their Dao would disappear. However, Xiaochen had experienced the ghost hoe several times before. He had even killed the ghost hoe more than once. After the initial fear, he quickly calmed down. However, he still did not feel good. This injury was even more severe than when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors the day before. Xiaochen looked at the motionless Lin Feng, who was barely breathing. Then, he frowned slightly and said, "He can't be dead, right?" Right after Xiaochen spoke, Lin Feng coughed intensely a few times. Then, he struggled to stand up weakly. With one glance, Lin Feng could tell that Xiaochen was in a better state than he was. "You win." Lin Feng's complexion paled. However, the scarier thing was that his pale face still had black veins covering it like a spider web. Lin Feng's face looked like it would explode at any moment, appearing horrified. Xiaochen knew that this was the price of cultivating the Death Dao domain. The pain would be indescribable with words. Whoosh! Lin Feng gritted his teeth with much difficulty. As he looked at Xiaochen, he ferociously waved his hand. Then, the death qi in Xiaochen's body was continuously sucked into his palm. Whoosh! Phew! Phew! Xiaochen immediately felt much better. This Lin Feng was willing to admit defeat. He said one move, and he meant it. If he lost in one move, the grudge would be over. Unfortunately, Xiaochen could not help Lin Feng. The life force contained in the snow god whip was materialized from the divine grade peony. He could not retrieve it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to say something, several figures suddenly arrived in the air. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked over and saw a group of abyssal underworld cultivators wearing underworld god guard uniforms charging over. The 8th Prince Li Yun seemed to be among them. When Xiao Qin clearly saw the faces of the two leaders, his expression changed again. It was Yan Sangming and the deranged Jin Yuan. Xiao Qin chopped Yan Sangming into pieces with one saber strike, but he did not die. Not only did Yan Sangming not die, but he even seemed to have obtained an opportunity and became an underworld god guard. Li Yun, was it that bastard who lured him here? A murderous intent immediately surged in Xiao Chen's heart. Given his and Lin Feng's current states, they could not fight at all. Someone is coming. Let's go. Xiao Qin had always been decisive. Without overthinking, his figure flashed and landed beside Lin Feng, preparing to leave with him. Whoosh! 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 However, it was too late. With a few flashes, Yan Sangming and the others blocked Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Just as Yan Sangming was about to say something, his gaze landed on Lin Feng. This stunned him, and shock flashed in his eyes. After a while, he muttered, "First senior brother, I thought you already died." Chapter 2199. First senior brother, I thought you were already dead. Yan Sangming's words stunned Xiao Qin slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng, whom he was supporting. What's going on? To think that these two were actually senior brothers. Based on Yan Sangming's gaze, it seemed like they once had a deep connection. Yan Sangming's usually cold and emotionless face appeared somewhat dazed. It was like he was immersed in some memories, unable to extricate himself. Why are you in a daze? I called you over to kill this fellow. My dynasty's sacred tool is still in his hands. Yan Sangming, why are you still not making a move? When he saw Yan Sangming in a daze, he said somewhat impatiently, the 8th Prince Li Yun got angry when he saw Xiao Chen. Yan Sangming did not seem to hear Li Yun, remaining unmoved. He only stared at Lin Feng and the alloy battle armor Lin Feng wore. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Yan Sangming. When he saw the underworld god guard uniform, he felt slightly stunned. Congratulations. In the past, you have always wanted to join the underworld god guard. Now, your wish has finally been fulfilled. Now, you finally got your wish, the pale Lin Feng sighed softly, his tone somewhat mocking. Yan Sangming said indifferently, indeed. Back then, I wanted to be like first senior brother, to join the underworld god hall and become an underworld god guard. My first senior brother was the hero of the flood dragon humans, the disciple that master was the proudest of. He was the first flood dragon human to become an underworld god guard, the person I admired the most back then. At this point, the complicated expression in Yan Sangming's eyes slowly faded, turning cold again. You are not my first senior brother. My first senior brother is already dead. He absolutely would not wear the Heavenly Alliance's alloy battle armor. All the more, he would not support a mixed blood dragon. Back then, he swore to lead the flood dragon humans back to the divine dragon empire, the hero. Yan Sangming's voice grew increasingly softer. As he spoke, the murderous intent coming from him intensified. Yan Sangming turned back into that cold and emotionless Yan Sangming, who could endure humiliation and bear a heavy burden. Compared to Lin Feng, Yan Sangming was more suitable to be called the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng, no matter what method you use, delay him for another minute. I just need 1 minute. Otherwise, we will both die here. Xiao Qin was not interested in the grudges between these two senior brothers. Right now, he only wanted to live. Under the current situation, not to mention Yan Sangming, just Jin Yuan alone was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Furthermore, there were several underworld god guards and Li Yun here. Although they were not in desperate straits, they were not far from it. Lin Feng thought for a while before nodding in the end. Then, he looked at Yan Sangming and said, 2 months ago, I went to junior sister's grave. Thank you for your care and worship over the years. Her spirit in heaven should be very happy that little junior brother from back then has grown into a man now. Yan Sangming paused for a moment. The murderous intent that he gathered vanished, and pain and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Now! Shao Chen shouted ferociously and drew the tyrant saber on his back. Then, he executed the fiendish saber's first move, all things rejoicing together. In that instant, the final blood battlefield for 500,000 kilometers around seemed to come to life. The mountains and rivers were shaking, and the ancient departed spirits were roaring. Every inch of land and every inch of light and shadow turned into a fiend, turning into the saber intent in Shao Chen's heart. The instant Shao Chen drew the tyrant saber, the entire world seemed to come to life. The instant the saber light left the scabbard, it turned into a saber hum that sounded like a peerless zither. It reverberated in all directions in this boundless battlefield. It sang loudly in the howling wind, rejoicing with all things in this immortal final blood battlefield filled with demonic creatures. The green mountains were the green mountains, the white clouds were the white clouds, all things had spirits, all things were fiends. What was a fiend? All things rejoiced together. The world turned silent. In the next moment, the vast battlefield and 500,000 kilometers of desolate plains rejoiced together with Shao Chen. Boundless saber lights burst out from the dark clouds in the sky, bursting out from the vast desolate plains. Aside from Shao Chen and Lin Feng, countless saber lights shot towards Yan Sangming and the others. Immediately, it looked like the sky fell and the ground cracked. Resplendent saber lights lit up the entire battlefield. This startled Yan Sangming and the other underworld god guards. They all made their moves to block the boundless saber lights. Dang! 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 Amid the chaos, the underworld god guards could not even take care of themselves. So, Shao Chen carried Lin Feng and leaped high into the air. As Shao Chen leaped over the sky and landed, a bewitching red light shot out, catching Shao Chen and Lin Feng. Then, they quickly flew far away. This was the demon blood vulture that had left and returned. It came at the right time at the crucial moment. Pu Ci. The moment Shao Chen landed on the demon blood vulture's back, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Executing all things rejoicing together in a severely injured state, Shao Chen really did not care about his life. However, in the earlier situation, Shao Chen had no other choice. He had to fight for a chance of survival. The saber chi materialized by all things rejoicing together flustered the underworld god guards. The saber chi pierced through the weaker underworld god guards, leaving them in miserable states. By the time everything calmed down, the surroundings had already changed. The terrain had changed. This all things rejoicing together had turned space into an unrecognizable mess. Damn it! Yan Sangming, why did you not make a move earlier? Why were you in a freaking daze? The 8th Prince Li Yun raged. He pointed at Yan Sangming and cursed. Yan Sangming simply could not stand wasting such a good opportunity on his grandson. How could he endure this? Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the saber chi, so he could not help but feel even angrier. Bang! However, before he could finish cursing, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yun. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a kick. After landing on the ground, that foot stomped heavily on his face. The one who attacked was Jin Yuan, the demonic blade. Yan Sangming looked indifferently and said calmly, "Let him go." Pa! Jin Yuan did not hold back. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sent the other party flying again. After a few ups and downs, Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at Yan Sangming and the other underworld god guards in a somewhat sorry state. He discovered that these people were all looking at him expressionlessly. Their calm expressions made him feel somewhat afraid. "You, what do you want to do?" "Yan Sangming, don't forget our agreement. Previously, you reneged on it, not helping me deal with Luo Ho Wang. That was already too much. Are you rebelling now?" Li Yun asked with a somewhat trembling voice, feeling fear for some reason. "Agreement? What agreement?" "I have an agreement with your first brother. He told me to take care of you and not to die in this final blood battlefield, embarrassing the Xuewu dynasty. Yen Sangming revealed a smile as he spoke with some mockery. What? This stupefied Li Yun. It was like a bolt from the blue, rendering him speechless for a long time. Li Yun came to the final blood battlefield to obtain the ancient demonic sovereign true god flame so that he could make a comeback and fight for the throne with his first brother. When Li Yun suddenly heard Yen Sangming's words, the horror in his heart was easy to imagine. It turned out that his first brother had anticipated Li Yun's every move. Furthermore, his first brother had even sent Yen Sangming to watch him. Yen Sangming said softly, "So, don't overthink. The underworld god guards did not come to the final blood battlefield to be your helper. If not for your first brother's instructions, I would not have bothered with you. Now, scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't appear before me again." Li Yun was at a loss. However, when he saw the cold gaze in Yen Sangming's eyes, he suddenly felt that Yen Sangming's emotions seemed somewhat unstable. Yen Sangming was not joking. If Li Yun did not leave now, he might not be able to. Li Yun used his hands and feet to crawl to his feet, fleeing in a fluster. However, after taking a few steps, a roar from hell suddenly erupted from behind. When Li Yun looked back, the entire world immediately turned dark. The black mysteries of death lingered, looking like a ferocious beast from hell opening its mouth and swallowing Li Yun up. Amid the miserable shriek, Li Yun roared, "Yen Sangming! Yen Sangming, you did not keep your word." Then, Li Yun's voice grew softer and softer until the death chi swallowed up all his life force, turning him into a dried-up corpse. "When did I say that I would not kill you? Idiot!" Yen Sangming snorted coldly. However, the cold chi from his body did not weaken by much. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, knew that Yen Sangming had purposely let Xiao Chen and Lin Feng go earlier. In the end, Zhen Yuan could not steel himself to truly kill his first senior brother. However, Yen Sangming had already become the Yen Sangming that Zhen Yuan knew. From now on, Zhen Yuan would no longer have any worries. Yen Sangming's earlier benevolence meant that Yen Sangming had made a clean break with the past, no longer having any ties to it. From now on, the past would become the norm. As for Li Yun, it was purely because Yen Sangming had nowhere to vent the pain and depression in his heart. Furthermore, he sought death himself, so he vented it all on Yen Sangming. If Li Yun died, so be it. He would just treat it as a gift to his first brother. "Senior brother Yen, should we continue searching for the ethereal immortal palace key or chase after the traitor Lin Feng?" An underworld god guard asked softly after stepping forward. Yen Sangming replied seriously, "We must kill the traitor Lin Feng. Both of them are injured and cannot go far. Bring over the underworld god guards keeping an eye on the universe origin sect and the profound heaven holy land. Search the entire final blood battlefield and find these two." Yes. Chapter 2200. When the blood moon set, the entire final blood battlefield plunged into absolute darkness. Speaking of which, it was strange. The abyssal underworld only had some light at night, when the blood moon appeared. On the contrary, it was always dusky during the day. As for the final blood battlefield, it was pitch black during the day. Even spiritual sense was restricted by the complicated environment of the battlefield. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. After flying for half a day, it had to stop. The demon blood vulture had to stop. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng could no longer hold on and needed to recuperate. What the two lacked was time. Even with their peak strength, they might not be able to block the underworld god guard's attacks. However, if they did not recover from their injuries, they would not have any chance to leave. Only death awaited them. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture landed, and the two landed one after another. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Feng and handed the ice-fire lotus platform to him. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Use it yourself. You forcefully executed a killing move. Your injuries are no lighter than mine." Xiao Chen said softly, "You are overthinking. Perhaps my Dao domain is not as good as yours, but my physical body is much stronger." My injuries will definitely recover faster than yours. Lin Feng thought for a while and did not refuse. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ice-fire lotus platform and started to treat his injuries. The final blood battlefield was not peaceful in the darkness. Demonic creatures ran amok, and corpses littered the ground. The demon blood vulture roamed the surroundings, protecting the two. Circulating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to absorb the surrounding demonic chi to heal in the final blood battlefield would definitely be faster than the 10,000 dragons art. With a thought, Xiaoqin circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. His body immediately became like a funnel, frantically absorbing the surrounding demonic chi. As Xiaoqin circulated his cultivation technique, a huge demonic cloud bird image slowly appeared, encasing Xiaoqin. This demonic cloud bird, a great desolate and ferocious beast, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the surroundings, looking like it wanted to swallow up the world. Xiaoqin's divine energy recovered quickly. Now, he was one with the demonic and divine. Whether it was demonic chi or spiritual energy, it would eventually turn into primal chaos veritable essence energy. After that, he could manifest spiritual energy and demonic chi divine energy as he pleased, merging them into one. There was no distinction between righteous and demonic. To put it simply, how much devil chi divine essence there was how much spirit chi divine essence there was. The two were one, and they were each other's shadow. 2 hours later, Xiaoqin opened his eyes. His injuries were already half healed. Xiaoqin's internal organs had all healed. Only his divine seal and soul were still somewhat dim. Unfortunately, this place was not peaceful. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to continue refining the divine fire of the ancient demon monarch. However, once the process of refining the divinity flame was interrupted, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, giving him a chance to have a fair fight with him. On the ice-fire lotus platform, Lin Feng opened his eyes at the same time. With the help of the ice-fire lotus platform, his complexion looked much better in just 4 hours. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In reality, there was not much color on his face, but the black aura that resembled a spider web had already disappeared. Neither of them were talkative people. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, not saying anything. Then, they each did their own things. Xiaoqin took out a bottle of burning moon and leaned against a rock to taste it alone. After Xiaoqin finished the wine in the bottle, it was time to continue. The longer he stayed in the final blood battlefield, the more danger he would face. Lin Feng casually lay on the ground, toying with an exquisite mirror box. He rubbed it repeatedly with a gentle gaze. When Xiaoqin glanced at it, he nearly vomited the wine in his mouth. Lin Feng's current expression was too different from his usual stern expression. The strong contrast between this and the way he rubbed the mirror box looked like he was caressing a young girl's hand. Honestly speaking, Xiaoqin felt that Lin Feng looked like a pervert. After taking only one glance, Xiaoqin looked away. If he took a few more glances, he might really vomit the wine in his mouth. Xiaoqin took out the snow god whip. The dart head made of 7-color stone already had many cracks. When he removed the dart head, it immediately lost its divine nature. Xiaoqin shook his head and sighed softly. No wonder Luoho Wang treated it as an ornament. The Heavenly Alliance's holy relic had lost too much of its divine nature over time. Furthermore, Hua Tianyang had used it too often back then, so it had probably overdrawn. Otherwise, the dart head would not have fallen off. Now that Xiaoqin used it, it could be considered to have used up the last of its power. It might just be trash. Hua Tianyang probably would not be too happy about sending it back. The 7-color stone was no longer comparable to the one from back then. After Xiaoqin finished the wine in the bottle, he shook it a few times. When he confirmed that there was nothing left, he stood up to leave. However, he discovered that Lin Feng was still doing the same thing. Xiaoqin found this somewhat strange. He walked over and asked, "What is in this box?" Lin Feng startled awake and sat up. Then, he said softly, "This is the token of love that my junior sister gave me back then." "What is it?" Junior sister said that it was her most precious thing. "She handed it to me and told me to take good care of it, to treat it well forever. You still have not told me what is in it." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is, either." Since junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, then it is definitely the most precious thing. I could not bear to open it. After she passed away, I could not bear to open it. What if I opened it and it was gone? Xiaoqin felt somewhat confused. In the end, he did not even know what it was, yet he had been touching it for so long. "I did not misunderstand you. You are indeed a monster." However, Xiaoqian's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what was in it. "Let's open it and take a look." Lin Feng said seriously, "There is no need. Junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, so it is definitely the most precious thing. I will know without opening it." This fellow is really infatuated, Xiaoqin thought. He could not help feeling some admiration for Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew into a rage for his lover, betraying the underworld god hall and crippling his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Then, he restarted his cultivation with a righteous Dao cultivation technique. All for one thought, to charge back and take revenge for her. Sometimes, when Xiaoqin thought about it, Yan Sangming was right. Lin Feng's first senior brother was indeed dead. After the person he loved the most died, he no longer had a first senior brother. Such a person lived only for his obsession. Once that obsession was fulfilled, there might be no more meaning in living. After taking revenge, Lin Feng would probably choose to commit suicide to accompany his junior sister, no longer longing for anything in the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to open it, Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, "Perhaps she wants to say something to you in this mirror box. Think about it. Your junior sister's words are definitely very important. She definitely wants you to know. You have been unwilling to open it all these years. Isn't that because you are not willing to see what your junior sister wants to say to you?" Lin Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Xiaoqin said made sense. Lin Feng's expression changed somewhat, but he still felt some doubts. Xiaoqin continued, "Open it. Perhaps the two of us will not be able to leave this final blood battlefield alive. At that time, it will be a lifetime of regret." Xiaoqin was right. No matter what, this was the Abyssal Underworld's territory. Two Heavenly Alliance members had appeared and had a grudge with Yan Sangming. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be for them to leave. Originally, Xiaoqin had not expected to expose his identity during the mission and face so many twists and turns. Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji probably would not have expected this either. All the more, they would not have guessed that Xiaoqin and Lin Feng would work together to flee. Xiaoqian's words thoroughly moved Lin Feng. At this moment, his survival was uncertain. The underworld god guards might catch up at any moment. If Lin Feng died, it would be as Xiaoqin said, a lifetime of regret. Ka! When the mirror box opened, Xiaoqin and Lin Feng were somewhat stunned. This was especially so for Lin Feng. He stared at the mirror box for a while before saying, "A mirror? How can it be a mirror?" Unexpectedly, when he opened the mirror box, there was nothing but a mirror in it. A confused Lin Feng appeared in the mirror. His pale complexion, the grief in his eyes, the stubbornness hidden in the depths of his eyes, the helplessness of living like a walking corpse, and the pain he suffered over the years all appeared clearly on that face in the mirror. Lin Feng felt somewhat stunned. "This is me. Ka Xie." As Lin Feng felt confused, a crisp sound came from the mirror. The mirror cracked, and a drop of blood seeped out. The blood slowly dripped out like a tear, looking extremely strange. What happened? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Then, he looked at Xiaoqin angrily and said, "I told you not to open it, but you insisted on making me open it. Now, it's really gone." Xiaoqin felt that something was strange. He looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "Are you trying to kill me with that look in your eyes? Don't think too much about it. My injuries are lighter than yours. The one who will die will be you." Humph. Although his words were harsh, they were the truth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and ignored Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said softly, "This mirror is a little strange. Let me take a look." Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen took it over and blocked Lin Feng, who was about to snatch it back, with one hand. With the other, he held the mirror box and examined it carefully. "So, that is the case." This mirror reminded Xiao Chen of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket. However, this mirror did not have that many special tricks. What was special about it was that it could feel the emotions of the person in the mirror and make a decision. Just as Lin Feng was about to explode, Xiao Chen returned the mirror box to him. "I understand now. This mirror is indeed strange. It can feel your emotions and react accordingly." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Chen said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can smile at the mirror. If I guess right, the mirror should slowly heal." Lin Feng felt suspicious. As he looked at the bleeding mirror, he entered deep thought without saying anything. After a while, he said, "I can't smile." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Getting him to smile was even harder than ascending to heaven. "I got it. Watch me. Look at the mirror and don't move. That's right. That's it." Xiao Chen walked over to Lin Feng's side and placed his right hand on Lin Feng's mouth. Then, he pushed up and forced out a smile. It had to be said that this forced smile was uglier than crying. However, something strange happened. It was as Xiao Chen said. The mirror slowly healed, and the flowing blood vanished. Xiao Chen lowered his hand, and Lin Feng's face turned lifeless and cold again. The mirror immediately stopped healing, and the cracks started spreading. "Do you understand now? This is your junior sister's most proper item. What is the most precious? The person in the mirror is the most precious to her. Didn't you swear to charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire? This is clearly sending yourself to death. Your junior sister did not say it, but she understood it in her heart. That's why she gave you this mirror. She hoped that you could understand that all she cared about was you. She wanted you to live, wanted you to be happy, wanted you to be happy. She would be like this mirror, watching you forever." As Xiao Chen spoke, he found himself unable to continue. Perhaps back then, his junior sister already knew that the Underworld God Hall's Vice Hall Master would kill her as a cultivation furnace. She also knew that Lin Feng would disregard everything and fall out with the Underworld God Hall for her. Hence, when she was alive, she gave this mirror to Lin Feng to let him understand her feelings. "I don't want you to become the hero of the Flood Dragon humans. I don't want you to be infatuated with me. I only hope that you can live and smile when you are free. That's all. That's all." However, Lin Feng was destined to be a hero. He was destined to never be able to smile. There were infatuated people in the world. Xiao Chen thought of himself. What about me? Am I infatuated? Chapter 2201. Junior sister Lin Feng's infatuation reminded Xiao Chen of his own emotional wounds, making him feel somewhat helpless. It was easy to criticize others, but it was hard to see oneself clearly. Xiao Chen shook his head, not bothering with this matter. The night was long, and he was not in the mood to continue traveling. After rummaging around in his storage ring, Xiao Chen found the pipa that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King once left behind. This was a medial-grade soul tool. Xiao Chen had intended to give it to his little martial nephew to use as a token of love for the headliner Ling Long. Xiao Chen recalled that his little martial nephew had a 5-year agreement with the headliner Ling Long many years ago. Now, it had been 10 years since he parted with his little martial nephew. Xiao Chen wondered how his little martial nephew was doing since he went to keep the appointment. It was all because of love and helplessness. Xiao Chen casually strummed the pipa, unable to vent his emotions. The sound of his saber being drawn rivaled the most wondrous zither music in the world. However, Xiao Chen was not good at music. Even though he had a powerful instrument, he could not play a complete tune. He could only casually play a seemingly unrelated tune in this boundless night. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! However, the pipa in Xiao Chen's hand was a medial-grade soul tool. Even though Xiao Chen was not good at music, the pipa was connected to his heart. The tune he played was what he thought and longed for in his heart, which was surprisingly pleasant to the ear. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing water splashing rocks. It was pleasing to the ear, containing a trace of sorrow and helplessness. There was also a trace of longing gathered at his fingertip, turning into a clear sound that lingered endlessly in an empty valley. In the boundless night of the final blood battlefield, which had existed since ancient times, two men, one played the pipa in a comical manner, his movements jerky and inelegant. The other was even more comical, doing his best to squeeze out a smile in the mirror, trying to repair the broken mirror and stop it from dripping blood. Suddenly, the pipa music stopped. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a sharp light on his face, illuminating the dark night. Lin Feng put away the mirror box. His face filled with coldness and sternness. One for each? Xiao Chen suggested to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh! The two turned into beams of light, moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were each 50,000 kilometers away. Before the two underworld god guards, who had followed the pipa music, could react, they were startled by Xiao Chen and Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng would not be able to fight for long in their current states. In Xiao Chen and Feng's underworld Chen and Feng, the underworld Lin Feng and Lin Feng could not last for long. This Xiao Chen's king. Xiao Chen, your head is worth an inferior grade soul tool to the Rakshasa race. Xiao Feng of Chen of. With Lin Chen back, Xiao Chen. When he Chen to the Lin. Chen shock. When he Feng, when, Chen for Chen had Tian. Xiao. Ling, Chen to say, to, he, Chen, to, he. Chen, in. Back then, Xiao Chen had not even reached sovereign personage, so one could easily imagine the shock it caused. Xiao Chen asked softly, is it that valuable? However, I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to take it. Humph. Is that so? The spirit Chen smiled coldly. Then, he grasped the bone spike in his left shoulder with his right hand. Then, he pulled hard, and a white bone sword came out of his body. The sword intent surrounding the bone sword was connected to the spirit Chen's mind, flesh, and blood. Using the bone as the sword and the body as the scabbard. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the sword. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the Rakshasa race were very strange. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Rakshasa race's sword Dao seemed to have some similarities to his flawless saber Dao. However, the spirit Chen was even more extreme. He directly refined his shoulder bone into a sword and fed it with his flesh, blood, and soul. His cultivation, Dao domain, cultivation technique, martial technique, and even his divine seal were all in this bone sword. Take this. The spirit Chen thrust his sword forward. Just this strike alone caused the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The sword move was like a ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. Now, it easily crushed the tall mountains and the ground, unblockable. Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not have time to exchange pointers with you. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He felt interested in this Rakshasa race's sword Dao. If Xiao Chen had time, he could use his flawless saber Dao to exchange pointers with the other party. However, now was not the time. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. When facing the overwhelming mysterious phenomenon materialized by this sword move, Xiao Chen countered in an even more berserk manner, drawing the tyrant saber. a supreme killing Buddha image appeared. That killing Buddha was 30 kilometers tall, looking down on the world. Its expression was as cold as ice, emotionless and devoid of desires. Only its Buddhist might shook the surroundings. Buddha is merciful. Bang! The killing Buddha ferociously pushed its palms forward, and the middle-aged Rakshasa race's attack instantly crumbled. Just as the Rakshasa race was about to make a move, Shaochen roared ferociously. With the support of his divine seal, the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao spread out layer by layer. 3 Dao domains. The 4th layer of the Thunder Dao domain. The middle-aged Rakshasa cultivator's expression instantly turned grave, and the bone sword in his hand flew out and stabbed forward. Beams of sword light turned into resplendent black light. In an instant, they poked thousands of holes in Shaochen's Dao domain. What a sharp sword! Naturally, Shaochen would not let the Rakshasa race continue as he pleased. With a flick of his finger, he sent out a raindrop. What is a fiend? Water droplet breaking the firmament. The second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, a raindrop, instantly struck the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor. Boom! Boundless saber light tore apart the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor's flesh, clothes, and armor, leaving only a skeleton. Die for me. Shaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques entering hell while carrying the might of his 3rd layer Dao domain. The saber light turned into a dragon, turning into a world-destroying dragon that roared ferociously from hell. Then, it struck the skeleton. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The skeleton immediately shattered into pieces. A flash of white light wrapped around the shattered bone sword as it frantically fled far away. Shaochen sheathed his saber and did not give chase. It would be very difficult to truly kill a sovereign emperor. As Shaochen thought this, he heard a miserable shriek from the other side. It came from the other underworld god guard. Lin Feng's death Dao domain eroded away all the life force of the underworld god guard, causing it to die powerlessly. Shaochen was flabbergasted. Then, he thought to himself, of course, even a sovereign emperor would be wise not to offend a madman who grasped the death Dao domain. Whoosh! After dealing with their opponents, the two soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, they flew quickly through the night. The two spent the remaining days dodging the pursuit of the underworld god guards. To sovereign emperors, the final blood battlefield was not very vast. However, they could not break out of it. The two fought with the pursuers practically every day and night. Furthermore, they did not dare to linger. Once they were delayed, the underworld god guards would surround them and attack them. At that time, only death awaited them. This was how miserable it was to be in someone else's territory. If they were in the central great realm, given the heavenly alliance's strength, they would not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld was the underworld god hall's main camp. Once the underworld god guards targeted them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Shaochen would be fine. Actually, he could use the divine universe steel to return to the blue dragon's old lands and shake off the pursuers. However, if he did that, he would have to abandon Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Shaochen decided that there was no need to use the divine universe steel unless he was truly in dire straits. However, it was not all bad news. After half a month, the two recovered 80% of their injuries. While they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. As long as they did not get surrounded by more than 10 underworld god guards, they would not be in danger of getting delayed. Touch of Death. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, in the mortal realm. When Shaochen and Lin Feng knocked back the underworld god guards chasing them again, they showed strange expressions. Shaochen, did you notice that, aside from the underworld god guards fighting at full power at the start, something happened later? These underworld god guards only want to trap us in the final blood battlefield and are not in a rush to surround and kill us. Lin Feng voiced the doubts in his heart as he looked at Shaochen. Shaochen nodded slightly. However, he could not understand what was going on. The two could feel it. In the first 7 days, the underworld god guards followed them like shadows, not giving the two time to catch their breaths. The underworld god guards looked like they wanted to kill Xiao Chen and Lin Feng, not stopping until they were dead. However, something happened. Suddenly, they felt that the underworld god guards' pursuit weakened significantly. However, they chased but did not fight. It seemed like they only wanted to delay the two in the final blood battlefield. After they dealt with other matters, they would surround and kill Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Say, do you think it is possible that the underworld god guard's target was not us or even the ancient demonic sovereign corpse from the start? Think about it. If they cared about the ancient demonic sovereign corpse, why did they not appear when Luoho Wang made a move? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He continued, that must be the case. Back then, I saw Li Yun cursing and saying that someone betrayed him. Now that I think about it, this group of underworld god guards must have made an appointment with him but did not show up. Lin Feng said after some thought, the underworld god guards rarely interfere in these matters. When they move out, they usually target the righteous Dao cultivators and the righteous Dao super factions. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The righteous Dao faction? Is it the Profound Gate's Holy Son, Wenren Yu's group? Is it possible that this group of people's target is not the ancient demonic sovereign corpse either? Thinking about it, a group of righteous Dao factions does not have much desire for the demonic sovereign corpse. They might just be taking advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. The two of us are confused. Why are we guessing? We only need to know that the underworld god guard's main target is not the two of us. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, since that is the case, we will not leave. We will use this opportunity to recover our strength to our peak in one go. If I refine that divine nature flame, it might be possible for me to break through to one vein sovereign emperor. When Xiao Chen gained the strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor and Lin Feng recovered to his peak, they could break through the seal and charge out of the final blood battlefield. Lin Feng said softly, if I refine the life force of the divine grade peony, I might be able to break through as well. Your death great Dao can refine life force? Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. Lin Feng nodded. The strongest poison is the best tonic. As long as one can endure the pain and fear of life and death, you can also refine the death great Dao. As long as you are willing, I can teach you the method to help you grasp the death great Dao. Xiao Chen felt tempted for a moment. However, he chose to give up in the blink of an eye. Based on Lin Feng's appearance when he suffered the rebound, he could easily imagine the pain. It was not as easy as Lin Feng made it out to be. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the Cycle Dao, which was even stronger than the Death Great Dao. However, it was harder to cultivate. We will talk about this matter later. Right now, let's find a quiet place to make our breakthroughs. Let the demon blood vulture protect us. Chapter 2202. After some speculation, they concluded that something had changed with the underworld god guards and that they had changed targets. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng decisively chose to enter closed-door cultivation to break through without hesitation. This opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it and the underworld god guards recovered their wits, they would be trapped in this final blood battlefield forever. Xiao Chen chose to refine the divine nature flame, and Lin Feng chose the divine grade peony's life force. He wanted to make a breakthrough while lingering between life and death. Comparing the two, Xiao Chen was much safer than Lin Feng. He only needed to refine the divine nature flame. Lin Feng had to risk the rebound of his life force. If he could not endure it, the consequences would be dire. Choosing the Death Dao domain required an unimaginable price. However, it was nothing special to Lin Feng. Above the ice-fire lotus platform, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and circulated his energy with his eyes closed, using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to refine the divine nature flame. Back then, Xiaoqin had absorbed only a tenth of the divine nature flame left by an ancient demonic sovereign, allowing him to recover from his injuries and return to his peak. If Xiaoqin could absorb all of it, he would be filled with anticipation. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? In the soul pool, the divine flame filled the entire soul sea. The black flame was burning fiercely. As far as the eye could see, the entire soul pool was filled with this divine flame. The blue dragon divine seal in the center of Xiaoqian's soul sea frantically absorbed this black flame. Time passed. Soon, one day and night passed. In his soul pool, Xiaoqian's blue dragon divine seal flickered with light as the divine nature flame absorbed it. Xiaoqian sat cross-legged on the ice fire lotus platform with his eyes closed, appearing very holy. Specks of holy light appeared around him, as if he was bathing in a celestial rain. The sun and moon behind him shone together, looking very wondrous. Xiaoqian could clearly feel his soul energy growing at a horrifying rate, continuously climbing. Boom! The blue dragon divine seal in Xiaoqian's soul pool flickered with light before exploding. The scattered soul pool quickly regathered and formed a brand new divine seal. A halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal, bathing the entire divine seal in divine light. Before Xiaoqian's divine energy broke through, his soul energy already reached the level of a one-vein sovereign emperor. Xiaoqian was overjoyed. There was still half of the ancient demon sovereign's divine nature flame left to be absorbed. This was just the beginning. Indeed, 2 days later, Xiaoqian's soul energy broke through again, reaching two-vein sovereign emperor. An even larger divine vein halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal. Bathed in the 2 layers of divine vein halo, Xiaoqian's body trembled. He could clearly feel that the power of the divine seal was no longer the same as before. The greatest difference between a sovereign emperor and a human monarch was that aside from divine energy, their divine seals could be infused into their Tao domains. With the support of the divine seal, the Tao domain was like it had blood, flesh, and soul. Its might was completely different. Even now, Xiaoqian possessed the soul energy of a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even if his cultivation was lacking, he would not fear a two-vein sovereign emperor in a clash of Tao domains. Of course, this wasn't the end, because there was still a third of the divinity flame remaining. The last third was the essence of the ancient demonic king, a real god expert's divine fire. Whether Xiaoqian could break through or not depended on this. After another 3 days, the 10,000 dragon images on the divine energy sea under Xiaoqian's dantian suddenly gave off a bright golden light. The dragon images turned into beams of divine light and charged out of the divine energy sea, continuously crashing into each other. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiaoqian's body no longer had an ordinary body. He had already shed his mortal body. The divine veins in Xiaoqian's body waited to be opened. Once they were opened, his divine energy could circulate unobstructed. The divine veins would no longer be controlled by the meridians but by the stronger divine veins. Bang! 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 As the 10,000 beams of divine light continuously charged, the bottleneck Xiaoqian held started to loosen. Since entering the Heavenly Alliance for more than a year, Xiaoqian had been making preparations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to open a divine vein within 3 years. Now that Xiaoqian obtained the divine nature flame and his soul energy soared, it also stimulated his cultivation. This was a form of reciprocation. It was like how a person's spirit would improve after their body recovered. When the soul grew stronger, it would also nourish the physical body. Essence, qi, and spirit became one, influencing each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoqian frantically tried to break through his bottleneck. This time, Xiaoqian was determined to succeed. He was very confident in himself. Xiaoqian tried again and failed again and again. With each failure, he suffered great pain. However, Xiaoqian did not care. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted and did not give up, there would be a result. Boom! Xiaoqian did not know how many times he failed, so many that he could not even remember. Then, he heard an explosion in his divine energy sea. It seemed like a brand new door opened in his physical body. A divine vein opened from the dantian to the heart, then to the forehead. Finally, it connected to the soul pool and the divine seal. Good things came in pairs. Just as Xiaochen felt confused, his soul energy broke through again. Another ring of light appeared under the blue dragon divine seal. His soul energy now reached the level of a three-veined sovereign emperor. Xiaochen opened his eyes. However, he did not show joy in them. Instead, he appeared somewhat confused. Breaking through to one-veined sovereign emperor was understandable. Xiaochen had been preparing for this for a year. Furthermore, he cultivated two powerful cultivation techniques, the 10,000 Dragons art and the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Even without this divine nature flame, breaking through would have been a matter of time. What confused Xiaochen was that his soul energy had increased so quickly. In a mere 7 days, he had reached three-veined sovereign emperor. This was an incredible progress. In reality, Xiaochen had somewhat underestimated the divine nature flame. This was the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign's true body. It was not as simple as Xiaochen thought. However, the true reason was Xiaochen's body. The Thunder Cliff Tree, a 100,000-year-old herb king, that he had consumed and refined in the faux god world long ago, already had terrifying accumulations. Many medicinal properties had settled in his body, not being activated. That was a natural treasure that tempted even faux gods. The benefits it brought far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Furthermore, Xiaochen's soul energy accumulations were very strong, resulting in such a horrifying increase in his soul energy. If it was anyone else, even if they refined the flames of divinity, only their soul energy and cultivation would increase by 1 element each. If it were a three-veined sovereign emperor or above, the effects would be significantly reduced after refining it. It would be unknown whether they could break through or not. This is still somewhat terrifying. I need to consolidate my strength. Xiaochen could not figure out the reason. After calmly analyzing it, he felt that advancing his soul energy too easily might not be a good thing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely rejoice. However, Xiaochen had his own plans. How could he limit his vision to that of a three-veined sovereign emperor? He considered even further. Xiaochen imagined his opponents to be the experts of the entire Great Thousand Realms, the entire martial epoch. He was no longer the Xiaochen of the past. Xiaochen leaped down from the lotus platform and stretched his body. With a thought, he felt his divine energy sea surge with strong waves. The surging divine energy gathered in his palm through his divine veins. What was even more miraculous was that this divine energy already contained his Tao domain and soul energy. That divine vein connected the nodes of his divine energy, divine seal, and physical body, merging the three into one. Now, Xiaochen truly entered the sovereign emperor realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a sharp light turn into a surging aura pressing over from the side. Xiaochen turned around and looked over. That surging aura instantly became like mud falling into the sea before him, vanishing into nothing. It was Lin Feng, who had broken through at this moment, successfully advancing to one-veined sovereign emperor. Lin Feng opened his eyes and happened to meet Xiaochen's gaze. He immediately felt immense pressure, feeling like he was weaker than the other party from the depths of his soul. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why does he give me such immense pressure? Shock appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. You broke through? Xiaochen asked softly as he walked over. Lin Feng nodded and stared at Xiaochen for a while. Then, he said, you seem to be somewhat different. Xiaochen did not deny it. His soul energy had reached three-veined sovereign emperor. Even if Xiaochen did not do it on purpose, Lin Feng could feel the pressure. It was just like when Xiaochen faced Luoho Wang back then. When Luoho Wang stood beside Luoho Wang, Lin Feng could feel the pressure unless Luoho Wang purposely withdrew his soul energy. However, doing so was very tiring. It was like pretending to be thin despite being a fatso. Reaching 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy was still somewhat exaggerated. Xiaoqin did not intend to tell Lin Feng. He nodded and said, "Yes, the divine nature flame is even more extraordinary than I imagined." Lin Feng understood. So, that was the case. Then, he said, "That is natural. After all, you are an ancient demonic sovereign, a bona fide true god. Congratulations." Xiaoqin nodded slightly, and confidence appeared in his eyes. "It looks like we guessed right. The underworld god guards do indeed have a new target and have no time to care about us. However, with our current strength, even if we walk out openly, we do not have to worry about them surrounding us." Whoosh! With their strength improving, the two felt very confident of charging out of the final blood battlefield. Just at this moment, a flash of scarlet flame entered the two's vision. The demon blood vulture had returned. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "The demon blood vulture said that it sensed from afar that the underworld god guards are fighting with someone. It seems like the battle is very intense." Lin Feng immediately felt interested. He said coldly, "Let's go and take a look. The enemies of the underworld god guards are our friends." That's what I was thinking. In reality, the two wanted to teach the underworld god guards a lesson. Given Xiaoqin and Lin Feng's characters, they had been chased miserably for more than a month, stuck in the final blood battlefield, unable to leave. How could they let them off so easily? If there was an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to take revenge. Chapter 2203. Xiaoqian's soul energy reached the level of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, and his divine energy successfully opened a divine vein. Now, Xiaoqian really wanted to see who was fighting the underworld god guards. Lin Feng, who was at the side, said sullenly, "The underworld god guards are the backbone of the underworld god hall. They are somewhat similar to the Heavenly Alliance's members. In order to become an underworld god guard, one needs to be a sovereign emperor. This kind of elite force usually won't interfere in secular matters. Most of them are here to deal with the righteous path's super forces." Xiaoqin was deep in thought. "Are you saying that they might be attacking the mystic light sect saint?" Lin Feng nodded. "It's very likely. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go over and take a look." The two gently pushed off the ground and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, they quickly flew towards the place where the incident occurred. The demon blood vulture moved very fast in this final blood battlefield. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast. In this battlefield, Xiaoqin and Lin Feng were on its back, which could achieve the effect of deceiving others. Outsiders only knew that it was a demonic creature flying over, but they didn't know that Xiaoqin and his companion were also on it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white ray of sword light erupted 500,000 kilometers ahead, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth as if it was daytime. Lin Feng was slightly startled. It looks like there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is that group from the profound light Holy Land. This was clearly the Light Dao domain. Previously, when Wenren Yu attacked Luoho Wang, the mysterious phenomenon was similar to this. "Let's go take a look." The demon blood vulture accelerated, continuously flying closer. Sword hum sounded like flute music in the surroundings. The piercingly cold sword wind blew over from afar, causing people to feel a slight chill on their bodies. What a strong sword intent! Before we even get close to his Dao domain, the sword light he emits already makes it hard to approach. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With a thought, traces of black death qi emanated from his body. However, when the formless sword intent intertwined with the aura of death on his body, it was as if the sword intent was invisible. There was a hissing sound as the sword intent wrapped around Lin Feng's death qi, corroding his death qi. This, Lin Feng was greatly startled. His death Dao domain was very strong, aside from the life Dao domain. He had never suffered such a loss. His death qi was actually being corroded by someone else. Even when Shao Chen layered his 3 Dao domains, he could barely block the Death Dao's Dao might. Shao Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced over. What a familiar sword light. Don't care about the demon blood vulture. The two of us will go over first. A trace of anticipation appeared in Shao Chen's heart. He gently leaped up and unexpectedly flew over alone against the sword wind. Whoosh! A figure followed closely behind. It was Lin Feng. He was very curious about when such an expert had appeared in the profound light Holy Land, so he quickly followed. After a short while, the two of them landed on a mountain peak and stopped. If one went any further, it would be the Dao domain of that group of underworld god guards and the mysterious expert. Once one entered, one would definitely be dragged into a huge battle. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in front of Shao Chen, looking like demons dancing wildly. Shao Chen could see close to 20 underworld god guards. He dashed about in all directions, executing all sorts of killing moves. Demonic chi surged like a boundless ocean. The person in the middle held a sword, not flustered at all. His body gave off a slightly chaotic light, dodging the killing moves. However, when he attacked, a 30-kilometer-long sword light tore through the sky, howling in all directions and illuminating the world. One sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. This person showed a smile on his face. Despite being surrounded by close to 20 underworld god guards, he still remained calm. With a sword in hand, he used the least amount of energy to defend himself, making it an impenetrable defense. What exquisite sword techniques! Who is this person? He does not look like someone from the profound light Holy Land. Lin Feng felt somewhat surprised. This person's light Dao domain was terrifyingly strong. He managed to suppress all these underworld god guards, who cultivated demonic Dao techniques, all by himself. Unexpectedly, this person was not from the profound light Holy Land. He looked very unfamiliar. Chu Chaoyun. Indeed, it is him, Shao Chen muttered to himself. When he saw that sword light earlier, he found it somewhat familiar. Now that he saw this person's face clearly, if it was not Chu Chaoyun, who else could it be? Shao Chen could not help revealing a smile. He sighed ruefully in his heart. After parting in the Kunlun realm, if he counted the time in the faux god world, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. 20 years passed quickly. Chu Chaoyun still looked as elegant as before. You know him? Lin Feng looked at Shao Chen, finding it strange. Shao Chen sighed softly, it's not just knowing him, it was not just knowing him. Shao Chen's grudge with Chu Chaoyun had been entangled ever since he left Mo City. In the Sky Dome realm, in the Kunlun realm, the two were friends and enemies at the same time. Shao Chen gave the other party the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind and personally let the other party leave the abandoned land. The word acquaintance simply could not describe all the things that happened. Go and save him. It looks like these underworld god guards are just delaying, waiting for reinforcements. This is for you. With a glance, there were close to 20 underworld god guards. Even with Shao Chen's current strength, he would not have any hope of victory against so many sovereign emperors. At best, he could leave calmly. While Chu Chaoyun did not seem to be at a disadvantage, in reality, he could not escape. The 20 underworld god guards formed a killing formation, avoiding the battle and surrounding Chu Chaoyun without attacking. Clearly, they wanted to exhaust Chu Chaoyun's divine energy and soul energy, waiting for stronger reinforcements to arrive. This is a medial-grade soul tool. Lin Feng casually received the secret treasure that Shao Chen gave him. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. After checking it out, he exclaimed. The Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. This was one of the 3 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Soul tools were also known as soul treasures. Only rank 6 sects could possess them. An inferior grade soul tool was sufficient to form the foundation of a rank 6 sect. Medial grade soul tools were something only rank 7 sects could possess. Even the sovereign emperors of super factions rarely had inferior grade soul tools. Medial-grade soul tools were even rarer. That was not all. When Xiaochen took out the god's shadow bow, Lin Feng felt somewhat stupefied. Another medial-grade soul tool. Xiaochen, you really hit it deeply. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Then, he said somewhat helplessly, if you had taken out such a trump card earlier, we would not have ended up in such a sorry state. As Xiaochen fiddled with the god's shadow bow, he said indifferently, one should not flaunt one's wealth. If I had taken out this soul tool earlier, I might have attracted some trouble. Furthermore, when I first advanced to Sovereign Emperor, I could bring out only 40% of this medial-grade soul tool's might. What about now? Xiaochen replied softly, saving him comes first. As Xiaochen spoke, he drew the bowstring. In the past, he could only draw it slightly. At this moment, the bowstring was easily drawn into the shape of a full moon. The soul energy in the divine seal drained like a flood. However, Xiaochen did not find this unbearable. When the conditions were right, success would follow. When the bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon, the entire bow shone with a hazy red light, looking like blood about to drip out. A baleful aura spread out from the bow, making the entire sky tremble. This slender bowstring stirred the winds and clouds. When the heart flame spread out on the arrow, a baleful aura spread out. Behind Xiaochen, the boundless momentum, the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and demonic chi for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to stir. The underworld god guards surrounding Chu Chaoyun all felt their hearts skip a beat, a strange horror spreading in their hearts. For some reason, they felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching, 1 foot in the gates of hell. Danger! Quickly scatter! Someone shouted, and the 20-odd underworld god guards gave up on Chu Chaoyun at the same time, scattering. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant Xiaochen released his hand, he could not see the arrow's trajectory at all. Nearly the instant Xiaochen released his hand, an underworld god guard got struck. His physical body exploded on the spot, and his soul perished. His boundless life force vanished in 1 second. Immemorial Qiongqi beast, great desolate Aeon's rage. On the other side, Lin Feng used his death great Dao to activate the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. It produced an unimaginably horrifying might. A gigantic Qiongqi beast image charged out of the pennant, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon that could destroy the world. It instantly knocked back a group of underworld god guards and made them vomit blood. The underworld god guards' souls trembled, and their physical bodies nearly turned into meat paste. Their hovering bodies wobbled, unable to stand stably. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen followed up with more force, firing 3 arrows in a row, killing a martial emperor with each arrow. Whoosh! After continuously drawing the god's shadow bow to a full moon and shooting 4 arrows in one breath, Xiaochen found this somewhat taxing, so he let out a long breath. However, Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face, not showing any fatigue at all. Clearly, Xiaochen did this with ease, not injuring himself at all. In the past, when he used the god's shadow bow, he would only injure the enemy 1,000 times but himself 800 times. Soul energy. This was the strength of a 3-vein sovereign emperor's soul energy. On the other side, Lin Feng was laughing maniacally as he held the Qiongqi ghost streamer. As he wielded the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his death Dao domain was unexpectedly easy to wield with this medial-grade soul tool. He even managed to activate the great desolate Aeon's rage hidden in the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, controlling the ferocious beast image to charge around, flustering the remaining underworld god guards. Although it was not as shocking as the god's shadow bow's 1 arrow kill, its might was even greater when it continued to attack. None of the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors managed to escape. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Chaoyun felt suspicious. When he looked up, he happened to meet Xiaochen's gaze. In an instant, the gazes of the two of them met even though they were separated by 10,000 li. After a while, the two smiled at each other. Many emotions and all sorts of emotions were unspoken. Chapter 2204. Chu Chaoyun recognized Xiao Chen. He was slightly taken aback, and involuntarily recalled the past. For a moment, the past slowly unfolded like a scroll in Chu Chaoyun's mind. Lin Feng used the Cheongqi beast ghost pendant to torture the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors, making them suffer a fate worse than death. The Cheongqi ghost, which was already extremely terrifying, was actually triggered by Lin Feng's primal chaos rage. Traveling through time and space, the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon from the distant Great Desolate Aeon landed on the body of the Cheongqi beast. It was like a Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beast had returned to the mortal world. What was even more terrifying was that it also contained the profound of death. It could extinguish all life and devour everything. Kill him. When these underworld god guards saw that they could not leave, they found it hard to advance or retreat. Coincidentally, he saw that Chu Chaoyun was in a daze. Immediately, he hardened his heart. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he couldn't. Now that Chu Chaoyun had revealed an opening, they would strike together and kill him. Kill! The 10-odd sovereign emperors used various killing moves at the same time, charging at Chu Chaoyun. Instantly, the world turned dark. The dense demonic qi dyed the sky pitch black, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy was tyrannical, untamed, and unrestrained. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors attacked at the same time, it brought out its full potential. Every single underworld god guard's Tao domain was as terrifying as an endless purgatory. The flame Tao domain was black, and vengeful spirits roared angrily as vengeful spirits roared. The ice Tao domain was blood red, and the ice spread out like fresh blood. It was unknown how many martial artists' blood it had refined, making it seem sinister and terrifying. The various Tao domains were supported by the divine seals, layered over each other. The ruthlessness of the attacks left everyone flabbergasted. These underworld god guards were prepared to kill Chu Chaoyun regardless of anything else. Even if they had to endure a frontal attack from Cheongqi, they had to kill Chu Chaoyun. While he was in a daze, he didn't give him any chance. It had to be said that these people had grasped the perfect opportunity. With Chu Chaoyun's temperament, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake if he hadn't seen an old friend. Oh no, your friend was too careless. Lin Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw the situation. How could one be careless when fighting sovereign emperors? Even if they were a group of sovereign emperors severely injured by the Cheongqi beast's ghost, they were still sovereign emperors. Not to mention a sovereign emperor, even if it was a fight between regular cultivators, the slightest opening could result in death. Now, Xiao Chen exposed his weakness to 10-odd sovereign emperors. He had been too careless. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Chu Chaoyun, but it was already too late. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen took out the god's shadow bow and knocked another arrow. Then, he infused all his soul energy into it. However, it was still too late. The killing moves of the 10-odd sovereign emperors instantly encased Chu Chaoyun, preventing him from dodging. When Chu Chaoyun came to his senses, he smiled. Still not flustered, he turned around and began to perform incantation gestures with his left hand. As his fingers moved, incomparably mysterious divine characters spread out from his body and surrounded him. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing moves landed, a sword light flew out unhurriedly. Boundless primal chaos, heaven-splitting sword. Boom! When this sword light appeared, a loud sound came from Chu Chaoyun's body. The ground within 500,000 kilometers trembled. In the next moment, the sword light released a dazzling light. A sword intent even more ancient than the Great Desolate Aeon spread out. The 10-odd sovereign emperors paused before the ancient sword intent's intimidation. It felt like time and space froze. They were clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun, but they could not get close. As long as they landed their killing moves, Chu Chaoyun's Tao would disappear. However, they could not land their killing moves on him. By the time the 10-odd sovereign emperors could move again, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword light knocked them into the air, a huge hole in their chests. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time, Xiaochen unleashed his full power with an arrow. A sovereign emperor exploded on the spot. However, that was not all. The shock waves from the arrow, which contained heart flame, spread out. Boom! The other sovereign emperors were blasted into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. Then, the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant charged over, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Most of the nearly 20 sovereign emperors died on the spot, leaving only 4 sovereign emperors. The remaining 4 sovereign emperors seemed to have gone berserk and fled, not caring about anything else. Xiaochen did not want to leave behind any future problems. He also did not want to expose his 2 medial-grade soul tools as his trump cards, so he overdrew on his soul energy. Xiaochen fired another 4 arrows. The 4 sovereign emperors, who were already startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and suffered many rounds of severe injuries, all died, leaving none alive. After putting away the bow, Xiaochen felt like his head would explode. He stumbled and fell from the summit. The demon blood vulture moved quickly, turning into a beam of red light and catching the falling Xiaochen. Bang! After landing heavily, Xiaochen patted his head and shook his head. Even if you have the soul energy of a 3-vein sovereign emperor, you should not play like this. This is too scary. The arrow that Xiaochen shot to save Chu Chaoyun drained nearly all his veritable essence energy and soul energy. Then, he overdrew on his soul energy to shoot 4 more arrows. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago. In the end, sovereign emperors were still too difficult to kill. Even with the 2 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind and an absolute advantage, it was still difficult for sovereign emperors who had not opened divine veins. This time, if Lin Feng had not accidentally activated the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant's Great Desolate Aeon Rage, his Death Great Tao, and the terrifying might of Chu Chaoyun's final sword strike, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. It would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. This is too much. 20 Underworld God Guards died. The Underworld God Hall will definitely send out the Underworld God Protectors. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted. He had thought of charging back to the Underworld God Hall to take revenge for his junior sister. However, he had never thought that a 1-vein sovereign emperor could kill 10-odd Underworld God Guards. The Underworld God Hall gathered the outstanding talents of the 9 layers of the Abyssal Underworld. Each Underworld God Guard was nurtured with a vast amount of resources. Losing 20 of them at once would definitely incur the wrath of the elders. A sovereign emperor, even an ordinary sovereign emperor, was a huge fortune. However, it was fortunate that these were not elite Underworld God Guards. Otherwise, they might have attracted the attention of the First Elder. Although Lin Feng said that, he still directed Qiongqi's ghost to absorb the souls of these Underworld God Guards. A sovereign emperor's soul was a great supplement to the ghost pennant's refinement. He found himself falling in love with the Qiongqi ghost streamer. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. With the help of the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant, the Death Dao domain brought out a might that even Xiaochen did not expect. On the other side, the demon blood vulture carried Xiaochen to Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's condition was not very good. That streak of sword light seemed to have been completely drained of his soul power and true essence. Congratulations. You seem to have touched the threshold of the primal chaos Dao domain. In that final sword strike, Xiaochen could tell that although Chu Chaoyun had not comprehended the primal chaos Dao domain yet, he had touched the boundary of the primal chaos Dao domain and was extremely close. Chu Chaoyun smiled bitterly. That is easier said than done. I might not even be able to take half a step in my entire life. However, Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows and changed the topic. He smiled faintly and said, after not seeing you for 20-odd years, I was wondering what your first words would be. Unexpectedly, it would be congratulations. Xiaochen could not help feeling flabbergasted. Could it be that I nearly lost my life because I was thinking about this earlier? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time, asking in unison. You first. You first. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. The second sentence was exactly the same. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun did not know what to say. Let me say it. The two of you are really strange. Holding the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, Lin Feng appeared before the two. Then, he said, he and I came to the Heavenly Alliance to carry out a mission. As for the contents of the mission, the Heavenly Alliance's rules state that we cannot divulge it. Xiao Chen nodded and said, there were some twists and turns along the way. It is basically as Lin Feng said. Chu Chaoyun felt slightly stunned. Then, he asked, finding this strange, could it be that you are here to find the same thing as me? Xiao Chen and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned. They exchanged glances, finding this somewhat strange. Chu Chaoyun is here to find something as well. Take it out together. Let's see what everyone is looking for. Alright. Everyone had their own thoughts. Xiao Chen took out the Heavenly Alliance holy relic, the cracked 7-color stone. Chu Chaoyun took out a key. Coincidentally, it was the Ethereal Immortal Palace key. Chapter 2205. The Ethereal Immortal Palace key. The Ethereal Immortal Palace key in Chu Chaoyun's hand surprised Xiao Chen. This meant that Wenren Yu's group was here for the Ethereal Immortal Palace key as well. You found this in the final blood battlefield? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun nodded slightly and raised his eyebrows. He could tell what Xiao Chen was implying. You seem to know about the Ethereal Immortal Palace key. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out the 2 Ethereal Immortal Palace keys he had. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had given him one, and he was, temporarily, keeping the other for Yuan Zhen. 2. One is mine, and I'm temporarily keeping the other for someone else. Lin Feng said, let's go first. This place is not safe. Right. The 3 soared into the air and mounted the demon blood vulture, quickly flying far away. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun showed calm expressions, not showing any changes in their expressions. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly when he turned his head and looked at the 10-odd corpses on the ground. Lin Feng had stayed in the Underworld God Hall before and knew how big of a matter it was for 10-odd Underworld God Guards to die. After the 3 left for 4 hours, Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan rushed over with a group of Underworld God Guards. When they saw the Underworld God Guards' corpses, their expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! 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 The group of Underworld God Guards behind very professionally stepped forward to check the corpses, their injuries, and the cause of death, to see who could be saved. After a while, one of them stepped forward and said, Lord Yen, 18 Underworld God Guards are all dead. They died no more than 10 hours ago. There are sword wounds, lingering auras of the Death Dao domain, and arrow wounds. It seems like a demonic Dao expert used a ghost pennant as a sacrifice, leaving no souls behind. The injuries were all messy, not easy to analyze. Just thinking about it gave Yan Sangming a headache. Yan Sangming asked, Zhen Yuan, what kind of conditions do you think are needed to kill 20-odd Underworld God Guards? Zhen Yuan thought for a while before replying, at least a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor expert or stronger. They would have a suppressive advantage, unable to flee. However, this possibility is very small. 3-vein Sovereign Emperors and above can be considered great perfection Sovereign Emperors. The appearance of such enemies will not escape the Underworld God Hall's attention. Silence. No one at the scene spoke. Everyone's face was a little ugly. More than 10 Sovereign Emperors died. This was not an era of war. The Underworld God Hall rarely suffered such heavy casualties. Everyone knew that someone was going to be out of luck. Yan Sangming said indifferently, that's it, then. Continue searching for Chu Chaoyun. I will report this and get the Vice Palace Master to send the Underworld God Protector to the final blood battlefield to receive us. Yes. When the others saw Yan Sangming so calm, they felt confused. However, they still obeyed and scattered. Zhen Yuan said softly, I thought that you would fly into a rage. Yan Sangming's expression did not change as he said sullenly, the ones who died were the underworld god hall's people. There were no flood dragon humans, so it has nothing to do with me. This problem cannot be blamed on me. A righteous Tao great perfection sovereign emperor must have sneaked in. The underworld god hall is at fault. What does it have to do with me? Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then, he understood that Yan Sangming had made up his mind to push the blame to the underworld god hall's intelligence department. The demon blood vulture flew for half a day before stopping near the edge of the final blood battlefield. With the demon blood vulture guarding, Xiao Qian and the other two circulated their energies with their eyes closed, recovering their exhausted divine energy and soul energy. Chu Chaoyun exhausted the least. 1 hour later, he was the first to open his eyes. Chu Chaoyun looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qian, who circulated his demonic Tao cultivation technique. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Dual cultivation of the demonic and righteous. To think that Xiao Qian chose to dual cultivate. Those who took this path did not end up well. After a while, Xiao Qian and Lin Feng opened their eyes one after another. I'll go ahead and scout the way. Lin Feng entered deep thought. He knew that Xiao Qian and Chu Chaoyun were old acquaintances and would definitely have something to say to each other. After a while, Xiao Qian and Chu Chaoyun started chatting casually. Naturally, the first thing they talked about was the ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Qian was very interested in this key. In Peach Blossom City, the profound heaven's holy son did his best to obtain the key. In the full god world, Zhen Yuan did the same. Now, Chu Chaoyun took the risk to come to the final blood battlefield for the same reason. Speaking of the ethereal immortal palace key, naturally, we have to talk about the ethereal immortal palace. Everyone is interested in the wings of time in the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Qian knew all this, so he gestured for Chu Chaoyun to continue. No one knows the exact location of the misty immortal palace. However, after the last demonic calamity, the misty immortal palace was located there. However, after the previous demonic calamity, every few thousand years, a diviner would swear that the ethereal immortal palace would appear. At the very beginning, it would attract the experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao of the entire great thousand realms. However, they would return empty-handed every time. As time passed, everyone became indifferent to it. Furthermore, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears and we gather all 7 keys, it will be useless without the inheritance key. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, it is the same this time. The top diviners of the 4 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Xinwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, and the Shuowu dynasty, prophesied that the ethereal immortal palace will appear again. Xiao Qian suddenly understood. So, whether it was true or not, the 4 dynasties had to make a move. After careful thought, Zhen Yuan's hidden spirit temple represented the Yanwu dynasty. The profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu, represented the Xinwu dynasty. In addition, Chu Chaoyun represented the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "It looks like you thought of it as well. Although the prophecy is not accurate, it concerns the wings of time. The 3 dynasties have to make a move. Hence, they sent people like us to collect keys. This key of mine was snatched from Wen Renyu's hands." Xiao Qian said after some thought, "I still do not understand. What is the point of obtaining this key? If we cannot find the inheritance key, it will be useless." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it is indeed useless. However, with one key, one has the capital to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Those without keys do not even have the qualifications. Hence, they still have to compete for it. Even if they know that it is useless, once they obtain it, they will have the capital to keep each other in check." Xiao Qian was not stupid. With just a hint from Chu Chaoyun, he figured out the principle. There were only 2 words, keeping each other in check and grasping the initiative. Without a key, one would be in a much more passive position if one wanted to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Actually, I know some information about the inheritance key. Speaking of which, it has something to do with your dragon race." "Oh." Xiaoqin felt slightly startled. This piqued his interest. Speaking of which, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor truly used the wings of time. Actually, it was not surprising that the inheritance key had something to do with the dragon race. It is rumored, just rumored, that only one person knows the location of the inheritance key. That person is someone from your dragon race. When Xiaoqin heard that, a person immediately appeared in his mind. He could not help saying, "The previous generation heaven dragon." Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, "That's right, that's him." Rumor has it that the purple gold dragon emperor did not kill the previous generation heaven dragon because he wanted to force out the inheritance key's location. Unfortunately, there does not seem to be any results. The tragic scene of the previous generation heaven dragon being imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. It was not just the physical body but also the soul that suffered constant torture. Now that Xiaoqian put it that way, it did seem like a method to force the previous generation heaven dragon to submit. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. How did you survive after leaving the Kunlun realm?" "Me? That's a long story." When Xiaoqian thought back to how he left the Kunlun realm and got to where he was today step by step, he found it incredibly difficult. First, he wandered the outer realm for 5 years. During that period, he faced so many trials and dangers that he could not even count. After he entered the central Great Realm, he had settled down in the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the end, he was chased out in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had advanced to Sovereign Emperor now. Everything was over. However, Xiaoqian did not know when Lu Riyue could truly tell him the truth. After giving a rough account of his experiences, Xiaoqian said, "Let's talk about you. I'm more curious about how you managed to survive these years." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "I was slightly luckier. I have the bloodline of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. The moment I left the Kunlun realm, the Tianwu dynasty's old ancestors sensed my bloodline wandering outside. The 4 dynasties attach great importance to the royal clan's bloodline. Once they discover a royal clan disciple wandering outside, they will do their best to find him. I only wandered for a year before I was brought back. My bloodline was verified, and I was recognized as a descendant. Then, my name was written in the clan records. Later, I learned that the prince who came to the Kunlun realm in a fit of pique was actually an incredible existence. After he left the Kunlun realm, he actually returned to the Tianwu dynasty and became the emperor. He even became the Universe Origin Sect's palace master. Xiaoqian knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the Kunlun realm's first-generation Tianwu emperor. Then, have you ever thought about taking revenge? Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "That fellow died long ago. He ran into a bad era. He was a genius, but he could not become a true god. Now, that group of old fellows from the royal clan thinks that I will be a second Xiaoqian. The resources they give me are practically limitless. Speaking of which, it is really funny. I clearly hate that fellow to death. However, he is now my most hated enemy." When Xiaoqian heard this, he could not help but turn silent. Fate was fickle, it really liked to play tricks on people. Chu Chaoyun had worked hard in the Kunlun realm for his entire life. He wanted to charge out and ask that fellow, who left without caring about the destruction of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, why was he so heartless? However, who knew, the first-generation Tianwu emperor had died long ago. Now, because Chu Chaoyun had the first-generation Tianwu emperor's bloodline and came from the same realm, he ended up being treated as the person he hated the most. However, Chu Chaoyun could not explain this to anyone. Whoosh! 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 A figure flashed, and Lin Feng returned. He said sullenly, "We have to leave tonight. Otherwise, when the underworld god protectors charge over, it will be hard for us to escape." Chapter 2206. Nether God Protector. Lin Feng could tell that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were confused. He explained simply, the god of the underworld is a kind of faith. It is the supreme being that the 9 great underworld worships together. The god of the underworld's protector is equivalent to a god in the underworld. They are seen as the underworld god's personal guards. They possess horrifying strength, at least as strong as 4 vain sovereign emperors. Chu Chaoyun had a pensive look on his face. Is it because 18 underworld god guards died? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. The death of so many underworld god guards will definitely shake the entire underworld god hall. Normally, when such a situation occurs, the Vice Palace Master will personally send the underworld god protector to handle it. Right now, the Vice Palace Master is the one in charge of the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen said, they shouldn't have come so quickly. Lin Feng said with a grave expression, as long as Yan Sangming sends the message and the Underworld God Hall confirms it, the Underworld God Protector will need only 2 hours to be sent to the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun immediately felt the seriousness of the matter. The sky of the 9th Netherworld is filled with Underworld God Hall Dao platforms. A forbidden land like the final blood battlefield is no exception. Hence, we can only leave the final blood battlefield while Yan Sangming sends the message and the other party confirms it. Lin Feng sighed softly, I only hope that the Underworld God Hall will take as long as possible. I took a look earlier. The final blood battlefield is already sealed. Only people can leave, not enter. Those who go out have to undergo strict interrogation. It's almost impossible to leave without making a sound. Chu Chaoyun said, there's no time to lose. Let's kill our way out. There's no need to think too much. The longer one remains in the final blood battlefield, the more dangerous it is. Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's missions could be considered completed. They had both found what they wanted to take. There was no longer any need to remain in the final blood battlefield. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was leave quickly. Go. The 3 were decisive people. After confirming this, they did not hesitate to head to the edge of the final blood battlefield. So. Soon, Xiao Chen saw 3 people wearing Underworld God Guard uniforms rushing over from the sky. These Underworld God Guards were very cautious. They stopped far away and shouted, halt. The final blood battlefield is already sealed. If you want to leave, state your identity first. Xiao Chen released his demonic aura and shouted, friend, we are a group of rogue cultivators, we have no way to prove our identities. Might I know what matter the lords of the Underworld God Guards have with me? Could we speak in private? When the 3 Underworld God Guards saw the demonic Dao baleful aura on Xiao Chen, they relaxed somewhat. However, they still said ruthlessly, since you cannot prove your identity, please remain in the final blood battlefield. The Underworld God Hall will not kill the innocent. Xiao Chen and the other 2 exchanged glances and frowned slightly. These Underworld God Guards seemed to have received the news. All of them became extremely cautious and did not approach Xiao Chen's group of 3. They only shouted at them from afar. If the 3 made any strange movements, the Underworld God Guards would immediately raise their guard and inform all the nearby Underworld God Guards. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he said softly, my god Shadow Bao can instantly kill 1 person. Lin Feng entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, this is too far. If I control the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, I can only guarantee severely injuring 1 person. I might not be able to kill them. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, that won't do. As long as 1 person does not die, the Underworld God Guards rushing over might delay us. At that time, we will be in trouble. What should we do, then? Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, trick them into coming over. Right after speaking, Chu Chaoyun shouted, lords, they do not have any identity. I have the identity token of a rank 7 Moon Demon Palace. Can that serve as proof? 3 blurry figures in the distance whispered to each other in the hazy demonic fog. After a while, Three figures approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer before Xiao Chen's group. However, just as the three approached, they stopped. The leader of the underworld god guard said indifferently, "Remove the conical bamboo hat on your head and give me the identity token to verify its authenticity. After that, we will release them." Chu Chaoyun did not say anything. He tossed a jade bottle over. The person in the middle caught the jade bottle and frowned slightly. When he opened it, he discovered that it was origin liquid. Origin liquid? What does that mean? Boom. However, the reply to that person was a strike from Xiao Chen's group of three after storing up power, a peak strike from each of them. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and executed the fiendish saber inheritance's water droplet, breaking the firmament. A drop of water containing all of Xiao Chen's fiendish saber quintessence instantly struck the leader. Chu Chaoyun's sword moved as fast as a fleeting shadow. In a flash, it pierced the forehead of the person on the left. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the Death Dao domain turned into a beam of black light that instantly pierced the chest of the person on the right. Ignoring these three, Xiao Chen's group's figures flashed as they quickly fled far away. Pu Ci. The three underworld god guards suddenly suffered severe injuries. Before they could send a message, they instantly fell into dire straits. They quickly tried to save themselves, unable to care about Xiao Chen's group. 1 hour later, the three successfully walked out of the final blood battlefield. Then, they turned their heads to look at the final blood battlefield. And released their bated breaths. Lin Feng said, "Those three should not die. However, they can't even protect themselves. They will not be able to send a message immediately. We should take this opportunity to go as far away as we can." Right. The three disguised themselves and suppressed their cultivations. Then, they moved about the abyssal underworld cities, heading for the crack that led back to the central Great Realm. During this period, the three felt jittery at every city they went to. The city was heavily guarded. Underworld god guards appeared nearly everywhere. Underworld god guards would not easily appear before ordinary cultivators. Since they appeared so frequently, something major clearly happened. In a few days, news of the final blood battlefield spread throughout the entire abyssal underworld. Now, all the cultivators in the abyssal underworld knew of a sovereign emperor expert called the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had single-handedly killed 10 odd sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao, snatching away the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen's reputation soared. It was even possible that the deaths of the 18 underworld god guards were related to him. The entire underworld god hall frantically searched for this Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen's group carefully traveled for 8 days, they arrived at the banks of the underworld river. After crossing this river, they would basically be out of danger. They would need less than 1 day to leave the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. At that time, they would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. Even if the underworld god hall's 9 vain sovereign emperors gave chase, it would be useless. Given the strength of the Heavenly Alliance and the Universe Origin sect, they could send experts over at any time to provide reinforcements. After hiding for a few days, Xiao Chen's group was not used to it. They were bona fide sovereign emperors, peak experts no matter where they went. There was no need to feel so sullen, not even daring to reveal their cultivations. However, this was the underworld god hall's territory. No matter how sullen they felt, they had to endure it. As Xiao Chen's group looked at the surging, unending underworld river, they hid in the crowd, carefully waiting for the underworld boat to arrive. One could not fly across the underworld river. Even sovereign emperors had to ride the underworld boat. "It's coming," Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an underworld boat steadily rowing over the surging Scarlet River. After reaching the riverbank, Xiao Chen's group joined the crowd and boarded the underworld boat. After entering the boat, the three felt much more relaxed. As they looked behind them at the distant 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, they felt deeply moved. After leaving the final blood battlefield, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun realized how much trouble they had caused by killing 20 underworld god guards. The two felt like the underworld god guards were like shadows. Everywhere they went, there were underworld god hall experts searching the area. At all times, the three felt danger hovering above them, not daring to be careless. Even when they cultivated, the three took turns, allowing one person to remain absolutely awake, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone's heart was as taut as a string, and they could not relax. Now that the three boarded the underworld boat and gradually left the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld, they could finally calm down. Strange, why do I feel that the people on this boat are strange? Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the cultivators on the boat. There were Yiksha, Asura, Rakshasa, and demonic Tao cultivators. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, speaking in soft voices. They did not seem any different from usual. However, at a glance, it felt strange. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. Something is not right. These people seem to be looking at us. That's right. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng suddenly startled awake. They were shocked to discover that the demonic Tao cultivators, who were talking, had their backs to the three, or were resting with their eyes closed, all seemed to have an eye on them. They were clearly an ordinary group of people, but it was like they all had an eye at the back of their heads. As the two thought this, they could not help feeling their hair stand on end. The more they thought about it, the stranger it felt. Don't panic. Xiao Chen held back Lin Feng, who was about to make a move. Then, he walked over to a Rakshasa cultivator and asked probingly, "This friend, I have something I would like to ask you." "Ha! What is there to ask? Do I have an eye at the back of my head?" "There is no need to ask. I can tell you that I do. That person did not have an eye." He chuckled, and right after he spoke, a vertical eye suddenly opened at the back of his head. Whoosh! At the same time, a vertical eye opened at the back of the head of everyone on the boat. The originally noisy underworld boat immediately turned strangely quiet. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else remained motionless. Only the vertical eye at the back of the head looked strangely at Xiao Chen and the others, seeming to be laughing. Die! Lin Feng, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He directly attacked, landing a palm strike on the Rakshasa cultivator who spoke to Xiao Chen. Boom! That Rakshasa cultivator exploded before turning into a clump of images and vanishing. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The three appeared in a desolate plain. There was a formless suction under their feet, making it hard for the three to move, much to the point where they found it hard to move. Illusion. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We entered someone's illusion Dao domain." The underworld god protectors. Among the underworld god protectors, there is a 4-vein sovereign emperor skilled in illusions. They still caught up to us, Lin Feng cursed softly. Then, he looked around helplessly. The desolate plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sky was dark and gloomy, looking horrifying. The three could not see the end of the desolate plain. At this moment, not to mention the fact that they could not move their feet, even if they could move freely, they would not dare to do so. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. In his eyes, this desolate plain was somewhat different from what Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun saw. In the eyes of Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun, the desolate plain was the real desolate plain, perfect and flawless. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, the desolate plain seemed somewhat unreal. The ground occasionally trembled, and black cracks flickered endlessly in space. Naturally, the reason was that the underworld god protector underestimated Xiao Chen's soul energy, which rivaled that of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Whoosh! When those black cracks reappeared, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. The 3 divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal in the spirit sea pool rippled. In the next moment, the blue dragon divine seal on Xiao Chen's forehead shot out a beam of light made of soul energy and struck the black crack. Bang! The illusion shattered like a mirror, and the 3 returned to reality. The three suddenly discovered that the underworld boat had sunk into the river. Ghostly hands passed through the river and tightly grabbed their ankles. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Xiao Chen breaking the illusion, the three would not have woken up after being dragged into the underworld river. Chapter 2207. Hey! Just at this moment, someone on the underworld boat exclaimed softly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and saw a black-haired old man standing on the bow of the half-submerged underworld boat. This old man looked ugly with two horns on his head, the symbol of the Yiksha race. When Lin Feng saw this person, he felt slightly startled. Indeed, it is old eccentric Qiao, the four-veined sovereign emperor who is the best at illusions among the underworld god protectors. Old eccentric Qiao held a scepter with a crystal gem embedded at the top. There was an eye hidden in the gem, looking very breathtaking. Xiao Chen and the other two struggled, trying to break the ghostly hands in the underworld river. Unfortunately, they could not break them all. Since they could not break them all, they could only allow the underworld boat to sink into the river. This old man discovered you 3 days ago but did not make a move. Since I already made a move, how can I give you a chance to struggle free? These ghostly hands of the underworld river are resentful spirits that have been here for countless epochs. They cannot be broken. Lin Feng, you should be the clearest about this. Old eccentric Qiao showed a calm expression. His lips curled up in a cocky expression. Old eccentric Qiao had effortlessly captured the three alive. When he returned to the underworld god hall, he would definitely make a great contribution. The value of a dead person and a living person was completely different. This was especially so for Lin Feng, whom the Vice Palace Master wanted captured alive. Damn it! After a while, the river water reached the three's knees. The ghostly hands of the underworld river took advantage of the situation to climb up, and the tearing force became even more horrifying. It was not just their physical bodies. Xiao Chen and the other two felt like their souls were slowly being torn out by these ghostly hands. Stop struggling. Only this old man can save your lives. Obediently hand over your medial grade soul tools, and I will spare you from death. Old eccentric Qiao revealed a sinister smile as he continued. Xiao Chen, what should we do? I have heard of these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Once, a righteous Tao great perfection sovereign emperor fell into them and lost his life. Chu Chaoyun's face sank slightly. Clearly, he could not think of a good solution for now. If he comprehended the primal chaos Tao domain, he could erode all these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Unfortunately, the Tao domain was just one step away from the Tao domain. All other methods were useless. Lin Feng's entire body was emitting a thick deathly aura. He wanted to devour those ghostly hands, but the speed at which he devoured them could not keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Damn it! The underworld river, which flowed through the 9 abyssal realms, had already been refined by the underworld god hall. Normally, the underworld river ghost hand was not this terrifying. It must be old eccentric Qiao's doing. Lin Feng had once stayed in the underworld god hall and knew some secrets. Old eccentric Qiao smiled but did not say anything. The eye and the gem on the scepter in his hand flickered with a strange light, as if it was verifying Lin Feng's words. Although Xiao Chen did not have a high chance of victory against a four-veined sovereign emperor in the first place, his chances could even be said to be slim. However, if he were to die in such a sullen manner, he would not be willing to accept it. That was especially true for old eccentric Qiao. He had not even done anything, yet he had already been reduced to such a sorry state. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Chen remained silent. He stared at the eyeball in the scepter, deep in thought. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were thinking about how to deal with the problem before them. However, Xiao Chen had other thoughts. When did the three of them fall for the illusion? Is it possible that everything before us is still an illusion? Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng had not experienced a heart tribulation before. However, Xiao Chen had. He knew about the existence of multi-layered illusions. Some illusion experts were especially skilled in this path. Illusions hid the environment. It was like a dream within a dream. One might think that one had woken up, but in reality, one was still dreaming. However, if it was not a dream, then Xiao Qian could not afford to gamble. Right now, the crux of the problem was, when did the three fall for the other party's illusion? Did they fall for the illusion when they entered the dock, or did they fall for the illusion when they boarded the underworld boat? Xiao Qian had always felt that, given the three's strength, they could not have fallen for the other party's trick without a sound. They must have triggered some kind of medium. Damn it. In the end, they relaxed when they saw the underworld river. Xiao Qian could not recall many of the details. Alright, I promise you. I can hand over the soul tool to you, but you have to save our lives. Xiao Qian said ferociously as he looked at old eccentric Qiao. Xiao Qian. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt mildly startled. They did not know why Xiao Qian suddenly gave up on begging for mercy. Shock immediately flashed in old eccentric Qiao's eyes. Then, greed replaced it. Good. This old man was wondering why those 10-odd underworld god guards all died. I guessed right. Brat, you do indeed have a medial grade soul tool. As long as you hand over the medial grade soul tool, this old man will spare your life now. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath to the underworld god. Lin Feng knows that we, the protectors who serve the underworld god, cannot go back on our oath. Xiao Qian looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, he is right. I am not asking you to spare our lives now. If you spare our lives now, you will still have to bring us back to the underworld god hall. What is the point? I want you to send us out of the netherworld. If you are willing, please swear an oath. Xiao Qian said faintly as he gradually gained some confidence in his heart. Old eccentric Qiao's expression immediately changed. He said with a cold expression, little brat, you actually dare to negotiate with me. In that case, just wait for death. Wait for this old man to scoop up your floating corpses. It's not like I can't report back. Xiao Qian smiled confidently and said, have you thought it through, senior? In that case, you will lose 2 medial grade soul tools. With a thought, I can destroy the soul tools at any time. What? 2. Old eccentric Qiao's heart immediately thumped heavily. 1 medial grade soul tool already made him somewhat unable to control himself. 2 medial grade soul tools were simply too shocking. Xiao Qian continued, you can calculate this deal yourself. 2 mid-grade soul tools in exchange for our lives. As for the underworld god hall, you have only failed in your duties. How much punishment can you receive? No matter how you look at it, this deal is a profit, a huge profit at that. Old monster Qiao was silent. His face was gloomy, and the eyeball hidden in the gem on the scepter was blinking at a much higher frequency. Alright, this old man agrees. The underworld god above, I swear to you right now that as long as he hands over 2 medial grade soul tools, I am willing to let them out of the netherworld. If I go back on my oath, I will suffer the torment of the netherworld's flames for all eternity. Old eccentric Qiao finally made up his mind. He swore to the underworld god that he would let them go at the price of 2 medial grade soul tools. No matter who it was, they would make the same decision as old eccentric Qiao in this transaction. In fact, even if there was only 1 medial grade soul tool, he could let Xiao Qian and the others go. This was because the price was too small. As long as they were not discovered, it would just be a breach of duty. However, Lin Feng felt that something was strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He entered deep thought and seemed to understand something. I already swore. Toss out the soul tool, and I will let you go. Old eccentric Qiao shouted as he looked at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian took out the god's shadow bow but did not toss it out. He said, Senior, come and take it. I told you to toss it out, not hold it. Xiao Qian mocked, what's wrong? Senior is a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor. You do not even have the courage to come and take the soul tool. When old eccentric Qiao saw the mocking look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. Then, he showed some mockery in his heart. This fellow is playing this game with me. He really does not know his limits. From the start to the end, I played him in circles. To think that he wants to gamble one last time. How laughable. Some pity appeared in old eccentric Qiao's heart. Perhaps the weak were just so laughable, truly lamentable. All right, this old man will come and take it. I know what you are thinking. You think that this old man is skilled in illusions. My physical body might be weaker, but if you make a desperate counterattack, you might have a chance. Ha 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 ha. That's right. This old man's physical body cannot withstand severe injuries. However, this old man will walk over now. You can attack me as much as you want. Let's see who dies first. Remember, if you attack me, I will no longer have to worry about my oath. Old eccentric Qiao laughed maniacally as he walked over. His laughter was filled with confidence and arrogance as he walked over step by step. As old eccentric Qiao approached, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Lin Feng showed a grave expression, feeling somewhat worried. However, he did not know what he was worried about. Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, showed a smile. When old eccentric Qiao arrived before Xiao Chen and was only 3 steps away, he said indifferently, "Hand it over." Xiao Chen handed the god's shadow bow over and said with a smile, "Senior, take it." Old eccentric Qiao snorted coldly and reached out to grab the god's shadow bow. However, when he was about to take it, he discovered that Xiao Chen did not let go. Old eccentric Qiao's expression changed slightly as he asked sullenly, "What do you mean? Do you really want to die that much?" Before old eccentric Qiao could finish speaking, something strange happened. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, piercing the crystal gem in old eccentric Qiao's scepter. Chapter 2208. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Chu Chaoyun's sword pierced through the eye in the gem on old eccentric Qiao's scepter. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! In that instant, the surroundings shattered like a mirror, turning into countless shards. Then, the scene before them changed again. Xiao Chen's group returned to the underworld boat. However, the underworld boat had not sunk, and all the passengers were on board. It was like time flowed in reverse, returning to when Xiao Chen went to test that Rakshasa cultivator. Furthermore, that Rakshasa cultivator still had his back to Xiao Chen. However, this time, there was no strange vertical eye at the back of his head. Of course, what was even more different was that an old man appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This old man grasped the god's shadow bow with horror in his eyes. Who else could this Yaksha race old man be but old eccentric Qiao? Whoosh! Old eccentric Qiao's earlier arrogance and confidence vanished. Horror flashed in his eyes for a moment. The instant Xiao Chen looked at him, old eccentric Qiao let go and quickly fled far away. Boom! However, Xiao Chen had planned this for so long. How could he let old eccentric Qiao leave so easily before old eccentric Qiao let go? Before old eccentric Qiao let go, a golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He instantly activated his great desolate divine eyes and blue dragon bloodline. What was supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme. Xiao Chen instantly executed the strongest move of the supreme dragon fist. 10,000 dragons gathered above his divine energy sea, and a vast and boundless 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiao Chen. The great desolate Aeon dragon might appeared. This punch displayed the tyranny of a sovereign ruler. Old eccentric Qiao could not dodge at all. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon fist's strongest move struck him. Bang! This punch blasted a huge bloody hole in old eccentric Qiao's chest. What a horrifying fist might! The horrifying fist might carried old eccentric Qiao away as it crashed into many figures. Then, it dove into the underworld boat and fell into the underworld river. What's going on? Damn it! Who hit me? It hurts. Why does it feel like I was dreaming? What a strong dragon might! How can there be such a horrifying dragon might in the abyssal underworld river? After old eccentric Qiao fell into the underworld river, the cultivators on the underworld boat felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They felt like they had just woken up from a dream, feeling somewhat confused. The people injured by old eccentric Qiao all howled in pain as they lay on the ground, dying from the pain. Xiao Chen's dragon might had not scattered yet. The remnant might of the supreme dragon fist spread out in all directions in the warship's hold. The horrifying might deterred the various abyssal underworld cultivators from approaching. They all fled far away, not daring to remain in the warship's hold. What exactly is going on? Feng was to say, was old, and was Feng. Chen was is. Was. Chu Chaoyun revealed an expression of understanding. It was indeed so. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "How did you think of this?" Xiao Chen scattered his dragon might, but his great desolate Ian bloodline did not. He said, "I suspected long ago that the first layer of the environment was a trap that this old eccentric Qiao laid. However, I could not figure out when I fell for his trick and entered an illusion, so I could not be sure. When he approached me, I was sure that I was still in an illusion. Otherwise, this old fellow would not have risked his life to come and take my soul tool alone." Old eccentric Qiao's illusion was hard to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Xiao Chen could not be sure that he was still in an illusion. However, once a person showed greed, they would definitely reveal an opening. Old eccentric Qiao was very smart. However, he did not know that Xiao Chen had already seen through his tricks. All he needed was a final confirmation. Feeling confused, Lin Feng asked, "But, why did he come over to take the god shadow bow?" Xiao Chen explained calmly, "Because of greed and self-confidence. The medial grade soul tool made him blinded by greed. Furthermore, he was confident in his illusion Dao, so he thought that I would not be able to detect that it was still an illusion. However, the most important thing was that Brother Chu had shattered his illusion. Even if I made a move back then, I would still be in an illusion and would not be able to injure his true body. Hence, I was betting on whether Brother Chu could break his illusion or not. Otherwise, only death awaits you." When Lin Feng heard that, he felt shocked in his heart. This Xiao Chen was really bold. Not only was Lin Feng betting on whether old eccentric Qiao would fall for it or not, but he was also betting on whether Chu Chaoyun could detect the opening. However, Lin Feng was in awe of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun's tacit understanding. Even without any communication, they could cooperate so perfectly. Once there was a voice projection in the illusion, the other party would hear it. Lin Feng asked, "Xiao Chen, why did you take out the god shadow bow in the illusion realm? Why did you take it out in reality as well?" Xiao Chen replied softly, "I do not know much about the illusion Dao. However, I know that illusion Dao experts all have a skill that can turn the illusory into reality. As long as old eccentric Qiao wills it, he can materialize whatever we do in the illusion in reality. It is like he is controlling us. What is real and what is fake and what is real? Some people might not even realize that they have been controlled by illusions for their entire lives. Others might not even notice anything strange." Chu Chaoyun asked, "When did we fall for the illusion?" Xiao Chen replied sullenly, "If I guessed right, we all fell for it the moment the vertical eye appeared on the back of those people's heads. Earlier, we felt that the ship was strange probably because old eccentric Qiao was secretly trying to find the opening in our minds." Lin Feng's face sank slightly. He said with some lingering fear, "What a terrifying illusion. It is really hard to guard against. What should we do now?" A ruthless look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said coldly, "Let's wait for that old thing to come up. If I guessed right, he will appear the moment my great desolate Ian bloodline vanishes." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned before they reacted. Old eccentric Qiao was a four-vein sovereign emperor. Even if he was only skilled in illusions, he was still a bona fide four-vein sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Chen's earlier strike was horrifying, it could not truly injure old eccentric Qiao's foundation. Even without using illusions, old eccentric Qiao could suppress the three as a four-vein sovereign emperor. The danger was not completely resolved. However, compared to when they were in the illusion, Xiao Chen's group now had more initiative against the severely injured old eccentric Qiao. Whoosh! Xiao Chen had clearly said that he would only attack after old eccentric Qiao came up. Right after he spoke, he drew the bowstring and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. Immediately, the heavenly eye pierced through the river and revealed old eccentric Qiao charging up. A divine image appeared in the sky above the underworld river. As Xiao Chen plucked the bowstring, the world shook. A divine sound reverberated as Xiao Chen released the bowstring. The arrow silently entered the underworld river. Bang! In the next moment, the underworld river exploded, and a scarlet wave soared into the clouds. A figure on the top of the wave let out a miserable shriek. The shriek was sharp and terrifying, echoing over the surging underworld river. Xiao Chen, this old man will make you die without a burial. It turned out that although old eccentric Qiao had sunk to the bottom of the river, he still knew everything on the underworld boat. He had heard everything Xiao Chen said. Old eccentric Qiao smiled coldly in his heart. He wanted to catch Xiao Chen off guard and beat him at his own game, capturing Xiao Chen in one go. However, how could old eccentric Qiao have imagined that Xiao Chen only said that on purpose? With his heavenly eye, he could see through the underworld river at any time. Before Xiao Chen's great desolate Ian bloodline scattered, he was at his peak state. When he drew the god's shadow bow, he struck old eccentric Qiao. This arrow, which could instantly kill a one-vein sovereign emperor, severely injured old eccentric Qiao's physical body and soul. The more horrifying thing was that old eccentric Qiao's injuries worsened, inflicting unbearable pain. If Xiao Chen were stronger, he might have been able to kill old eccentric Qiao. Rumble. The shock waves from the god's shadow arrow shook the bottom of the underworld river. The underworld boat shook, looking like it would capsize at any moment. For a moment, all the cultivators on the ship panicked, feeling uneasy. That is the underworld god protector, old eccentric Qiao. To think that it is Xiao Chen. Could these three be the righteous Dao cultivators that the underworld god hall recently placed on arrest warrants? However, why is old eccentric Qiao in such a sorry state? He is a four-vein sovereign emperor. What is the point of caring about this now? If these people really start fighting, the boat will definitely sink. At that time, we will all die. Inside the boat's hold, Xiao Chen's group felt the demonic might that surged over with old eccentric Qiao's words. Their bodies shook slightly, and they could not stand stably. The group's expressions immediately turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, old eccentric Qiao was still so mighty after being struck by the god's shadow arrow. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and said, "What a troublesome old man. I need to let him strike me again. Otherwise, he will not be able to escape death." The difference was simply too great. With just one shout, old eccentric Qiao managed to make Xiao Chen's group stumble. Furthermore, old eccentric Qiao was severely injured. If he were at his peak, the result would be unimaginable. Fortunately, old eccentric Qiao coveted the medial grade soul tools of Xiao Chen's group and was overly confident in his illusion Dao. If old eccentric Qiao had faced Xiao Chen's group head-on from the start, he would not have stood a chance. However, Xiao Chen's group did not know that if they did not die in the battle above the underworld river, they would become famous. Furthermore, this old eccentric Qiao was a four-vein sovereign emperor, someone who had already surpassed three-vein sovereign emperor. The difference in strength was on a completely different level. If it were anyone else, they would be frightened to death. How could they have the courage to face old eccentric Qiao head-on? "I'll do it." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng spoke at the same time. Then, they exchanged looks, and determination flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged out of the underworld boat, taking the initiative to charge at old eccentric Qiao. When in a predicament, one could either wait for death or save oneself. The only way to save oneself was to be brave. You are seeking death. Old eccentric Qiao, who stood on top of the waves, showed a ferocious expression, making his face look even uglier, like a malicious spirit from hell. When old eccentric Qiao saw Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng charging over, he snorted coldly. Then, he dragged his injured body and threw a palm strike. Boom! This palm strike was very horrifying. Overwhelming demonic might filled the sky. Layers of demonic might layered on top of each other, a total of 4 layers layered over each other. It was bottomless, looking as horrifying as an abyss. Before Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng could get close, the suppression made their qi and blood surge, making them feel extremely unbearable. Scram! When that palm strike landed, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng each vomited a mouthful of blood. As their bodies wobbled, they felt the suction from the underworld river. The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. Great desolate Ian's rage. Charge! 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 Lin Feng appeared deranged. Black lines appeared on his face as he took out the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and charged forward with overwhelming rage. On the other side, a sword light burst out of Chu Chaoyun's body. It was like the stars existed forever, existing with the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Then, Chu Chaoyun tore through the suction of the underworld river and charged forward proudly. Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were risking their lives to delay old eccentric Qiao for Xiao Chen. A formless pressure landed on Xiao Chen, who was in the underworld boat. Xiao Chen only had one chance. Could he hit? Chapter 2209. Xiao Chen had only one chance to shoot the arrow. If he missed, the 3 would have a chance to survive. If he missed, all 3 would die. Xiao Chen did not fear death. However, he did not like this feeling. He did not want to lose his friends' lives because of his mistake. If possible, Xiao Chen was even willing to sacrifice himself for his friends' chances of survival. However, due to their trust, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng placed their hopes on Xiao Chen, putting the greatest pressure on him. Old eccentric Qiao fought with Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun above the underworld river. His aura fluctuated as his figure flickered, creating many afterimages. After suffering once, how could old eccentric Qiao let Xiao Chen shoot him again? Whenever he sensed something, he would immediately dodge. It was simply too difficult to lock down a 4-veined sovereign emperor. Old eccentric Qiao's soul energy was stronger than Xiao Chen's, and his soul sense was very sharp. Old eccentric Qiao's divine energy cultivation went without saying. With a thought, he could send out vast, sea-like divine energy with a wave of his hand. Even if old eccentric Qiao focused on illusions and not martial techniques, he could easily suppress Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng with just divine energy. This was the so-called breaking technique with brute force. No matter how powerful one's martial techniques were or how strong one's Dao domain was, old eccentric Qiao only needed one palm strike to easily break the peak strike that you put in so much effort. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were fighting with their lives on the line. If not for the 2 being outstanding geniuses and if not for old eccentric Qiao being severely injured, they would not even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. I can't find him. 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 Xiao Chen continuously swung the god's shadow bow in his hand, but he could not draw the bowstring. When facing the wary old eccentric Qiao, the other party sensed it the moment Xiao Chen used his soul energy. Before Xiao Chen even used his soul energy, old eccentric Qiao already sensed it with just one look, allowing him to react in advance. Xiao Chen had always been decisive in killing, never hesitating. However, at this moment, he felt fatigued. The mountain-like pressure prevented him from firing the arrow. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops, blurring his vision. However, he did not dare to wipe them off. Little by little, Xiao Chen's heart became restless. The invisible torture was testing Xiao Chen's state of mind. An inner demon quietly emerged. A voice echoed in his mind. You were afraid that if this arrow missed, it would kill Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. Because you are not a demon. Because you are weak. If you become a demon, you will be emotionless and loveless. There will be no worries in your heart. There will be no fear, worry or cowardice in your heart. If you become a demon, this arrow will definitely kill that underworld god protector. If you become a demon, you won't need to fear the underworld god protector. This world will be yours. Formless black demonic chi leaked out of Xiao Chen's body uncontrollably. It gave off a sinister light as it wriggled. Black devil chi converged bit by bit in his eyes, transforming into a sea of ink. It was pitch black and unfathomable as it devoured the last bit of spiritual light. This demonic chi inspired fear in the world. All the cultivators on the underworld boat trembled. The god's shadow bow was infected by demonic chi, slowly turning cold. The cold aura startled even old eccentric Xiao, who was in the distance. Xiao Chen, fall into the demonic Tao. The inner demon sounded its final horn, wanting to corrode Xiao Chen's final thoughts and make him fall into the demonic Tao. Become a demon? No. The instant Xiao Chen said no in his heart, the spiritual light in his eyes exploded. The overwhelming demonic chi and the boundless ink sea all disappeared. What demon? I've always been me. You'd better obediently lie down for me. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng, who were fighting old eccentric Xiao above the underworld river. The two fought with their lives on the line, constantly on the verge of death. With every second that passed, they could die. However, the two fought with all their might every second, not giving up. Xiao Chen could not help but understand. While he was not afraid of death, Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were not people who feared death. It did not matter whether the arrow hit or not. Most importantly, there was once a bond that bound the three of them together above the underworld river. Unwilling to admit defeat, they fought with a four-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the bow, no longer trembled. His heart was calm. This arrow is connected to my heart. Boom. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to fire this arrow, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed through old eccentric Xiao's demonic might. Suddenly, it appeared out of nowhere and directly smashed through old eccentric Xiao's demonic might. A hole appeared in the sky, where the 4 layers of demonic might spread. The moment that black figure appeared, the pressure on Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng immediately decreased significantly. Bang! The two palms clashed, and old eccentric Xiao vomited a mouthful of blood as the black-clad figure knocked him back 5,000 kilometers. This startled old eccentric Xiao. He seemed to recognize this person. However, just as he was about to say it, the black-clad figure pressed forward and attacked again. This forced old eccentric Xiao to swallow his words. He could only receive the attacks helplessly as he was continuously pushed back. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he put away the god's shadow bow and entered deep thought. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. The two were incredibly fatigued and covered in injuries. However, they were still spirited, their fighting spirit not diminished. This gave Xiao Chen some relief. Xiao Chen, who is that person? I find him somewhat familiar. Lin Feng said, finding this strange. To think that someone in the abyssal underworld helped them push back old eccentric Xiao. This was simply incredible. Lin Feng could vaguely sense who that figure was, but he could not be sure. That is someone from the Azura race's Luoho bloodline. I'll talk to you in detail later. The three left elegantly on the underworld river before the dumbfounded cultivators below, leaving behind phantoms. After landing on the riverbank, Xiao Chen said somewhat apologetically, Sorry, I made a mistake with that arrow earlier. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, You are overthinking. Xiao Chen, there is no need to apologize. In reality, both Lin Feng and I could feel it. If not for your existence, making that old fellow fear you and keeping his guard up against you, we would not have lasted for so long. Lin Feng nodded. He could have killed us several times, but he gave up in the end. At first, I did not understand. Now, I understand that you scared him. Ha ha ha. Old eccentric Qiao has dominated the abyssal underworld for his entire life. First, you broke the illusion Dao that he is most proud of. Then, you scared him until he could not even kill 2 vain sovereign emperors. After this battle, he will definitely embarrass himself. Lin Feng laughed very carefreely. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. It seemed like ever since he met Lin Feng, Xiao Chen had always felt this way. It seemed like Xiao Chen had never seen Lin Feng laugh before, much less laugh as happily as he did today. The god's shadow bow did not fire that arrow. However, that arrow already appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. This allowed Xiao Chen to understand many things. There were some things that he could not give up. That was a bond and friendship that could not be obtained even with the entire world. Come, let's leave the abyssal underworld first. Right. Xiao Chen called out the demon blood vulture and quickly carried the 3 far away. After that, there were no more surprises, everything went smoothly. Xiao Chen briefly told Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun about the deal he made with Luoho Wang in the final blood battlefield. The two felt enlightened and said that Luoho Wang was indeed a passionate person. At the very last moment, he actually got an older generation sovereign emperor of his race to save Xiao Chen. It was worth it for Xiao Chen to face 10-odd sovereign emperors for him back then, helping him fulfill his wish. As for what kind of pressure Luoho King would face after this, the 3 of them were well aware of it. Feeling helpless, they did not say anything. The underworld god temple would definitely not let Luoho Wang off. He was an Azura noble, so they would definitely not kill him. However, their punishment would definitely not be light. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's trio passed through the abyssal rift and returned to the central world. The long-awaited sun was rather dazzling, but it was also abnormally comfortable. His repressed emotions were swept away. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the netherworld, it had been full of twists and turns. It had been extremely dangerous, but fortunately, everyone had returned alive. Before he could be happy for too long, it was time to part again. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng wanted to return to the Heavenly Alliance, while Chu Chaoyun wanted to return to the Universe Origin sect. Naturally, the paths were different. Xiao Chen, if you need anything in the future, you can come to the Universe Origin sect to find me directly. If it's inconvenient for you to come, you can also send a message. Before parting, Chu Chaoyun revealed his signature smile and said softly. Xiao Chen nodded. You too. Goodbye. Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng only withdrew their gazes after Chu Chaoyun finally vanished from their sight. Let's go. It's time for us to turn in our mission. Lin Feng reluctantly returned the Cheongqi Beast Ghost Pennant to Xiao Chen as he spoke. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stopped Lin Feng. Take it first and make do with it. You can return it to me when you no longer need it. Oh, by the way, this is for you as well. Lin Feng looked at the item Xiao Chen gave him in his palm. This greatly startled him, rendering him somewhat speechless. That's not good, right? Xiao Chen smiled and said, who cares? It's useless anyway. Come, let's return to the Heavenly Alliance. Lin Feng looked at the item in his hand and shook his head. He thought to himself, I really can't figure out Xiao Chen's thoughts. Then, he carefully put it away and quickly caught up to Xiao Chen. The two walked side by side under the blazing sun, gradually going far away. Chapter 22:10. 7 days later, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng returned to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and returned to their respective residences. At Xiao Chen's residence, Bao and Elder Lu led a group of servants to welcome Xiao Chen at the entrance. When Xiao Chen appeared, they knelt and greeted him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to leave. The demon blood vulture happily flew to Elder Lu's shoulder, appearing excited. Congratulations, young master. It looks like you gained a pretty good harvest on your trip to the abyssal underworld. Bao observed Xiao Chen's expression. Although she could not figure him out, she could sense that Xiao Chen was very different from when he left. The aura that Xiao Chen gave off was even stronger, so much so that Xiao Chen did not dare to look at him directly. Even if Xiao Chen tried to restrain himself, he could not completely withdraw the pressure from his soul. Of course, this was not a good thing. In the eyes of experts, it was a sign that he could not control his soul freely and did not have sufficient accumulations. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm all right. Did anyone come looking for me?" Although Xiao Chen knew that no one would come looking for him, he still asked casually. "Yes. Lord Mu came a few times." "Oh." Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You may withdraw first. After I soak in the medicinal spring, I should be going to meet the Alliance Chief." Bao bowed and left obediently. After entering the medicinal spring, Xiao Chen felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Even his soul relaxed. Previously, the intervals between missions were short, so he did not feel much. This time, he spent several months in the abyssal underworld. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately felt the benefits of the medicinal spring. Only now did he truly relax. Soon, Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, all his fatigue was gone. He felt energized, and his eyes glowed. He looked like he was brand new. Xiao Chen muttered, "Interesting. My soul energy seems to have become denser." Previously, Xiao Chen only felt that the medicinal spring was for treating injuries. However, he did not notice that it had such a wondrous effect on nourishing his soul energy. Xiao Chen's soul energy had soared wildly, reaching the three-vein sovereign emperor realm. Now, it looked like he could use external objects to nourish it. Young master is awake. Through the hazy mist, Xiao Chen saw Bao's beautiful figure appear on the opposite side of the medicinal spring. Such a scene had appeared many times, but this time, it seemed especially tempting. Strange, is it because after increasing my soul power, I can feel things that other people can't? Shaking his head, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. How long did I sleep? Young master slept for 4 whole days. Lord Mu said that when young master wakes up, he will go and see the Alliance Master. As they spoke, Bao walked over and helped Xiao Chen put on his clothes. After everything was ready, Xiao Chen calmed himself down and walked towards the peak of the sacred mountain alone. This time, there was no one to guide them. However, the guards at the checkpoint seemed to have received the news and did not stop Xiao Chen. A while later, Xiao Chen arrived at Hua Tianyang's residence. When he saw Lin Feng waiting for him, he nodded slightly and walked over. Just like last time, when Xiao Chen arrived, Hua Tianyang and the court doyens appeared at the end of the palace once more. They were clearly very close, yet they seemed far away, separated by a world. However, this time, Xiao Chen sensed some clues. Hua Tianyang's group should be in the residence. However, after Xiao Chen refined this residence, the laws of the world inside changed at any moment, giving off this misconception. The increase in Xiao Chen's soul energy lessened the mysteriousness of this residence. Xiao Chen, Lin Feng, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time already. The two of you are truly incredible this time. When I received the news, it startled me. You have also raised the might of my heavenly alliance. These will be rewarded separately. Right now, I just want to know if you have found the holy relic. Hua Tianyang stared at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng as he spoke casually. However, he exuded a strong pressure that deterred others from being presumptuous. Xiao Chen stepped forward and reporting to the Alliance Chief, we have already found the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The moment he said that, the expressions of the court doyens behind him changed slightly, revealing expressions of joy. Mu Zifeng felt shocked. Then, he rejoiced in his heart. This meant that Xiao Chen must have brought the holy relic. Sui Renji's expression did not change. When he looked at Lin Feng, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Reporting to the Alliance Master, I've also found the relic. Right at this moment, Lin Feng took a step forward and said softly. Hua. This immediately set the place abuzz. The court doyens felt confused. How could there be two Heavenly Alliance holy items? Could it be that one of them was fake? Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat displeased. Before Hua Tianyang could say anything, Xiao Qian and Lin Feng opened their palms. A seven-colored light flickered in their palms. If one looked closely, they would see that they were fragments of the seven-color stone. Alliance Master, although we found the sacred relic, it's still not enough. But when we found it, it had already lost its divinity and became like this. Xiao Qian unhurriedly told Hua Tianyang what he had prepared. In reality, this was indeed the truth. The Heavenly Alliance holy relic had lost its divinity long ago. Even if Xiao Qian had not used up the last bit of its divinity, it would have ended up like this sooner or later. Hence, Xiao Qian had decided to shatter it and split it with Lin Feng. That way, he could complete this somewhat troublesome mission. Whoosh! Hua Tianyang stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragments of the seven-color stone. Then, he frowned slightly as he looked at them. Ku Yun, take a look. Master Ku Yun specialized in refining equipment. After taking a look, he said, Alliance Chief, this is indeed the seven-color stone that was refined when the Heavenly Alliance was first established. Hua Tianyang said somewhat helplessly, actually, I already guessed it. I did not repair it in time after the battle back then. After so many years, most of its divinity should have disappeared. Unexpectedly, it is completely useless. Hua Tianyang sighed and looked at Xiao Qian and Lin Feng. No matter what, the two of you managed to retrieve the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. You may withdraw first. Xiao Qian could not help smiling in his heart. It looked like there was no chance of him agreeing to a request. Yes, Alliance Chief. The two performed cupped fist salutes and turned to leave. After Xiao Qian and Lin Feng left, Hua Tianyang asked, Ku Yun, is there any way to refine it again? There is. However, it will take 100 years. It will probably be difficult to restore it to its peak. 70%. When Hua Tianyang heard that, he felt utterly disappointed. If 100 years could restore it to 70% of its former might, it would be better to forge a new superior-grade soul tool. In that case, never mind. Restore it. Since it is a holy relic, just treat it as an inheritance. Mu Zifeng said, Alliance Chief, no matter what, the holy relic is back. In the future, the Heavenly Alliance's inheritance will be able to proceed smoothly. Given the Heavenly Alliance's current accumulations, it might be possible to forge a soul tool that surpasses the Snow God Whip. Hua Tianyang nodded. I think so, too. No matter what, this Snow God Whip has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is already the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's spirit. As for forging another soul tool, leave that to Ku Yun. This time, Xiao Qian and Lin Feng made great contributions. How do you think we should reward them? Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji exchanged glances. Next, it was up to these two to fight for their people. After leaving the temple, Xiao Qian and Lin Feng released their bated breath. The mission of retrieving the holy relic was not just about retrieving it. It also involved the power struggle between Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji. Xiao Qian and Lin Feng were not willing to get involved. Shattering the holy relic and handing over half each was the best way to resolve this. The two had a tacit understanding. They knew that they could not say anything here, so they nodded slightly and left. After returning to his residence, Xiao Qian started to organize his gains from his trip to the abyssal underworld. Aside from the divine nature flame, his greatest gain was naturally the Xuewu dynasty's holy relic that Li Yun left behind. The Scarlet Moon. Naturally, its might went without saying. Xiao Qian had personally witnessed it, so he did not have much to say about it. However, it seemed to be severely damaged and needed to be repaired. "Young master, Lord Mu is here." As Xiaochen fiddled with the scarlet moon, Bauer arrived. Then, Xiaochen put away the scarlet moon. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance's reward had arrived. The original reward was that Xiaochen could make a request of Hua Tianyang. However, based on Hua Tianyang's final expression, this reward should have fallen through. Let's see what kind of reward there is. Chapter 22:11. After a while, Mu Zifeng arrived. After Bauer served him tea and water, she withdrew obediently. Mu Zifeng picked up his teacup and did not mention the tea. As he watched Bauer leave, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with the maidservant I arranged for you?" Xiaochen had known from the start that Bauer might be Mu Zifeng's person. So, he did not say anything more. He said softly, "Bauer is a good lady. It's good that you like her. I can arrange a few more for you. Take them as a reward for this mission." Pfft! Xiaochen nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. He put down the teacup and caught his breath. Then, he said, "Lord Mu, you really know how to joke. Ha! You completed this mission pretty well. Unfortunately, the seven-color stone no longer has any divine nature," Xiaochen added. "It is indeed quite unfortunate." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and changed the topic. "However, I heard that someone used the snow god whip to fight 10 odd sovereign emperors, looking very awe-inspiring. Word of this spread in the abyssal underworld. Several one-veined sovereign emperors shattered on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind." Xiaochen calmly spouted nonsense. "This person is really incredible. Incredible. It looks like Lin Feng is much stronger than I imagined. Ha! Let's not talk about this for now. In any case, even if we find the seven-color stone, there will not be much divine nature left. This is something that everyone understands. However, it is still too much to not have any divine nature left. The reward will definitely shrink. Don't even think about making a request to the Alliance Chief." Mu Zifeng laughed at Xiaochen's nonsense. Then, he got down to business. Xiaochen did not care. In any case, this was how the Heavenly Alliance was. He could not say whether it was good or bad. If Xiaochen managed to bring back a seven-color stone that still had most of its divine nature, Hua Tianyang would not go back on his word. Now, Hua Tianyang wanted to make a request with just a pile of fragments. Clearly, he was not a fool. However, no matter what, the snow god whip is my Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. You and Lin Feng brought back the holy relic, which is a great merit. You have to be rewarded. Now, Xiaochen listened attentively to see what the reward was. Mu Zifeng said, "What I'm fighting for is for you to rise by one rank and become a five-petal member of the Heavenly Alliance." Xiaochen felt slightly startled. He had not expected Mu Zifeng to give him such a huge gift. A five-petal member could already be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Heaven Alliance. He had only been in the Heaven Alliance for less than 2 years. "Lord Mu, Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "I know that you do not want to get too involved. I roughly know what you are thinking about this matter. You were the one who shattered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, right? Everyone has their own ambitions. I will not force you." Xiaochen felt somewhat disappointed at Mu Zifeng's words. He could not help feeling apologetic. After all, he had the ability to directly bring back the complete sacred relic, but in the end, he did not do so. "You're quite similar to Mr. Peach Blossom. I didn't promote you to a five-petal member because I wanted you to continue climbing the ranks. I'm going to send you out. As a five-petal member, you can oversee a region and become an inspector." As Mu Zifeng spoke, he waved his hand, and a light screen of the Great Thousand Realms appeared before the two. The light screen was densely packed, showing the entire Heavenly Alliance's territory. 7 colors separated the factions into grades. The different grades had different accumulations. This was a shocking scene, showing a super faction in its entirety before them. With the vast and boundless Great Thousand Realms as the background, the Heavenly Alliance's tentacles seemed to be everywhere in the great desolate universe, the mysterious heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The highest was rank 7, and the lowest was rank 1. Xiaoqin took a look. The Heavenly Alliance's Grave Sea cluster was divided into 3 grades. As a 5-petal member, you can choose a rank 5 region to be an inspector. You will be responsible for overseeing a region and managing all the Heavenly Alliance's subordinate factions in that region. However, in the eyes of others, you are still one of my people. So, you cannot embarrass me. You can rise by another grade and choose a rank 6 region to oversee. Overseeing a region and being an inspector. This was an extremely great authority with boundless benefits. It was like being a dynasty's governor. Xiaoqin could use all the resources within his territory as he pleased, having absolute authority. Normally, only veteran members who had served the Heavenly Alliance for 100 years or more could enjoy this honor. Many people risked their lives to complete missions, getting squeezed dry by the Heavenly Alliance, all for this moment. However, Mu Zifeng forcefully promoted Xiaoqin to this position, all for the sake of distancing Xiaoqin from the struggle for core authority in the Heavenly Alliance, fulfilling Mu Zifeng's wish. Xiaoqin felt somewhat stunned as he said, "Lord Mu, your favor is so great that I cannot reject it." Xiaoqin simply could not reject it. Overseeing a region would not affect his cultivation, and he would have ample freedom, countless resources, and ridiculously great authority. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "I have always been like this. Since I cannot force you to be one of my people, I might as well do you a favor, one so great that you cannot reject it. Who knows, I might need your help in the future." Xiaoqin thought for a while, weighing the pros and cons. Then, he said, "All right, I'll accept this favor." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly, not feeling surprised. "Choose a place, then. You can choose anywhere in the rank 6 region. However, you also have to consider whether or not you can suppress those people below you. The choice is still up to you." Xiaoqin nodded and started to make his choice. First, the Outer Sea clusters. There were many special Outer Sea clusters with rich resources and abnormal spiritual energy, no weaker than the Central Great Realm. After going there, one would be like a local tyrant, suitable for the elderly. There were also some Outer Sea clusters with strong natives, which would be of great help to tempering one's martial techniques. However, in general, the Central Great Realm was the best. Many places gathered, and outstanding talents competed. There were also plenty of resources. After eliminating the Outer Sea clusters, Xiaoqin looked at the 3 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Xinwu dynasty, and the Yanwu dynasty. The dynasties were where the luck of the entire martial epoch was, where the various super factions gathered. There were countless noble clans and outstanding talents, gathering all the outstanding talents of the world. There were even many demonic Dao factions. The competition was the greatest, and the benefits were the greatest. However, the danger and pressure were also the greatest. However, if Xiaoqin had to choose, he naturally had to choose the 3 dynasties. Given his vision and strength, he would go there sooner or later. Right now, Xiaoqin was conflicted. Who should he choose? First, he had to eliminate the Xinwu dynasty. Then, he would have a grudge with the profound Heaven Holy Land. There would definitely be a lot of trouble if he went there. Next was the Tianwu dynasty. Although Xiaoqin had a connection to Chu Chaoyun, he did not have a good relationship with that group of people. After thinking about it, there was only one choice left. The Yanwu dynasty. Mu Zifeng felt slightly surprised. He said directly, "I thought you would choose the region where the 8 great empires are. I fear that you will not be able to control the Yanwu dynasty. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance is weaker than the other factions in that place." Xiaoqin frowned slightly and said, "You don't recommend me going?" "Yes. The Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty has not been able to expand. Although it is a dynasty, the benefits there might not be comparable to some of the Outer Sea clusters. For example, the Ink Sea cluster. The Heavenly Alliance's faction occupies 80% of the area. It has sufficient resources and a connection point to the Bitter Sea, so you can go there to cultivate at any time. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, since you are overseeing a region, you naturally have to choose a suitable one. However, if you can really expand the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty, it will be a great contribution to the Heavenly Alliance. It will be several times better than the missions you have done in the past year. Of course, Mu Zifeng did not believe that Xiao Qin could do it. He still preferred Xiao Qin to choose a more stable region. It would be fine as long as he was more beautiful. After all, it would be difficult to control the people in the dynasty. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, the Yanwu dynasty, then. If there is no challenge at all, it would not be very interesting. Mu Zifeng found this slightly strange. After some thought, he said, as you wish, then. I will give you the certificate of appointment 7 days later. I will also explain the details to you. Oh, by the way, as a 5-petal member, you can upgrade the alloy battle armor's full power once for free. Go and look for Ku Yun to handle this. Otherwise, I might not be able to assign you the best blacksmith. I will let him know. Xiao Qin thought to himself, this is pretty good. Coincidentally, I have a dynasty's sacred tool that needs to be repaired. I can handle this as well. You should make your preparations during these 7 days. You have 5 slots that you can use. Find 5 people to oversee the Heavenly Alliance. If you cannot find anyone suitable, the Heavenly Alliance will assign them to you. Before Mu Zifeng left, he gave Xiao Qin some instructions before taking his leave. After a long time, Xiao Qin recovered his wits. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Qin could not understand Mu Zifeng. In the end, he underestimated this person. To think that he was so bold. Since Mu Zifeng could not force Xiao Qin to stay, he gave Xiao Qin such a huge gift. Even though Xiao Qin knew that Mu Zifeng still wanted to win him over, he could not reject him. Xiao Qin could only say that he was still too inexperienced when dealing with people who climbed to the position of Cordoyan. Chapter 22:12. Of the 5 spots, who should I choose? Naturally, the first ones that came to Xiao Chen's mind were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mo Yun Fei, who came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with him, and Nangong Feng, who came from Desolate City. In the past 2 years, Xiao Qin had occasionally contacted these people. However, as he had just joined the Heavenly Alliance, he had many missions, so he did not have a proper gathering. The task was arduous. In other words, he was as tired as a dog. Take Xiao Qin as an example. He had practically never rested. Often, he would only rest for 1 or 2 days before missions came again. This was especially so for the first year. One did not even have a choice. One had to obediently complete whatever mission one was given, there was no choice. The Heavenly Alliance was an extremely snobbish organization. It was fair as well. Every Heavenly Alliance member cultivated in the faux god world for 10 years. This was the greatest resource that the Heavenly Alliance provided. The pressure on the members was just a form of extortion. If these people were given another chance, they would still choose to join the Heavenly Alliance. There were simply too many benefits to not entering the faux god world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's strict hierarchy gave the members something to look forward to, so they could endure it. If Xiao Qin really said that he could bring them away from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and allow them to continue enjoying the Heavenly Alliance's resources, it would be a good thing. As long as everything went smoothly, it should not be a problem to gather a few people. Xiao Qin went to look for Yun Fei first. The Heavenly Alliance members lived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, not far from each other. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Qin arrived at Yun Fei's residence. He was so close that Xiao Qin felt somewhat startled. Despite being so close, the few had only seen each other a handful of times in the past 2 years. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's system was somewhat unreasonable and too repressive. Yun Fei just happened to be returning from his mission. When he saw Xiao Qin, he felt pleasantly surprised. Xiao Qin. Ha! It has been a long time. Why are you here? Yunfei felt rather surprised. After leaving the faux god world, the few had only met a few times. Furthermore, Yunfei had always been the one looking for Xiaochen. One does not come to a temple without a cause. I came for a reason as well. Xiaochen took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion. 5 plum blossoms lit up in the snowy scene for 5,000 kilometers on the back. Damn! Bai Yunfei jumped up in surprise. Holding the token in his hand, he rubbed it over and over again. It took him a while to confirm that it was real. Not long ago, Wu Meng lit up 3 plum blossoms. Nangong Feng and I felt that it was already very amazing. Unexpectedly, you actually lit up 5. I only heard that you seem to have completed a very, very high-level mission. Is it related to this? Yunfei could not be blamed for being shocked. It was too difficult to raise one's cultivation in the Heavenly Alliance. The merit points awarded for completing a mission would be deducted once they were exchanged for resources. This was a very troublesome matter. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to save merit points. When Xiaochen suddenly told him that he was already a 5-petal plum blossom cultivator, it was easy to imagine how shocked he was. Yes, but I can't reveal the details of the mission. Xiaochen nodded his head in agreement with Yunfei's conjecture. If it had been according to the original reward, Xiaochen would have asked Hua Tianyang to have him become a 6-petal member. However, Mu Zifeng had obtained a reward for Xiaochen, allowing him to oversee a region. In reality, this reward was even better than being a 6-petal member. Congratulations! Nominally, you are already 1 rank higher than Master Peach Blossom, Bai Yunfei said with a smile. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had left with only 4 petals. Now, Xiaochen was indeed 1 rank higher than the other party. Many thanks. However, this is not the important matter. I'll talk about it later. I already got someone to inform Wu Meng and Nangong Feng to come over. I'll explain the details then. Considering that there would be too many eyes in his residence, Xiaochen did not invite anyone to his residence. Instead, he chose Bai Yunfei's residence. Although this would be exposed sooner or later, he would do his best to hide something. How mysterious. However, we have not met for a long time. It would be good to chat more. Bai Yunfei smiled and started chatting with Xiaochen, waiting for the others to arrive. Time passed. Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and the others rushed over one after another. When they learned that Xiaochen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they were incredibly shocked and repeatedly congratulated him. Xiaochen, everyone is already here. Can you speak about the important matter now? Bai Yunfei asked with some anticipation. Xiaochen looked around. Bai Yunfei, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and Mou were all friends that he had gone through life and death with. While these people did not possess horrifying strength, they were definitely trustworthy. They were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses with unlimited potential. If they could follow Xiaochen to the Yanwu dynasty, they would definitely be of help. Due to the importance of this matter, I have to wait for everyone to arrive before speaking. Lord Mu promoted me to a rank 6 envoy inspector. If there are no surprises, the appointment certificates will be issued in 7 days. I have 5 slots, so you can come with me. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Wu Meng and the other 3 revealed stunned expressions. Nangong Feng put down his teacup and said, Xiaochen, I'm sure I heard right. You became an envoy inspector, and you are a rank 6 one at that? This startled the others to their senses. Like Nangong Feng, they looked at Xiaochen, wondering if he was lying to us. A rank 6 envoy inspector. These were 5 simple words. However, everyone in the Heavenly Alliance knew how much weight these words carried. Becoming a feudal official, ruling over a region, achieving meteoric success, these words were not enough to describe Xiaochen. This practically meant that Xiaochen could be said to be a powerhouse of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiaochen nodded slowly and smiled. Do you think that I'm purposely joking around? The others calmed down and looked at Xiaochen with complicated expressions. If Xiao Chen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they would have been happy to congratulate him from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they suddenly learned that Xiao Chen had become a rank 6 envoy inspector, they found it unbelievable. In comparison, the difference between their statuses and Xiao Chen's was immense. After a long time, Wu Meng sighed softly. Back then, on the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Xiao Chen, you said with great pride that only Heavenly Alliance disciples could ascend to the top. I knew that such a day would come. However, I did not expect it to come so soon. Nangong Feng and the other two sighed in silence. The past events in the Faux God World were still vivid in their minds. Back then, Xiao Chen wrapped himself in a bedsheet and rode a strong wind to charge into paradise. Under everyone's mocking gazes, he fought alone and coincidentally obtained the 100,000-year requirement. Then, he took the lead and climbed the heaven-bridging peak. Xiao Chen occupied the God-conferring platform alone and fought against the outstanding talents of 4 super factions. That lofty aspiration and boldness had left an indelible impression in the others' hearts. In hindsight, Xiao Chen had already shown the grace of a powerful overlord in the Faux God world. Now, everything in the Heavenly Alliance happened naturally. If they had been the ones to ascend to the top back then, Mu Zifeng would have done the same. I'm fine with it. As long as Xiao Chen says the word, I will go with you immediately. I have missions every day. I've long since grown tired of them. I've had enough of this life. Yun Fei was the first to agree to Xiao Chen's request. During the early stages of the Heavenly Alliance, the 2-petal period was the most difficult. With so many missions, one would not only be physically and mentally fatigued, but one would not even have time to cultivate. Yun Fei was more than happy to have a chance to break away from this period of time. Furthermore, the one who said this was Xiao Chen. In that case, he had no more worries. I'm fine with it. Nangong Feng and Mou agreed one after another. Of the 4, only the 3-petal Wu Meng had not spoken yet. Without a doubt, Wu Meng was the strongest of the 4. Now, he had just advanced to a 3-petal Wu Meng. After enduring the most difficult period, he might have a chance to become an envoy inspector like Xiao Chen in the future. Facing everyone's fervent gazes, Wu Meng smiled and said, My brothers are all going. There is no point in me staying behind alone. Good. This time, we will do something big. Xiao Chen, I'll follow you. The 4 laughed at the same time. A hot-bloodedness burned in their hearts. Many thanks to everyone for thinking highly of me, Xiao Chen. As long as I am around, I will not mistreat everyone. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, revealing a sincere smile on his face. No matter how strong he was alone, it was impossible for him to oversee a region without any trouble. Furthermore, overseeing a region meant that he was an overlord and a powerhouse. Given his status, it was impossible for him to handle everything. He had to have a reliable helper. Nangong Feng, Yun Fei, and Mou, come with me. You can automatically advance to a 3-petal Wu Meng. As for Brother Wu, it will be somewhat difficult. Before reaching a 3-petal Wu Meng, one could not leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chen had this special right now. The people he chose could automatically advance to a 3-petal Wu Meng. Wu Meng already lit up 3 petals, so he could not help Xiao Chen light up another. Wu Meng smiled casually and said, It's fine. I don't care about these minor matters. In that case, everyone should make some preparations in the next few days. Before we leave, we should use this opportunity to exchange for all the resources we can in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Alright, we will take our leave first. With the brothers working together, Xiao Chen successfully gathered 4 people. There was still 1 spot left, but he did not really want to recruit cultivators. It would be better to recruit blacksmiths, alchemists, or people who knew how to do business. Xiao Chen wondered if he could borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. Chapter 22:13. Master Ku Yun was one of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's strongest blacksmith. Ordinary members, even if they were at the level of a 5-petal plum blossom, might not be able to meet them. Mu Zifeng had recommended Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had met Master Ku Yun once before. It should not be a problem for him to meet this Heavenly Alliance powerhouse. Even so, Xiao Chen only met Master Ku Yun 2 days later. The meeting took place in the blacksmith workshop of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were many weapon cauldrons in the blacksmith workshop. These cauldrons were more than 30 kilometers tall, looking like mountain ranges standing proudly. Astral flames burned fiercely in the cauldrons. More than 100,000 apprentices worked in these weapon cauldrons. Many Grandmaster-level martial sages presided over them, making them incredibly busy. Someone led Xiao Chen through the cauldrons. Then, he met Master Ku Yun on a tall mountain that overlooked the entire blacksmith workshop. Stars flickered at the summit of the tall mountain. The vast starry heavens seemed within reach. Little friend Xiao Chen, we meet again. Master Ku Yun revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a very amiable attitude. Master Ku Yun did not have the unfathomable and mysterious aura that many major characters purposely created. In reality, after one surpassed great perfection's sovereign emperor, one could return to one's natural state, appearing no different from ordinary people. However, those in power often did not want others to figure them out, purposely giving others an unfathomable pressure. Master Ku Yun had escorted Xiao Chen and Lin Feng on the mission to the abyssal underworld. Hence, he had a good impression of the two. Master Ku Yun, this junior has something to trouble senior with. Xiao Chen rather liked interacting with such people. His attitude was very humble and respectful. Master Ku Yun said after some thought, Mu Zifeng already told me about it. After thinking about it, I'll personally help you forge your alloy battle armor. If you have any special requests, you can discuss them with me now. I'll make the necessary preparations. Xiao Chen rejoiced when he heard that. He immediately stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Master Ku Yun. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. This was simply unexpected. Who was Master Ku Yun? He was a grandmaster who could forge superior-grade soul tools. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest blacksmith in the world. Xiao Chen was shocked that the other party was willing to let go of what he was doing and help him with such a small matter. You're welcome. You specialize in saber arts and the Thunder Great Tao, with the Ice Great Tao complementing it. These are all things that I know. When I reforge it, I will take them into consideration. What do you think? Ku Yun smiled. He was rather pragmatic and did not bother with pleasantries. After a brief pondering, Xiao Chen asked, what does senior think I should choose? I only have a superficial understanding of the art of artifact refinement, so I don't dare to speak before Senior Ku Yun. Master Ku Yun did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, in my opinion, you should focus on amplifying and strengthening your Thunder Dao. Now that your Thunder Dao domain has reached the 4th layer, you might as well strengthen it to the limit. My idea is to infuse an ancient Thunder Dragon's reverse scale, 1,000 tons of Thunder Dragon True Blood, a Thunder Dragon Spine, and a strand of Great Desolate Aeon Dragon Soul into the Alloy Dragon armor. It happens to be compatible with your bloodline. At that time, the Alloy Dragon armor will be like your flesh and blood, and you will be able to use it as you wish. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment, somewhat unable to react to Master Ku Yun's suggestion. To Xiao Chen, this sounded like something out of a fantasy story. However, the other party spoke of it very naturally, as if it was nothing much. After a while, Xiao Chen startled awake. He thought to himself, how stupid I am. Who is the other party? Although he is not the strongest blacksmith in the martial epoch, no one would dare to say anything if he is one of them. Xiao Chen nearly got fooled by the other party's amiable attitude. Ku Yun did not have a strong air, but that did not mean that he was not strong. Since Ku Yun said that he would personally help Xiao Chen reforge the Alloy Dragon armor, how could he just casually reply? Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Take Mu Zifeng for example. Xiao Chen was clearly a 5-petal plum blossom, but Ku Yun put him in charge of a rank 6 conferred land. What's wrong? You feel that something is wrong? Master Ku Yun frowned slightly, thinking that Xiao Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. He said seriously, if this is still not enough, there will be trouble. I'm afraid that I will not be able to complete it within 7 days. Xiao Chen quickly said, there's no need. This is very good. In that case, I'll leave the alloy dragon armor to Senior. This is a great opportunity. Fearing that something might go wrong, Xiao Chen removed the black gloves on his hands and handed them over. Master Ku Yun put away the gloves and said, I'll get someone to deliver it to you 4 days later. With the alloy dragon armor I reforged for you, you will be more confident when you arrive in the Yanwu dynasty. It turned out that Senior Ku Yun knew that Xiao Chen would have to oversee a region and feared that Xiao Chen would not be able to handle the situation, so he personally took action. Such good intentions warmed Xiao Chen's heart, making him feel even more respect for this senior. I still have a dynasty's sacred tool. I would like Senior to take a look and see if you can restore it. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the 8th Princely Yun's Scarlet Moon. This should be a secret treasure that could reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool at a crucial moment. A demonic Tao sacred tool. I have a disciple who is good at restoring it. I'll get a servant to bring you over later. Master Ku Yun recognized the Scarlet Moon's origins with just one look. He did not say anything more, appearing very happy. The repeated requests made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. In that case, there is nothing else. Master Ku Yun did not rush. He smiled and said, little friend, how do you feel about overseeing a region before the age of 100, becoming a rank 6 envoy inspector? It is rather surprising. However, it suits my intentions. I keep feeling somewhat pressured staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen spoke honestly, not holding back at all. Master Ku Yun nodded. In the world, be it sects, noble clans, empires, or dynasties, they are all organizations that benefit one another. However, noble clans are connected by bloodlines and have accumulations. Sects have seniors to guide them, and their inheritances are everlasting. All of these can give people a sense of belonging. However, the Heavenly Alliance is a purely profit-driven organization. Everyone comes together for their own interests, believing in eternal benefits. Given your character, it is not strange for you to feel pressured. Mu Zifeng is rather generous. The two chatted for a while. Although there was a difference in their statuses and ages, they got along quite well. In the end, it was because Master Ku Yun did not care about authority. Master Ku Yun relied on his own strength to become a core doyen. No matter who became the alliance chief, he would be an irreplaceable existence. With extraordinary strength, one could naturally transcend others. Many of Master Ku Yun's insights were refreshing to Xiao Chen. Let's leave it at that, then. I have to make some preparations for you. Master Ku Yun sent off the guest with tea. Then, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, a servant led the way to the forging workshop, where Ku Yun's disciple, who was good at restoring secret treasures, was. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at a vast forging pavilion. 3 cauldrons stood there, and 10,000 people moved about in an orderly fashion. Above the pavilion, someone was leaning against the railing. With a wave of his hand, he gave out a series of orders. Xiao Chen thought, Master Ku Yun's disciple is rather capable. He can command 10,000 people so easily. With Master Ku Yun's servant leading the way, Xiao Chen did not encounter any obstructions. Soon, he arrived at the pavilion. Please wait a moment. The servant bowed slightly and stepped forward. Then, he passed through the many ancient screens and went to report. Miss Mo, an administrator from the Heavenly Alliance is here on Master's orders to meet you. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He heard the servant's words and felt slightly startled. Miss Mo. This reminded Xiao Chen of a person, which distracted him. Just as he felt uncertain, a familiar voice rang out. I wonder which administrator it is. To think that he could startle Master. Sorry for not going out to welcome him. Clatter. Clatter. The screens with ancient paintings of mountains and rivers parted, looking like mountains and rivers breaking apart layer by layer. A beautiful figure approached from afar, looking like she was descending from the horizon, crossing the mountains and rivers to meet Xiaoqian. When the beautiful figure appeared, Xiaoqian could see her appearance clearly. Every frown and smile of her magnificence showed. Who else could it be but the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen? Chapter 22:14. The person who came was indeed Mo Chen, the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen. That stubborn top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain, who dared to ruin her beauty. One's life has no roots, drifting like dust. There are no regrets in the green hills, fate is sought in the clear water, the mountains and rivers will eventually meet again. The two stared at each other for a long time, staring at each other in a daze. Countless emotions turned into silk, lingering in their hearts. The servant leading the way sensed that the two seemed to know each other, so he took his leave and left. Now, only Xiaoqian and Mo Chen remained in the pavilion. They seemed to have many things to say, but they did not know where to start. After a while, Mo Chen blushed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, Big brother Xiao, are you just going to keep looking at me like this? No matter how much you look at me, you will not be able to tell anything from my face. Xiaoqian startled awake and smiled faintly. Then, he said softly, speaking of flowers, I am indeed not as pretty as you. Hee hee. It has been a long time. Big brother Xiao, you really know how to joke. When Mo Chen saw Xiaoqian, she felt very moved. For the sake of seeing Xiaoqian, she had put in so much anticipation, perseverance, and hard work. However, when she truly saw Xiaoqian, she discovered that she did not feel as excited or impulsive as she imagined. There was only a trace of gentleness and warmth in her heart. With just one look, she knew that her big brother Xiao was still the big brother Xiao from back then. His visible face and invisible heart had not changed. Mo Chen had long since passed the age of a young girl in love. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiaoqian had always been around and had never gone far. Otherwise, why did she not feel any distance or unfamiliarity after not seeing him for so many years? It was still the same familiar feeling from back then, as natural as before. It had never changed. This was because he had always been around, in her heart, in her dreams, in the best memories of her life. Xiaoqian had never possessed him, but he had always been around. Time passed mercilessly, but it did not change her big brother Xiao much. Now, when Mo Chen saw Xiaoqian, it was like returning to a dream, returning to the best memories of the past. However, she could clearly feel time flowing at her fingertips. This strange and mystical feeling was indescribable. Do you have wine? I already finished my 1,000-year flame. Seeing the faint smile on Mo Chen's pretty face and Mo Chen's gaze on him, Xiaoqian said awkwardly, Don't worry. Yes. Mo Chen meekly took it out and placed it before Xiaoqian's table. The gentleness and smile on her face did not diminish as she poured wine for Xiaoqian. He gently shook it until the golden crow flew around. Xiaoqian gulped it down in one gulp. His blood immediately began to burn as if it was on fire. Xiaoqian had not tasted the 1,000-year flame in a long time. This cup was truly carefree. Good wine, you should drink it too. Yes. After a few cups, Xiaoqian sighed softly. A few years ago, I saw the 1,000-year flame that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter brought to Peach Blossom City. Then, I knew that you had come to the great 1,000 realms. Unexpectedly, I met you in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters one day. Mo Chen put down her wine cup and replied, It's a long story. Actually, I only became Master Ku Yun's disciple because of the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. Oh. Xiaoqian said with some surprise. There was actually such a reason. He immediately listened attentively. After she obtained my 1,000-year flame by chance, she used the Heavenly Fragrance's influence to send someone to look for me. Mo Chen paused for a moment before continuing. In the end, she really found me. At that time, I was very happy, so I followed the heavenly fragrances people to the central great realm's desolate sea. I thought that, given Big Brother Zhao's ability, if he really came out, he would go to the central great realm sooner or later. Xiaochen thought to himself, back then, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did indeed pay a lot of attention to the thousand-year flame. She even said that, after putting in a lot of effort, she still could not find the brewer. Unexpectedly, she really managed to find the brewer. After that, I stayed in the heavenly fragrance and helped her manage the heavenly fragrance winery. During this time, I also wanted to ask about Big Brother Xiao. However, although the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was polite, I kept feeling that there was some distance between us. I did not dare to ask about it and could only hide it in my heart. Xiaochen nodded. He had seen the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter before. She was always shrouded in a layer of fog, unfathomable and unfathomable. Saying that there was some distance between the holy daughter and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord was a nice thing to say. To put it bluntly, it was like she was high and aloof, looking down on everyone. Master and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord are acquainted with each other and often go there to drink. Once, she noticed me and said that I have talent for refining and that brewing wine is a waste of my talents. She insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Before I left, the heavenly fragrance's holy lord said that I was very lucky. At that time, I did not understand. Now, I somewhat understand where I am. Mo Chen spoke tirelessly, giving a short account of her experiences after leaving the Kunlun realm. Don't you know that I'm in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. He was somewhat famous in the Heavenly Alliance. He should be able to find out after asking around a little. Mo Chen shook her head and replied, I don't know. I have only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year and have not left the blacksmithing workshop at all. After that, I learned that the Heavenly Alliance is a super faction, so I became even more cautious. Previously, I tried to secretly ask about Big Brother Xiao in the Heavenly Fragrance. However, they all said that Big Brother Xiao vanished after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, so I could not find out anything about him. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Mo Chen had only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year. Indeed, there was no way for her to know about him. Xiaochen recalled that when he first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he could only remain in his residence and did not know that Mo Chen had come to the blacksmithing workshop. As for after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, most people would think that Xiaochen vanished. Those people might not even know about the existence of a super faction. How could Mo Chen find out anything about him? This made things somewhat difficult for Mo Chen. If not for today's coincidental meeting, who knew when they would meet again after Xiaochen left the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? Let's not talk about this for now. How are my old friends in the Heavenly Alliance? Is Big Brother Ying and the others doing well? Xiaochen had been thinking about his old friends in the Heavenly Alliance. However, he could not return to the Kunlun realm for now, so he could not find out any news about them. Now that Mo Chen was around, he could ask about them. They are doing well. After the demonic calamity, there were many things to do, and the Dragon's Gate rose. The various races and sects temporarily put aside their prejudices and elected the Dragon's Gate as the leader. Big Brother Zhao's dream of the Dragon's Gate's revival is already a reality. 100,000 Dragon's Gate disciples worship the totem that Big Brother Xiao left behind every day. I feel like the totem is slowly gaining life. Also, everyone misses you. Given that, my existence was not erased by the Heavenly Tao. Mo Chen nodded and said, no. As far as I know, everyone still remembers Big Brother Xiao. No one has forgotten. Xiaochen entered deep thought. In the past, the heavenly demons would erase all traces of the people who left in the Kunlun realm. Be it memories or words, they would all disappear like they never existed. However, this did not happen to Xiaochen. This was somewhat strange. Perhaps my traces will be erased, Mo Chen said with a somewhat sad expression. After all, this was her hometown. It had existed for decades, yet it was mercilessly erased. No one would be able to accept this. Xiao Qin said softly, that might not be the case. I feel that the Black Lotus Church might have done something back then, affecting the heavenly Tao that the Kunlun realm borrowed. This matter is not urgent. I will investigate it. In the future, the two of us will return to the Kunlun realm together. Is there a chance? Mo Chen asked in anticipation as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiao Qin thought for a while. With his current strength, it would be somewhat difficult for the Divine Universe Steel to bring him back alone. Bringing two people would be even more difficult. However, the future was hard to say. After the Divine Universe Steel replicated the Blue Dragon Ancient Lands Tao platform, it could clearly sense the totems of the Kunlun realm beyond the sea. This was hope. There will be a chance. Xiao Qin stood up and said, let's not talk about this for now. I want to bring you with me to the Yanwu dynasty. The Yanwu dynasty? Yes. Seeing that Mo Chen felt confused, Xiao Qin explained how he oversaw a region and became a rank 6 envoy inspector. Mo Chen, are you willing to help me again? Just like back then, when you and I re-established the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate and slowly rose up, Xiao Qin said in a sincere manner. Mo Chen smiled faintly as she recalled the various things of the past. Back when the Dragon's Gate was re-established, the sect powerhouses of the Four Seas came to attack. Each of them brought a great gift, wanting to destroy the newly established Dragon's Gate. However, Xiao Qin did not fluster in the face of danger. Dressed in white robes, he held a saber in one hand as he danced around in the air, catching all the great gifts. There were too many stories between the two. They could not finish talking about them in a few days and nights. Now that they met again in the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Qin invited Mo Chen to join hands again. Naturally, the answer went without saying. Mo Chen will always be Big Brother Xiao's best friend. If Big Brother Xiao is willing to let Mo Chen stay by your side, how can Mo Chen reject? However, I'm afraid that Master will not be willing for me to leave. An indiscernible gentleness flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as she spoke gently with a faint smile. Xiao Qin smiled and said, it's fine. It's settled, then. I'll speak to Master Ku Yun. Right. Big Brother Xiao, take a look at the sacred tool you want to repair first. Don't forget about proper business. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help smiling. When he saw Mo Chen, he completely forgot about the so-called proper business. Or rather, seeing Mo Chen was proper business. The sacred tool was nothing. Chapter 22:15. This is a demonic Tao sacred tool. It is heavily damaged. I will need at least 3 days to repair it. Mo Chen gave her answer after checking the Scarlet Moon. 3 days, then. I'll take my leave first and think about how to account to Master Ku Yun. After taking his leave of Mo Chen, Xiao Qin returned to his residence and saw Bauer waiting for him. After taking his leave of Mo Chen, Xiao Qin felt somewhat helpless. He did not know how many spies there were among the servants in the residence. Right now, Xiao Qin urgently wanted to return to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, there were simply too many people here, so he did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Qin could only wait. As long as he was not in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, even if there were spies around, there should not be much risk in using the Divine Universe Steel. Young Master, you're back. Do you have any instructions? Bauer asked softly, looking as obedient as before. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Help me prepare a list. I need secret treasures and medicinal pills for nourishing the soul. See how the Heavenly Alliance sells them. Also, help me search for similar cultivation techniques. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master is too polite. Xiao Chen's soul energy soared to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, making him feel uneasy. He had already decided to stabilize and condense his soul energy for a while. Soon, Bauer appeared before Xiao Chen with a list. Young Master, I have already done what I asked. The main secret treasures for nourishing soul energy are incense burners. Buddhist incense burners are the best. As for medicinal pills, the Heavenly Alliance's soul accumulating pill should be the best. However, it is very expensive. After listening to Bao'er's explanation, Xiaochen looked at the list again. Then, he asked softly, "How many contribution points do I have?" "Young master has 28,000 contribution points that you have not exchanged." Xiaochen said directly, "Just exchange them all. Choose the best. As for the soul accumulating pill, I need at least 100. If I do not have enough contribution points, I will use my origin liquid to exchange for them." "Alright." Bao'er knew that Xiaochen would be overseeing a region. Before he left, he would definitely use up all his contribution points, so she was not surprised. "Don't go yet." Just as Bao'er was about to leave, Xiaochen called out to her. She turned around and asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" Xiaochen looked straight at the other party and said calmly, "I do not have any other instructions. I just want to ask, will you come with me to the Yanwu dynasty this time? This servant is young master's personal maid, so I naturally have to go with you. If young master is not satisfied with Bao, you can ask Lord Mu to replace her." Bao lowered her head, and her eyes became misty, making her look pitiful. "Mister, are you going to give up Bao?" Xiaochen sighed in his heart. There is no point in retreating. Mu Zifeng will definitely find other spies. Xiaochen could understand why they were doing this, but there was always a spy following them, so he was more or less worried. "I'm fine. You can go now." "Yes." Seeing Bao'er withdraw, Xiaochen thought to himself, should I tell Mu Zifeng about this? On second thought, it seemed like it was useless to say anything. As a rank 6 inspector, he was overseeing a region. Xiaochen was a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing a region. Without the Heavenly Alliance's spies by his side, even if Mu Zifeng felt assured, the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon would not. The other envoy inspectors probably had Heavenly Alliance spies by their sides. This was a tacit secret. Never mind. When I leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, I don't have to worry too much if I want to do something. Keeping a spy by my side is good for both sides. 4 days later, Xiaochen visited the refining workshop again to collect his alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, a thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon dragon soul. With such a large amount of modifications, Xiaochen looked forward to seeing how strong his alloy dragon armor would be. "I was preparing to get someone to deliver it to you. Unexpectedly, you came personally." When Master Ku Yun saw Xiaochen, he revealed a smile and handed the alloy gloves over. "Try it on, then." Xiaochen received the alloy gloves. The pitch-black black-gold gloves revealed half of his fingers when he put them on. Golden talisman scripts formed an ancient divine character on the back of the gloves. Among the stars around the divine character, 4 lit up. Senior Ku Yun was really generous. To think that he directly upgraded my alloy dragon armor from 2-star to 4-star. Boom! When Xiaochen put on the 2 gloves, he immediately felt an electric current run through his entire body. Even his divine seal and soul trembled. A bloodline connection and soul merging with each other spread in his heart like a fish in water. The roar of an ancient thunder dragon rang out beside Xiaochen's ears. A purple thunder dragon image flashed in his eyes. How strong! Before Xiaochen activated it, he could already feel that the alloy battle armor was already very different from 3 days ago, completely different from before. Master Ku Yun stood upright with a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his work. He said indifferently, "Try it out after activating it." "Very well, senior." With a thought, Xiaochen activated the alloy battle armor. In an instant, the Azure Dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar, turning into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. A dragon might burst out of Xiaochen's body and shook the surroundings. Even the huge refining workshop could feel this dragon might radiating out. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as it wrapped around Xiao Chen's arms before spreading throughout his body. Electric light flickered, and soon, a dragon roar encircled Xiao Chen's body. When the two dragon images merged into one, Xiao Chen's body trembled. When the two dragon images merged, a brand new alloy dragon armor appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The originally silver alloy dragon armor now had many deep purple dragon patterns on it. In the blink of an eye, it looked like two dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. The dragon images had long fangs and 5 claws, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When the bright silver alloy dragon armor paired with the purple dragon patterns, its original heroic aura was swept away, replaced by absolute tyranny. A purple pendant hung on Xiao Chen's forehead. It was like a finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Xiao Chen's bloodline surged. The moment the alloy dragon armor appeared, he could clearly feel it. Xiao Chen's entire body, bloodline, and soul were stirred. The dragon blood and dragon soul contained in the alloy dragon armor perfectly merged with his dragon race bloodline. It was simply flawless. There was simply no armor more suitable for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched. The purple dragon patterns on the alloy dragon armor flickered with electric light. In the next moment, resplendent electric light burst out of his palm. Then, Xiao Chen's fourth layer Thunder Dao domain silently erupted. Xiao Chen felt like he was not holding a clump of electric light in his palm but a sea of electric light. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, his fourth layer Thunder Dao domain actually reached the horrifying might of a fifth layer Thunder Dao domain. This, Xiao Chen's shock could not be expressed with words. He found it unbelievable. Too strong, really too strong. Just a single set of battle armor had increased his strength by more than 50%. Master Ku Yun appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Senior Ku Yun really gave me a great gift." Xiao Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. Ku Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. Anyone would feel happy when their work was praised. The pendant on your forehead is the reverse scale of the primordial thunderous dragon, and it's also something that I spent a lot of effort on. Not only can it help you block your opponent's sword chi and weapons, but it also has strong resistance to soul technique attacks and illusions. It can even injure your opponent. If a sovereign emperor's forehead was pierced, it would be relatively dangerous. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Ku Yun's move was truly the finishing touch. His skill had reached the pinnacle. This alloy dragon armor was unique in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with it. "I basically reforged the entire alloy dragon armor for you. This is just the foundation. If you have enough resources in the future and find more dragon souls and dragon blood, this alloy dragon armor will become even stronger." This old man is not boasting, but he stands alone in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Even in the entire martial epoch, few can compare to him. Master Ku Yun said with a trace of pride. It might sound like boasting to others, but it wasn't false to Master Ku Yun. Right now, his time was limited, and he could not properly experience the alloy dragon armor's full power. He would definitely have to carefully study it later. However, no matter how good the armor was, he couldn't forget his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chen reluctantly put the armor back into his alloy dragon gloves and said, "Actually, besides the alloy dragon armor, I have another matter to discuss with you." "I know. You're talking about the sacred artifact of the dynasty, right? Go get it from Mo Chen. She can be considered my favorite student. This small matter won't be a problem for her." At the mention of Mo Chen, Master Ku Yun appeared very satisfied, looking like he wanted to make her his final disciple. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could not help complaining in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, "Senior, I would like to take Mo Chen away temporarily and have her come with me to the Yanwu dynasty." "What did you say?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Master Ku Yun's smile immediately vanished. He said seriously, say it again. I didn't hear you clearly. Xiao Chen had no choice but to repeat himself. After Master Ku Yun said that, his expression immediately turned uncertain. Don't even think about it. This old man is compatible with you. Furthermore, I owe Mu Zifeng a favor, so I made an exception to help you. However, you want to take away my favorite disciple with just one sentence? Furthermore, you want to go to a place like the Yanwu dynasty. Just go. I'll pretend I never heard that. Master Ku Yun's attitude surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Furthermore, there seemed to be more to his words. What did he mean by going to a place like the Yanwu dynasty? Could it be that I can't go to the Yanwu dynasty? Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat confused expression, Master Ku Yun's expression eased significantly. He sighed and said, little friend, this old man will tell you the truth. You should not have chosen to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. I would not let you take Mo Chen away anywhere else, much less the Yanwu dynasty. Xiao Chen calmed down and said, let's not talk about the Yanwu dynasty for now. Senior, can you let me finish? I am not a wastrel who covets her beauty. I have known her for more than 20 years, and we both came from the same abandoned land. When Master Ku Yun heard that, his expression immediately changed. He looked at Xiao Chen in shock. You are the person Mo Chen mentioned? This old man really could not tell that you came from an abandoned land. Chapter 22:16. Master Ku Yun found it hard to believe that Xiao Chen actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao Chen could reach where he was. Whether Master Ku Yun believed it or not, Xiao Chen did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao Chen gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Mo Chen. After Master Ku Yun heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Mo Chen mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now, I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Ku Yun's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao Chen to think about it properly. Xiao Chen did not insist. After some thought, he said, Senior's earlier words seemed to imply something. Could the Yanwu dynasty be a troublesome place? Master Ku Yun thought for a while before answering honestly. Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yanwu dynasty, right? Xiao Chen nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao Chen, Master Ku Yun did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, you may withdraw first. As for Mo Chen's matter, we will speak about it later. After sighing in his heart, Xiao Chen took his leave. As a core doyen, Master Ku Yun held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Ku Yun's decision. If Master Ku Yun did not want Mo Chen to leave, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Mo Chen to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao Chen returned to his residence, Bauer had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao Chen's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao Chen sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, there's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited. Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it. Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face. As expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill. Yes. After Bauer left, Xiaoqin took out a accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill's surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiaoqin swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then, it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Xiaoqin followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Xiaoqin opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling. The soul-accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Xiaoqin felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul-accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the blue dragon divine seal will undergo a qualitative change. Xiaoqin thought to himself, considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Xiaoqin did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. Give me the authority token. After Xiaoqin put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent in a mark, Xiaoqian's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the snow god whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, you can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a foe god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life and death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Xiaoqin. Then, he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Xiaoqin put away his authority token and asked, is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, it is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. I still think very highly of you. Do your best. It looked like Xiao Chen already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Xiao Chen about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So, Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Xiao Chen could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epoch is where luck gathers. The three dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Xiao Chen was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Xiao Chen never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the three dynasties and meet the true heroes of the Great Thousand Realms. The next day, Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, Bao Er, and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then, they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here. On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Xiao Chen. Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Xiao Chen about the information he obtained from Suirenji. In reality, Suirenji's original words were harsh. He said that Xiao Chen was seeking death. To think that a mere one vain sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Xiao Chen was simply reckless. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Xiao Chen. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. You take care, too. The reward that Suirenji obtained for Lin Feng was a superior grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Xiao Chen waited for 1 hour. Then, he sighed to himself, it looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Mo Chen rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. With Mo Chen by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Mo Chen even if he had to risk his life. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun's gaze at the summit of the tall mountain where the refining workshop was located. Master Ku Yun nodded slightly, indicating for Xiao Chen to take care. Then, his figure slowly vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Chapter 22:17. Mo Chen came in the end. Just as Wu Meng and the others felt curious, Xiao Chen introduced, this is Mo Chen, an old friend from my hometown. She is also Master Ku Yun's proud disciple. She will be coming with us to the Yanwu dynasty. Mo Chen smiled softly and said, hello, everyone. I am Mo Chen. Please take care of me in the future. Hee hee. Since you are Master Ku Yun's disciple, we will have to look for you to take care of us in the future, Nangong Feng said with a smile. Nangong Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty girl. While they were joking, no one dared to underestimate Master Ku Yun's disciple. Let's go to Desolate City, then. After the introductions, the group of 6 ascended the Dao platform of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. The elders of the 4 Dao platforms made their moves at the same time. Mysterious talisman scripts immediately floated out of the Dao platform. After a while, a Dao door appeared in the center. The group took one last look at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters before entering in a single file. They did not know when they would reach the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters again. Light flickered. When their vision cleared again, Xiao Qian and the others appeared on a tall mountain. To the north of the tall mountain was the glorious and ancient desolate city. To the south was the vast, sparkling overflowing sea. Little friend Xiao Qian, it has been a long time. This old man has been waiting for you. The one to welcome Xiao Qian at the Dao platform on the tall mountain was Desolate City's city lord, Shangguanyun. To think that Lord City Lord personally came to welcome us. I do not dare to accept this. Xiao Qian quickly stepped forward, not daring to tarry. Desolate City bordered the overflowing sea. It was the Heavenly Alliance's most important stronghold in the Central Great Realm. The Desolate City's city lord was a powerhouse with a status equal to that of a court doyen. Shangguanyun smiled happily and said, "Why would I not dare to accept this? You came from my desolate city, and you are already a rank 6 envoy inspector before the age of 100. How could I not personally send you off when you fought so hard for me? Nangong Feng, Yunfei, you two are pretty good as well. If I am not wrong, you should be one of the heaven-defying sovereign personages who took the test back then. Now, you are already sovereign emperors. The younger will surpass you in time." When Desolate City's city lord spoke to Xiao Qian, he did not neglect the people around him, giving him a good impression. "According to the rules, I can't keep you here. Otherwise, I'll treat you well. Look above. That is the 7-star heaven-suspending warship that the Heavenly Alliance prepared for you. It is completely made of alloy." Shangguanyun pointed above his head, and the others looked up. There was a silver warship hidden in the clouds, emitting a powerful pressure. It was like a silver dragon hidden in the clouds, ready to strike. This 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy had always been in Xiao Qian's hands when he was the envoy inspector. The dazzling battleship was so dazzling that Xiao Qian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Many years ago, Xiao Qian did not even have a heaven-suspending war chariot. Now, he had his own heaven-suspending war chariot. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance had modified it with heaven-suspending war chariot. "Let's go. I wish you all the best." "Thank you, City Lord." The few of them cupped their hands and left. They flew into the sky and entered the alloy armor hidden in the clouds. After Xiao Qian entered, a captain immediately came over and handed over control of the warship to him using the inspector token in his hand. "Milord, this 7-star soaring cloud warship is yours. After you retire, the Heavenly Alliance will keep it. If you want to exchange for it permanently, you will have absolute priority. I will stay on the ship for half a month to help Milord familiarize himself with this warship. I will leave when we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty." Xiao Qian felt satisfied with this captain's attitude. He said calmly, "You go first, then. Mo Qian, lead everyone and send off the captain." Mo Qian nodded slightly, knowing that Xiao Qian was about to start accepting this warship. This was a 7-star heaven-suspending warship made of alloy. Furthermore, it was made of alloy. Even a peak sovereign emperor might not be able to bear to attack it after seeing it. The value of this warship was inestimable. The earlier Xiao Qian could accept it, the earlier he could. As for Xiao Qian, he casually strolled around the warship. He had experience as a pirate before. He was very familiar with the warships designed by the Pirate Alliance. Soon, he gained a rough understanding of this 7-star heaven-suspending warship. It was indeed pretty good. Heaven-suspending warships were mainly used in the Central Great Realm. They had their own merits compared to pirate ships. Not wanting to be too high-profile, Xiao Qian made the silver warship in the overflowing sea change to an ordinary sky blue color, the same as the overflowing sea. The overflowing sea was the largest inland sea in the Central Great Realm. There was a world gate in the middle of the sea, connecting to the 7 great forbidden seas of the Great Thousand Realms. There were many legends about the overflowing sea. However, most of them were forgotten long ago. Now, most people treated it as a sea of trade, known for its prosperity and prosperity. After patrolling the area, Xiaochen went to the deck and looked at the boundless overflowing sea. He discovered many ships in the surroundings, as many as fish in the river. There were at least 10,000 ships heading for the Yanwu dynasty at the same time. After Xiaochen's soaring cloud changed its color, it did not stand out among them. What is waiting for me in the dynasty? When faced with an unknown challenge, even if one knew that it would be very troublesome, one could not help being curious. Lin Feng's final words cast a shadow over this trip. To think that the previous 3 envoy inspectors all died. Indeed, the Yanwu dynasty was a land of trouble. However, it was good to be able to leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiaochen already had enough of the Heavenly Alliance's atmosphere. Being stuck between Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji did not feel good. Compared to the Heavenly Alliance's pure profit organization, this was too stifling. After a while, Xiaochen returned to his room and looked around. He pressed his palms together and circulated the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Demonic chi immediately surged out, spreading to every corner of the room. Even if someone checked in secret, they would only think that Xiaochen was cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After all, this was not the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were not that many Sovereign Emperor experts on the warship. When the demonic chi turned pitch black, Xiaochen spread his hand, and the Divine Universe steel appeared in his palm. I should have gone long ago. I had no choice but to wait until now. Xiaochen sighed. Logically speaking, now that he was a sovereign emperor, he should have gone to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters had many spies. Xiaochen could not guarantee that no one was spying on him during every mission. Xiaochen remained cautious and could not find an opportunity. Today, he finally got one. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Xiaochen entered the Divine Universe steel space. The Dragon Race's Dao platform was under his feet, and a blood moon was above his head. A vast sea lay in front of Xiaochen. There were many teleportation nodes on the sea, connecting the Divine Dragon Empire's vast transportation formations and many secret realms. At the end of the sea was a blurry blue dragon totem. Every time Xiaochen looked into the distance, he could sense it weakly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If I can break through to great perfection Sovereign Emperor, I might be able to drive the Dao platform under me and directly descend to the Kunlun realm. However, I wonder what kind of trouble I will encounter if I descend to the Kunlun realm with my current strength. Let's not think about this for now. I should go to the Blue Dragon's ancient land first. Xiaochen leaped into the air and directly entered the blood moon above his head. In the next moment, the Divine Universe steel in the room vanished with a flash. When Xiaochen reappeared, he quickly descended from the Blue Dragon's blood moon while holding the Divine Universe steel. Egg is back. The black and white eggs, who were bickering in boredom, immediately exclaimed when they saw the figure in the blood moon. Egg is a sovereign emperor. Egg, come over and fight with us. The black and white eggs rejoiced. With Xiaochen's appearance, their strength adjusted again, surpassing 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor and reaching 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor. The initially interested Xiaochen immediately gave up when he saw the situation. These 2 puppets should have sensed that his soul energy had reached 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor. Hence, their strength was adjusted to 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor, which was 10% higher than his. However, Xiaochen's true cultivation was only that of a 1-Vein Sovereign Emperor. How could he be a match for a 4-Vein Sovereign Emperor? What more too? Ignoring these 2 fools' cries, Xiaochen turned into a sea of lightning and descended on the Blue Dragon's ancient city. Boom! When the sea of lightning landed on the city walls, Xiaochen revealed himself and looked at the holy mountain in the city. Rumble! The ground shook. A blue dragon statue slowly swam at the summit of the tall mountain. A spiritual light flickered in the statue's eyes as it looked at Xiao Chen from afar, putting a mountain of pressure on him. Since you are already a sovereign emperor, quickly come over. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He no longer hesitated. He gently pushed off with his feet, and his arms spread out like wings. When he landed, he happened to appear in the mouth of the blue dragon statue. Then, he pushed the door open and strode in. Blue Dragon Inheritance, I, Xiao Chen, am here. Chapter 22:18. After pushing open the door and entering the blue dragon statue, Xiao Chen walked straight ahead. Soon, he reached the end. The wall at the end had a picture of 10,000 dragons gathered. Back then, this was where Xiao Chen formed the 10,000 dragons picture and obtained the right to cultivate the 10,000 dragons art. Whoosh! The dragon spirit appeared and looked at Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, you advanced to Sovereign Emperor so quickly. This truly surpassed my expectations. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He had the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Even if he had not entered the Faux God world, he should have been able to advance to Sovereign Emperor by now. After entering the Faux God world, Xiao Chen's progress to Sovereign Emperor accelerated significantly. I came as promised. Now that I am a Sovereign Emperor, I wonder if I can obtain the Blue Dragon's inheritance. Xiao Chen asked directly, getting straight to the point. The dragon spirit replied indifferently, right now, the Blue Dragon race's bloodline has withered. You might be the only one left. If not you, who else is qualified to inherit this inheritance? 50-odd years ago, that Heaven Dragon race clansman knelt outside the city for 100 days. Even so, I did not let him enter the city gates. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon had such an encounter. However, you have to think this through. After obtaining the Blue Dragon's inheritance, whether you are willing or not, you will bear the fate of the Blue Dragon race. They all had to shoulder the fate of the Azure Dragon race, unable to escape. There was no other choice. You will shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline and reviving the dragon race. Wait, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party. Then, he looked at the dragon spirit and said, I know about reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. Back then, the old dragon horse and the others in the Kunlun realm told me about it. Now, the blue dragon totem I laid in the Kunlun realm has improved. However, what does reviving the dragon race mean? The dragon spirit replied, fate. Back then, be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor or Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, they were only one step away from establishing the Supreme Divine Dragon Dynasty, unifying the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao, and starting a new epoch. A new epoch? That's right. From the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree, the martial epoch entered an irreversible decline. The rise and fall of epochs is like the cycle of the 4 seasons, just like when the immortal epoch fell and the martial epoch rose. The dragon spirit said indifferently, counting from the great desolate Aeon, the dragon race has experienced many epochs, and their inheritance has not been extinguished. However, in the end, we were unable to truly create a new epoch. Our Azure Dragon race possesses the proudest bloodline of the dragon race. We ought to create an epoch that belongs to the dragon race. Xiao Chen was secretly speechless and said in a low voice, it feels so far away. It's fine. Whether you're willing or not, this is the fate of the blue dragon race. It's unavoidable. The dragon spirit did not speak further. It said softly, come with me. I'll bring you back to meet your ancestors and write your name on the royal genealogy records of the dragon race. Kacha. The dragon spirit gently pointed, and the wall with the 10,000 dragons picture slowly opened from the middle. In the eternal darkness, there was an ancient azure book floating quietly. What is your name? As Xiao Chen found this strange, a voice suddenly rang out in his heart. Before he could react, he replied in his heart. As Xiao Chen said the words, Xiao Chen, in his heart, the ancient azure genealogy records quietly opened. Xiao Chen's face twisted in pain and discomfort. He felt like his soul and bloodline were being pulled out by a formless force. When the name, Shao Chen, was carved on the book and the book closed, the feeling of his soul and bloodline being pulled out disappeared. Whoosh! After the book closed, a drop of dragon blood flew out and entered Shao Chen's forehead. In the next moment, Shao Chen felt all the blood in his body boil. His great desolate Ian bloodline activated uncontrollably. Ah! Then, Shao Chen let out a loud cry of pain. He could no longer suppress it, roaring crazily. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the state of kingship spread out, shaking the world. A horrifying and startling king's dragon might burst out of Shao Chen's body. This was the king's dragon might from the ancient great desolate Ian, the legendary era. Shao Chen sank into madness. The pain made him lose all rationality. An ancient mark slowly formed on his forehead. When the imprint was completely formed, Shao Chen regained his consciousness. He felt as if he had been reborn. Not only that, but he also exuded the ancient king's dragon might with every movement. Shao Chen's aura changed completely. Not only that, but the power of the blue dragon in his bloodline seemed even stronger than before. The most shocking thing was that he could now control his great desolate Ian bloodline as he pleased. After the great desolate Ian bloodline erupted, his strength would soar wildly. However, it would not last for long. The side effects were obvious. After the bloodline was activated, there would be a long period of weakness. However, now that the bloodline was clearly activated, Shao Chen did not feel any madness at all. Everything seemed to be as it should be. This is my strength in the first place. Naturally, it should be under my control. What's wrong with me? Shao Chen looked at the dragon spirit in shock, not understanding what was going on. King! You are now the king of the blue dragon race. The blue dragon king is you, Shao Chen. Your name is already written in the royal genealogical record. Naturally, your bloodline is the royal blue dragon bloodline. Although the other bloodlines proclaim themselves kings, their names are not written in the royal genealogical record. None of them are true kings. The dragon spirit said, back then, although Dragon Emperor Shao Yun was defeated, the royal genealogical record did not fall into the enemy's hands. Whoever possesses the royal genealogical record holds the authority to be conferred king. Now, in this martial epoch, only the dragon race truly possesses the royal genealogical record. The royal genealogical records of the other great desolate Ian races were lost long ago. This slightly stunned Shao Chen. Although he was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the Kunlun realm, in reality, that was just a title. It did not bring about any change. This time, Shao Chen was able to properly acknowledge his ancestors and obtain a drop of royal true dragon blood. From today onward, he would be the bona fide Blue Dragon King, not just a title. Did you just say that I have the authority to be conferred king? A brilliant light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes as he looked at the royal genealogical record. The dragon spirit said indifferently, now that you are the Blue Dragon King, this royal genealogical record naturally belongs to you. Those dragon kings not written in the genealogical record are all false kings. The dragon emperor is also a false emperor. The authority to be conferred king, this was probably the most valuable treasure in the blue dragon inheritance. Shao Chen found it incredible just thinking about it. With this genealogical record, he would have an additional trump card in his fight for the dragon emperor position. Come, follow me to the inheritance hall. Right after the dragon spirit spoke, the 10,000 dragons picture walls reappeared, isolating the royal genealogical record in that eternal darkness. Shao Chen followed the dragon spirit, making many turns before arriving at the inheritance hall. The inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Restrictions surrounded the entire hall, radiating the blue dragon's might. Bathing in the familiar blue dragon's might, Shao Chen felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. Each floor of this inheritance hall has a corresponding supreme treasure, be it alchemy recipes, secret treasures, cultivation techniques, or all three. Aside from the first floor, which does not require a challenge, the remaining 6 floors require you to pass a test before you can enter. The dragon spirit pointed to the inheritance hall and introduced it to Shao Chen. Can I enter now? Xiaochen asked in anticipation. You can. The dragon's spirit paused for a moment before continuing, however, only a small number of treasures will appear on each floor. The first floor will be randomly distributed based on your strength. The later floors will be based on your performance in the tests. The better you perform, the more rewards you will receive. Xiaochen asked curiously, there's such a thing? Didn't you say that all the inheritances here belong to me? Why is there such a setup? The dragon spirit laughed softly and said, what are you thinking? Since this is the inheritance hall, naturally, it has to be passed down from generation to generation. Could it be that you want to empty out this treasury? Such a setup ensures that my blue dragon race will never decline. As long as the bloodline survives, there will be a time for us to rise again. Now that you are the Blue Dragon King and the Dragon Emperor in the future, you have the responsibility of enriching the inheritance hall. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he agreed. So, he did not say anything more and headed for the inheritance hall. The invisible restrictions sensed the royal blue dragon bloodline in Xiaochen's body. They did not stop him at all, letting him enter smoothly. This is... A weapon was stabbed into the centermost stone pillar of the inheritance hall's first floor. It was a black saber. Xiaochen felt excited. Although his tyrant saber had been modified several times and was already comparable to an ordinary inferior grade soul tool, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. In terms of grade, it was still a Dao tool and not a soul tool. Given Xiaochen's status as a rank 6 envoy inspector, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue using a Dao tool. Xiaochen walked over with large strides and saw the words, Heavenly Waters, on the stone pillar. Heavenly Waters? Your name is Heavenly Waters. Chapter 22:19. Heavenly Slayer. A pretty good name, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped the saber's hilt. A familiar feeling came. The saber hilt seemed to be made from the trunk of a thundercliff tree, similar to the 200,000-year-old herb king that Xiaochen once obtained. Suddenly, a loud rumble rang out, and the saber half burst forth with resplendent electric light. The entire inheritance hall's first floor trembled slightly. Xiaochen tried to pull the saber out but found it extremely strenuous. The electricity from the saber continuously bombarded his physical body. Interesting. This saber has a rather bad temper. Xiaochen snorted coldly, and his Thunder Dao domain spread out. Qi! Qi! He immediately pulled the saber out by 1 centimeter. Following that was an even stronger counterattack. Strands of electricity gathered in the hall, forming electric blades that shot at Xiaochen. Xiaochen strengthened his Thunder Dao domain to the second layer. The electric blades flying over immediately turned to dust, knocked away. You have a temper. However, I do not have the time to continue playing with you. Xiaochen smiled, and his Thunder Dao domain broke through the second layer and the third layer, reaching the fourth layer. Then, a saber light flickered on his forehead as he brought out his Saber Dao domain. The instant the two Dao domains layered over each other, Xiaochen pulled hard and pulled the saber out in one breath. Ka-xie. The instant the saber was completely drawn from the stone pillar, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Was it a heart shattering? It was not a heart shattering but the sky shattering. If Xiaochen could see through the inheritance hall, he would see a continuous crack in the sky of the land of the blood moon when the Heavenly Slayer saber was drawn, looking like a wound. The saber was 2.5 fingers wide and 1.3 meters long, looking like a lone peak piercing the clouds. The tip of the saber had a 30-degree angle. Electric patterns spread out like ripples on the black saber, giving off a bleak chill. After Xiaochen drew the Heavenly Slayer saber, a jade strip slowly floated out. Xiaochen reached out and grabbed the jade strip. Immediately, words introducing Heavenly Slayer appeared in his mind. Heavenly Slayer, a medial grade soul tool, a weapon. The blade was forged from the demonic tribulation lightning metal, and the handle was made from the ancient lightning cliff tree. The ancient lightning dragon true soul was infused into it. The devil tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent divine material that was produced when an ancient devil monarch underwent the true God tribulation. It was ferocious and domineering, containing heavenly Tao killing intent. It was sharp, able to release demonic tribulation divine lightning, as if it was heavenly punishment. If it was activated at full strength, it could shatter the sky, cause the sun and moon to lose their light, and cause the stars to fall. After it was successfully forged, it had been soaked in the chaotic space's lightning sea for 10,000 years, causing the heavenly Tao's killing intent to be restrained. Among medial-grade soul tools, it was infinitely close to superior grade. The requirements for using it were quite high, requiring an extremely high foundation in the path of lightning. If there was no need, do not use it. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent is unleashed, if it doesn't kill, it will harm itself. Bang! Just then, the stone pillar shattered, and a scabbard appeared. After Shao Chen recognized it as its master, he sheathed it with satisfaction. However, the last sentence made him somewhat cautious. Once the heavenly Tao's killing intent was unleashed, if it didn't kill, it would harm itself. Very good. As a replacement for the tyrant saber, Shao Chen liked this heavenly slayer. Under normal circumstances, using the tyrant saber would be sufficient. After all, once he used a soul tool, it would feel like he would not rest until he died. Shao Chen looked around but did not discover anything valuable. He felt somewhat disappointed. Although a medial-grade soul tool was already very valuable, especially since it was a weapon that Shao Chen could use, this place was, after all, the Blue Dragon's inheritance hall. However, this was the Azure Dragon's inheritance hall, after all. Shao Chen harbored great expectations. Feeling dissatisfied, he continued searching. After a while, a wall attracted Shao Chen's attention. There was another 10,000 dragons picture on it. It seemed somewhat different. It was also a 10,000 dragons picture. However, this 10,000 dragons picture had the blue dragon in the middle, with the other true dragons serving as foils. So, that's how it is. Shao Chen's face lit up in joy as he slowly understood the meaning of the painting. There were actually some hidden words in the painting. It turned out that this was an advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Forming the 10,000 dragons picture was only the first step to cultivating the 10,000 dragons art. The later steps were the most important. Shao Chen found his bloodline and advanced it step by step. Finally, the 10,000 dragons art would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. The entire inheritance hall had a total of 7 floors. Each floor had an advanced cultivation technique. After 7 floors, it would evolve into the ancestor dragon art. After thinking for a while, Shao Chen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate this advanced cultivation technique. Shao Chen's divine energy surged and materialized many dragon images, forming the 10,000 dragons picture. As the cultivation technique circulated, the dragon images flickered and changed continuously. Dragon images circled Shao Chen's body, changing unpredictably. The thousands of dragon images changed at will. The thousands of dragon images scattered, and only a blue dragon image remained behind Shao Chen. Following that, many dragon images reformed with the blue dragon as the center. 2 days later, Shao Chen opened his eyes again, and a brand new 10,000 dragons picture formed behind him. Shao Chen formally cultivated the 10,000 dragons art's first layer. With the blue dragon as the core and the 10,000 dragons as support, the entire 10,000 dragons picture improved further. After hesitating for a while, Shao Chen did not continue forward. It was not yet time to enter the second floor. After leaving the inheritance hall, the dragon spirit said softly, "It looks like you already comprehended the advanced cultivation technique for the 10,000 dragons art. Not bad. With your current cultivation, you are not far from opening your second divine vein. At that time, you will be able to enter the second floor's inheritance hall." What's wrong? Does the second floor's inheritance hall require 2 divine veins to enter? The dragon spirit smiled and said, "That might not be the case. However, you can give it a try. You cannot pass the test with just 1 divine vein. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "There's no need. When my saber technique improves further, I will come and challenge you. I have to go now." The dragon spirit nodded and said, "I look forward to your next visit." After accepting the blue dragon's inheritance, Xiaoqin had gained a medial grade soul tool, the Heavenly Slayer Saber. He had been conferred the title of Blue Dragon King and obtained the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, successfully advancing the 10,000 Dragons art. Xiaoqian's harvest in this trip to the land of the Blood Moon surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. Be it the Heavenly Slayer Saber, the Royal Blue Dragon bloodline, or the brand new 10,000 Dragons picture, they all allowed Xiaoqian's strength to soar. Now, those sovereign emperors who had not condensed any divine veins could not last one move against Xiaoqian. No matter how demonic or strong a one-vein sovereign emperor was, Xiaoqian could easily kill them. As long as one was not an outstanding talent or had a fortuitous encounter, he could crush a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even against a three-vein sovereign emperor, if Xiaoqian brought out all his trump cards, his chances of victory would still be high. Only a great perfection sovereign emperor could put some pressure on Xiaoqian. However, if the other party underestimated him, his chances of victory would be hard to say. After leaving the ancient Blue Dragon City, Xiaoqian turned into a bolt of lightning and landed before the black and white eggs, looking like he teleported. "Long time no see," Xiaoqian said softly. The black and white eggs smiled and said, "Cut the crap. Come and fight with us first. Our hands are itching. How many years has it been since we bullied you? If we don't, we won't get another chance." Right. Brat, your growth in strength is really horrifying." These two fellows had adjusted their cultivation to four-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, they had faux god foundations. Furthermore, they were puppets. Naturally, Xiaoqian would not seek a beating for no reason. If you want to exchange moves, sure. Come one at a time or two at the same time. That's all, Xiaoqian said rationally. TSK. Who wants to go one at a time with you? We are here to bully you. If we cannot bully you, why would we fight with you? Egg, you are really shameless. The black and white eggs immediately became unhappy when they heard that, so they started blabbering on and on. Never mind, then. Actually, I came this time mainly to bring you out for a stroll. What is the point of the two of you bickering here all day? If you are capable, come out with me and see what true experts are like. Xiaoqian ignored the two's chatter and started bewitching them. The black egg shook its head and said, "The two of us want to go out as well. However, we have master's final orders." Xiaoqian said honestly, "Actually, the dragon egg emptied out this inheritance palace back then. The two of you are guarding an empty city." What? I don't believe you. I want to go and take a look. The two felt shocked and incredulous when they heard that. When they entered the palace and saw an empty hall, they were immediately stupefied. What a great dragon egg! To think that you are so ruthless. You emptied out master's inheritance all by yourself. Not even dregs remained. To think that we guarded it for so many years. Damn dragon egg, after we go out, we will find you and beat you up into meat paste. After a while, the black and white eggs appeared before Xiaoqian. They said, "Come, we'll go with you." Hee hee. Once we three eggs work together, we will be unrivaled. No one will be a match for us. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The two battle puppets were bored out of their minds in the land of the blood rain. In reality, they had wanted to go out long ago. Everything went as Xiaoqian expected. He smiled faintly and called the black and white eggs into the divine universe steel. Chapter 22:20. Demonic chi and black smoke continued to surge in Xiaoqian's room on the alloy warship. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the divine universe steel returned to the room from the land of the blood moon. Soon after, 3 figures appeared one after another. After Xiaoqian appeared, he gently waved his hand, and all the demonic chi immediately vanished. Then, 2 combat puppets, one black and one white, appeared at the same time. A 7-star heaven-suspending warship. Its entire body is made of alloy. Egg, you really struck it rich. The black and white eggs had followed their foe god master and were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the alloy warship. The black and white eggs immediately praised it excitedly. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. Although the black and white eggs were only 4 vain sovereign emperors, they had the foundations of a foe god. The black and white eggs were especially good at working together. Although they were 4 vain sovereign emperors, 5 vain sovereign emperors or even 6 vain sovereign emperors might not have an advantage over them. However, Xiaochen had to think of a reason for the two to appear. The two of you, can you make yourselves appear to be early-stage sovereign emperors in the eyes of others? Xiaochen asked softly after thinking for a while. Black Egg smiled and replied, how difficult is that? According to the rules that Master left, we can only increase our strength if you increase it. However, we can lower our strength freely, so you don't have to worry. Xiaochen thought about it and agreed. When he first met the black and white eggs, he had thought that they were only great perfection holy venerates. I am somewhat curious. I am clearly only a 1 vain sovereign emperor. How did the two of you adjust to 4 vain sovereign emperors? White Egg giggled at Xiaochen's doubts. Do you think we are fools? Your soul energy already reached that of a 3 vain sovereign emperor. If we were only 2 vain sovereign emperors, you would have crushed us. Xiaochen was immediately speechless. If the black and white eggs had been 2 vain sovereign emperors, he would not have minded exchanging moves with them. Hee. The two of us are going out for a walk. The black and white eggs finally left the land of the blood moon. After saying goodbye, they pushed the door open and left. Xiaochen could not stop them. Ah, hey, there's actually a girl. Unfortunately, her butt is not big enough, and she is not tall enough. It doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. Let's go. A startled cry came from outside. The black and white eggs startled Bao who quickly entered Xiaochen's room. Young master, what are those 2 things? The panicked Bao said with a trembling voice, her face still showing some lingering fear. Xiaochen said softly, these are 2 combat puppets that I obtained in the past. They are quite intelligent, but don't worry, they don't have any ill intentions. It's just that their mouths are a little poisonous. A strange look flashed in Bao's eyes. She patted her chest and said, Mister, next time you have a battle puppet like this, you have to tell me beforehand. You scared Bao to death just now. Xiaochen knew that she had doubts in her heart. However, she should not be able to guess the mysteries behind it. He stood up and asked, how much longer before we arrive at the Yanwu dynasty? Young master, our luck is not bad. The overflowing sea is calm, and our journey is smooth. Bao answered obediently. After looking at the black and white eggs messed up the room, Xiaochen said, tidy up. I'm going out for a walk. Alright. Soon, Xiaochen, who was strolling around the warship, heard the sounds of fighting. He followed the sounds and arrived at a dojo in the alloy warship. Then, he saw the black and white eggs fighting saber demon Wu Meng. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor of the black and white eggs bloodline. The black and white eggs suppressed their strength to the same level. At the side, Mo Qin, Nangong Feng, and the others watched interestedly. Bang! Wu Meng got knocked off the arena. He showed a pained expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Trash! Trash! You can't even defeat my 2 combat puppets. The black and white eggs mocked Wu Meng cockily. Nangong Feng said, Big brother Wu Meng already lost 3 times. Each time, he could not last more than 10 moves. Strange. Where did Xiaochen's 2 combat puppets come from? Hey, big brother Xiao, you are here. When Mo Qin saw Xiaochen, she smiled faintly and said softly. Xiaochen nodded. Then, he walked over and asked, what happened? Mo Chen explained. He said that Egg brought these two combat puppets over. After explaining for a long time, we understood that it was referring to your big brother Xiao. After that, for some reason, he started fighting with Wu Meng, saying that he wanted to torture him. Nangong Feng smiled and said, Xiao Chen, do you really have a nickname called Egg? The others also looked over curiously, revealing smiles on their faces. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. His illustrious reputation was going to be ruined. These are two combat puppets that I obtained by chance. I just recovered them today. If you are interested, I can give them to you. If you are interested, you can exchange moves with them. They should be able to improve your strength significantly. Really? Yun Fei and the other two asked with interest, their eyes lighting up. Of course. Fighting with the black and white eggs had significantly improved Xiao Chen's strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could endure the torture of these two fools. In that case, I will have to give it a try later. Hence, the miserable cries on the alloy warship did not stop for the next few days. Every day, aside from refining the soul-accumulating pill, Xiao Chen started to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's fifth move, 3-life flower. 3-life flower. When one flower bloomed, 3 lives appeared. This vaguely seemed similar to Xiao Chen's state of cycle. However, after so many years of research, Xiao Chen understood that it did not have much to do with the state of cycle. Xiao Chen only recently comprehended the true meaning of this. The 3-life flower cleansed all the glory of one's previous life. The instant the flower bloomed, all the glory would be cleansed, illuminating one's previous life and current life. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen's group crossed the overflowing sea and finally arrived in the Yanwu dynasty's territory. Aside from Xiao Chen, Mo Chen, and Bao the others appeared fatigued and dispirited. Naturally, the reason went without saying. Anyone who had been tortured by the black and white eggs for 10 days would end up like this. Their physical bodies were still weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, as Xiao Chen said, their strength had indeed soared. A short 10 days equaled half a year's worth of experiential training, perhaps even more. Wu Meng could even fight the black and white eggs to a draw at the same cultivation realm. When Wu Meng was on the verge of victory, the black and white eggs decisively stopped fighting him and focused on training Nangong Feng and the other two. Young master, should we communicate with the nearby Heavenly Alliance factions and get them to send us to the imperial capital? Bao asked. This was her responsibility. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, there's no need. We will not startle anyone and head directly to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yanwu dynasty. I recall that the dynasty's headquarters is in some building. Bao reminded, the Misty Rain Pavilion. Mo Chen muttered to herself, the Misty Rain Pavilion, this name is rather poetic. It does not seem to have much to do with a merchant association. The 3 dynasties occupied the lands where luck gathered in the central Great Realm. The dynasties' capitals occupied the extremes of luck and heavenly luck. The martial epoch's Dragon Vein's origin was a gathering place of the world's outstanding talents. The Yanwu dynasty's imperial capital, Yan City, at the foot of Spirit Vulture Mountain, by the flaming river, a Buddha statue stood at the summit of this spirit mountain. This was the Kasayapa Buddha. The Buddha statue looked majestic and colossal, looking down on the common people. It had a benevolent expression as it smiled, showing the Buddha's benevolence. Legend had it that the hidden spirit temple was built on this spirit mountain. However, there were many temples on the mountain, and visitors came in an endless stream. However, no one had seen where the hidden spirit temple was. No matter what, this was the largest holy land of the Orthodox Buddhist sects, the place where all the incense offerings in the world gathered. The Yanwu dynasty had 100 provinces. Each province had 100 counties. Each county equaled half of the Great Thousand Realms. The royal court controlled the Yan province. The Yan province occupied nearly 1/3 of the dynasty's land. Each of the Yan province's 100 counties was incredibly vast and boundless. Hundreds of millions of people lived there. There were many sects, countless noble clans, and many outstanding talents. The royal court firmly controlled the entire Yen province. It had deep accumulations and occupied the dynasty's luck. The Yen province's 100 county lords were either royal court princes or noble clans' clan heads. They held high statuses, even stronger than some feudal lords. Some of the horrifying county lords were even feudal lords in the first place, holding conferred lands in other provinces. The imperial capital, Yen City, was in the center of these 100 counties. The entire Yen province's 100 counties were like a coiled flame dragon. This Yen City was the dragon's head, spreading out layer by layer, firmly controlling the Yenwu dynasty from there. Yen City was the dynasty's true center, where all the sects and factions of the dynasty gathered. The super factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao in the martial epoch, as well as the rank 7 sects, all had their merchant associations, connections, and residences here. Even the Tianwu dynasties and the Xinwu dynasty's imperial capitals were inferior to Yen cities in terms of prosperity. This was because the hidden spirit temple was ethereal and did not exert any strong control over the Yenwu dynasty. They only interacted with each other and often did not even show themselves. The hidden spirit temple was unlike the profound heaven holy land and the universe origin sect, which firmly controlled their respective dynasties and ostracized the other factions. They were less tolerant than the Buddhist sect's holy lands. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be hard to find another capital like Yen City that could gather so many cultivators and super factions. No one knew what awaited Shaochen. Chapter 22-21. Yen Province's 100 Counties. In the center of the 100 counties was the imperial capital, Yen City. Outside Yen City was a vast region known as the Outer City. Ordinary people without high cultivations were not qualified to live in Yen City. To enter the imperial capital, one needed to be at least a primal core realm cultivator, a primal core venerate with some status elsewhere. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the imperial capital. However, in this imperial capital, primal core venerates could only do the lowest jobs, serving tea, clearing trash, and welcoming guests. Even so, an endless stream of primal core venerates wanted to come to Yen City, putting in a lot of effort to enter the city. It was not just the central great realm. Countless primal core venerates in the outer seas of the entire martial epoch wanted to enter Yen City. There were even some who stayed in the outer city for decades, all for the sake of making more contributions and obtaining a spot to enter Yen City. Why? Naturally, there was a reason. The currency in Yen City was primeval heavenly pills. That was to say, even if one served tea or cleared trash, doing the lowest jobs, one would obtain more benefits than a regular rank 6 sect. Only rank 7 sects outside could refine primeval heavenly pills. Regular disciples could only obtain a limited number of primeval heavenly pills. Perhaps they might as well do odd jobs in Yen City, where they would gain more. Based on this, one could see how prosperous this imperial capital Yen City was. To cultivators, it was a holy city. To merchant associations, it was even more incredible. The currency here was primeval heavenly pills. The benefits of doing business here went without saying. Compared to the other two dynasties' imperial capitals, which were strictly controlled, the open and tolerant Yen City was the most prosperous in the world. Xiao Chen and the others spent half a month silently arriving at the imperial capital Yen City. Along the way, the group managed to obtain some information about the dynasty's imperial capital. However, when they arrived, they were still shocked for a long time. The difference between the Yenwu dynasty's other counties and Yen province's imperial capital was like that of clouds and mud. No wonder people said that as long as they firmly controlled Yen province, the royal court would never have to worry about the other counties rebelling. Guided by someone, Shaochen arrived at the imperial capital, Yen City, near the Misty Rain Pavilion. In front of the building, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. There was an endless stream of customers entering and exiting the building. The booming business left one speechless. All of them were cultivators with high cultivations, exuding a noble aura from their bodies. With one look, one could tell that some of the young cultivators were either the young masters of noble clans or relatives of the royal family. They all had the dragon chi of the royal family on them, looking noble and extraordinary. The few of them stood in front of the building and listened to the melodious music coming from inside. They were slightly startled. The Misty Rain Pavilion was actually a brothel. The Heavenly Alliance's headquarters in the Yenwu dynasty is actually a pleasure quarter. Is there a mistake? Clearly stunned, Bauer said sullenly, "Young master, the appointment certificate does indeed say the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no mistake." Mo Chen smiled softly and said, "It is not impossible to establish the headquarters in a brothel. At the very least, the effect is pretty good to deceive others. Let's go in and see." Xiao Chen did not intend to startle the person in charge. He led Nangong Feng, Wu Meng, and the others directly to the doors. Nangong Feng smiled and said, "I heard that the dynasty's capital has always been peaceful. The noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family all indulge in extravagance and wealth, competing with each other. They call visiting a pleasure quarter a pleasure. They might even compete with each other for the sake of some singers they like, spending a lot of money and even fighting over them." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no need to hear about it. This is the truth." After a long period of peace, the so-called martial holy city slowly changed. In this imperial capital Yen City, some of the famous singers are known as headliners. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Their status is even higher than that of a grandmaster of the martial Tao. This is really absurd. The martial epoch does not respect the strong. To think that they pursue such vanity, Wu Meng said with some disdain as his lips curled up. Xiao Chen did not dislike singers and headliners. The music Dao and singing and dancing were all great Daos. The azure lotus sword fairy from the fairy basket that Xiao Chen once obtained was one of these great Daos. She was so strong that Xiao Chen still found her unfathomable. However, a group of noble clan disciples and relatives of the royal family blindly pursuing such vanity was somewhat neglecting the essentials. Perhaps Yen City had to pay a price to become the most bustling capital in the world. This young master looks somewhat unfamiliar. "Are you an honored guest from outside?" the manservant at the entrance asked softly when he saw Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He replied softly, "Yes, I have long heard of the Misty Rain Pavilion's name, so I came to take a look." "Sorry, if you are not an honored guest of this shop, you will need to pay a certain amount of primeval heavenly pills before you can enter," the manservant apologized softly. However, he revealed an aloof expression in his eyes. The group hid their cultivations. Aside from their extraordinary auras, they did not have the noble air of noble clan disciples or relatives of the royal family. It would be hard to avoid looking down on them. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters before, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. The manservant at the entrance was a major primal core cultivator in the first place. He had seen many major characters, so he did not care about the auras of Xiao Chen's group. This was especially so when he heard that they had just arrived at Yen City, so his attitude was somewhat stiff. Yun Fei frowned slightly and said, "First, you have not eaten or drank tea. You have to pay primeval heavenly pills to enter. Rules are rules. If you are reluctant to pay primeval heavenly pills, please leave. Our Misty Rain Pavilion never lacks guests," the manservant said with a polite expression while smiling. Xiao Chen stopped the angry Yun Fei and asked softly, "What is your name?" "This humble one is Zhang Ping. I have been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years already. Do you have any instructions for me?" When the manservant mentioned that he had been in Yen City for 4 or 5 years, he appeared very proud, acting like they had just arrived at Yen City. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "How many primeval heavenly pills do you need?" "If you are not an honored guest, you will need to pay 100 primeval heavenly pills before you can enter. Tea and drinks are included, not even one less," the manservant replied indifferently. Xiao Chen immediately felt some heartache. Back when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, his monthly stipend was only 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. Mo Chen, give it to him. Xiao Chen did not have any primeval heavenly pills on hand. He had already exchanged the primeval heavenly pills for origin liquid. He had also exchanged most of the origin liquid before he left, leaving only 5 tons of origin liquid in reserve. Mo Chen stepped forward and handed the manservant 100 primeval heavenly pills. Then, the manservant led the group in with a smile. After entering the pavilion, the group discovered a completely different world inside. The hall was not like a hotel. Instead, it was a small world of its own. There were 50 kilometers of peach trees and small rivers. The guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5. White clouds floated in the center. A stage made of heavenly mountain white jade was on the white clouds. On the stage, a woman was playing the pipa and singing a clear song. The tune changed unpredictably. Sometimes, it sounded like a mountain stream hitting a rock. Sometimes, it sounded like a gushing river, looking grand and majestic. Many mysterious phenomena appeared behind her. Sometimes, a bright moon soared up amid the misty rain. Sometimes, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Sometimes, great rivers materialized, changing according to the tune. As the song played, it felt real and fake at the same time, like a dream or illusion. Immersed in it, they did not want to wake up. They only wished that the song would continue, that they would not wake up from this dream. This was the first time the group saw such a spectacle, so they felt shocked. After standing there for a while, the music attracted their attention. Shock flashed in Wu Meng's eyes. He said seriously, the woman playing this tune is actually a sovereign personage. This is really strange. Disdain flashed in the manservant Zhang Ping's eyes. He thought to himself, in the end, this is still a country bumpkin who has not seen the world. He teased, to think that you can make out headliner Zi Yun's cultivation. That is not easy. You came at a bad time. You saw it for yourself. Headliner Zi Yun is performing today, so the Peach Blossom Pavilion is full. There is only one private room left. If you do not mind, you can only stand. Wu Meng was a sovereign emperor who had opened one divine vein. Naturally, he would not make things difficult for this primal core realm manservant. He could not be bothered with this minor character. Wu Meng did not answer, waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. A private room, then. Xiao Chen said indifferently. The manservant felt incredibly shocked. He frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to go to a private room? The cost will not be low. It will be calculated based on time." This tight frown made the others unhappy. However, they all had Xiao Chen's instructions to keep a low profile and explore the Misty Rain Pavilion first. Furthermore, the other party was just an insignificant primal core venerate. They could only let the other party act arrogantly. Xiao Chen countered with a question, "What's wrong? Do we need to pay in advance to go to a private room?" The manservant Zhang Ping smiled and said, "There is no need for that. No one in Yen City who dares to renege on a debt in the Misty Rain Pavilion has been born yet." Under Zhang Ping's lead, the group arrived at a private room and sat down. The seats were pretty good. The windows were wide open, allowing them to clearly see the performance on the stage in the center. "You can withdraw first. There is nothing else for you to do," Xiao Chen said casually, and Zhang Ping withdrew with a smile. He did not even ask if the group wanted maidservants to accompany them to drink, directly withdrawing. Xiao Chen thought that the group probably came to the private room to pretend to be fatso. How could they have the extra money to pay for maidservants? After the food and wine were served, Bao obediently poured wine and tea for Xiao Chen and the others, playing the role of a maidservant. "Bao, sit and eat with us. There is no need to stand on ceremony," Mo Chen said with some heartache when she saw Bao standing around busying herself. Bao smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Mo Chen. However, Bao is a maidservant in the first place. This is what I should do." When Mo Chen saw the situation, she did not say anything more. The group had been on the move for days and could not be bothered to rest. Furthermore, there was a performance of the music Dao that they had never seen before. The group chatted happily in the private room. Xiao Chen observed in secret, wanting to see if there was anything suspicious. In the future, he would have to guard this place for a long time. It was necessary for him to hide his identity and come to check. However, just at this moment, a discordant voice came from outside. Damn it! I want to see who is occupying my private room. It is rare for this young master to come, yet you want me to be a standing guest. Your Misty Rain Pavilion is really something. Bang! Amid the commotion, the door to the private room that Xiao Chen and the others were in was pushed open rudely. Chapter 22-22. Bang! Someone pushed open the door to the private room, and a youth barged in. A group of people followed behind this youth, all of them giving off an unconcealable sword intent. They should be from the same sect. Otherwise, their sword intent would not be so clear. Zhang Ping complained endlessly as he stood at the side, not daring to stop them. You clearly come here once in a few hundred years. You did not pay a deposit and only said so. Why can't you give it to someone else? However, Zhang Ping only dared to grumble about this in his heart, continuously apologizing on the surface. Among the group of people, only an old man attracted the attention of Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, and the others. This was because this person was the only one vain sovereign emperor. The others were sovereign personages. Before becoming a sovereign emperor, no matter how heaven-defying one would not be worth mentioning in their eyes, not even worth a second glance. With this look, the group calmed down. They maintained their calm expressions as they looked at this group of people. Only Xiao Chen entered deep thought when he saw the youth leading the group. This youth seemed somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Xiao Chen. That youth had an extraordinary aura, giving off a faint dragon qi of a dynasty. Clearly, he was a relative of the royal family, possessing the royal bloodline and showing a noble air. Boom! In that instant, that youth's aura erupted, ignoring the Misty Rain Pavilion's rule of not fighting. He did not hold back at all when he erupted. That startling killing qi spread out. This instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere of the Misty Rain Pavilion. The pipa music of the headliner Zi Yun, who was playing on the stage, stopped. All the guests turned their curious gazes to this place. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was not the peak pleasure quarter of Yen City, its background was still terrifying. Even a regular prince would have to think twice before making a move here. Sometimes, even if it was hard to avoid conflict, it would be due to bickering. Most of them did not dare to fight. This was because everyone understood the rules. Just like today, Xiao Chen had unleashed all of his aura without restraint. His killing intent was so cold that it was somewhat frightening. How great was this grudge? Such a strange matter caused many guests to cast their gazes over, wanting to see what was going on. No. However, just as that person soared into the sky and was about to attack Xiao Chen, the sovereign emperor old man in the group rushed forward in a panic and firmly restrained his young master. Elder Feng, let go. I want to kill him. I must kill him. I want to grind his bones to dust, I want him to die a horrible death. The finely dressed young man was suppressed by his own clan's expert, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Elder Feng grumbled inwardly. He even wanted to curse out loud. Who could you possibly kill? The table across from him seemed unremarkable. However, most of the people at the table were sovereign emperors. This was especially so for the white-clad person in the middle. With just one glance, Senior Feng felt extreme fear in his heart. Wu Meng and the others showed indifferent expressions as they watched this scene. Their expressions did not change at all. Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and discovered that it was already empty. Before he could do anything, Bao who was at the side, smiled gently and obediently filled Xiao Chen's cup. After the wine entered his mouth, Xiao Chen slowly put down his cup. Then, he looked at the newcomer with some misgivings. I seem to recognize you, but I can't recall who you are. I am Monarch Yu Wangling Elder Feng, let go of me. Let me kill him. When the newcomer heard that Xiao Chen did not even remember his name, he could not help roaring angrily, feeling greatly humiliated. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Monarch Yu was enraged, but Elder Feng firmly held him down. His fellow disciples looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Monarch Yu. I recognize him. His father is the current Duke Yun. Strange. Why is the old man beside him holding him down, not letting him make a move? Isn't that simple? He must have broken the brothel's rules. That might not be the case. The way I see it, the strangeness of this matter probably stems from that white-clad person. This person is clearly not simple. This is also strange. To think that this person does not even know Monarch Yu. However, when Monarch Yu saw him, he seemed to go crazy. The strange scene in the private room confused everyone. They could not figure out what was going on. Monarch Yu? Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. He asked sullenly, which Monarch Yu? I do not know any Monarch Yu. Damn it. Xiao Chen, do you think that you can escape death by pretending to be crazy? Back then, when we parted at the Soaring Dragon Marquis's residence, I swore that if I did not kill you in this life, I would not be human. I did everything I could, but I could not find you. To think that you actually delivered yourself to me. Elder Feng, let go of me. If you still do not let go of me, I will get my father to kill you when I return. Monarch Yu Wangling glared at Xiao Chen. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times already. Elder Feng did not seem to hear what Wangling said. He smiled softly and said, this young master, my clan's young master is speaking nonsense. Sorry for making a fool of himself. Since you do not know him, we will leave first. Goodbye, goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Chen could not remember who he was, Elder Feng felt lucky and wanted to quickly leave with Monarch Yu. Xiao Chen toyed with the wine cup in his hand, entering deep thought. Then, he said sullenly, wait a moment. I remember who he is. Monarch Yu, this was a grudge from many years ago. Back when Xiao Chen first entered the Central Great Realm, Lan Luo's father, the Soaring Dragon Marquis, invited someone to compete with him in archery on the battlefield. Xiao Chen shot 3 arrows in a row, defeating the other party with every arrow. However, the other party refused to give up and took out his secret treasure. In the end, Xiao Chen shot an arrow with the god Shadow Bow, defeating the other party again. In the end, Monarch Yu continued to act shamelessly, wanting to use sword techniques to kill Xiao Chen. After being defeated, Monarch Yu tried to gang up on Xiao Chen. Such a person looked elegant on the surface. Furthermore, he was a member of the royal family, acting all pretentious. However, after peeling off that layer of hypocrisy, he was even more loathsome than a hoodlum. He did not know himself and was as difficult to deal with as a mad dog. No wonder Xiao Chen could not remember him. Almost 8 years had passed. How could Xiao Chen spend any effort to remember someone who was not even comparable to trash? If not for Xiao Chen reminding him a few times, Xiao Chen would not have remembered. At this moment, Elder Feng was somewhat frightened silly. He said embarrassedly, Sir, my clan's young master is Duke Yun's son. He already has a noble title, and his name is already written in the royal clan's genealogy. Xiao Chen interrupted, let go of him. Elder Feng felt that the situation was somewhat serious. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Meng, who was at the side, said, I told you to let go. Did you hear me? However, Monarch Yu did not seem to notice anything. Rage and the hatred that he suppressed in his heart for 8 years overwhelmed his mind. He shouted, Elder Feng, don't boost my morale. Let go of me. Today, I want to see what gives him the confidence to dare to come to Yen City and send himself to death after not seeing him for 8 years. Elder Feng ignored Monarch Yu's words. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, sorry, this old man cannot let go. Elder Feng felt a trace of killing qi. If he let go, Monarch Yu might die miserably on the spot. This thought was somewhat exaggerated. Would there really be someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion who dared to kill Monarch Yu? Furthermore, the person that Monarch Yu killed was Duke Yun's son. Although his bloodline was thin, it was still a bona fide royal clan bloodline. Monarch Yu was definitely a royal clan member. However, for some reason, Elder Feng felt that if he let go, Monarch Yu would die immediately. This kind of fearful instinct prevented him from letting go. Right now, he was waiting for the Misty Rain Pavilion's experts to show up. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion was large, if something happened, experts would arrive within 10 seconds. However, to Elder Feng, these 10 seconds felt like years. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt incredibly nervous. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Elder Feng. At this moment, their gazes met. Boom! Immediately, the strong soul energy of a three-vein sovereign emperor and the royal blue dragon bloodline landed on Elder Feng with terrifying pressure. Elder Feng wanted to hold on. However, under this immense pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to do anything. With just one look, Elder Feng lost. When Monarch Yu felt that Elder Feng could no longer suppress him, he immediately roared and soared into the air, thrusting his sword at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! How terrifying was this sword strike! After 8 years of sharpening a sword, even the dullest blade would become incredibly sharp. For the past 8 years, Monarch Yu could not forget the humiliation he experienced in the Soaring Dragon residence every day and night. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. The immense pressure turned into motivation. He had been cultivating bitterly in the Divine Sword Pavilion for many years, waiting for this day. Monarch Yu felt that this sword strike seemed to have surpassed his expectations. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of heaven-defying sovereign personage. After this sword strike, he would definitely succeed in condensing a divine seal. Monarch Yu trembled in wild joy, feeling nervous and excited. Indeed, Xiao Chen was his demon heart. After killing Xiao Chen, breaking through to Sovereign Emperor would be just a matter of time. What a terrifying sword strike! The killing intent and Tao contained in the sword sent a chill down the Misty Rain Pavilion's cultivators, who were far away. Bang! However, Monarch Yu, who had just leaped up and had yet to move, suddenly exploded. That's right, he exploded. Thousands of saber lights burst out of Monarch Yu's body, looking resplendent and dazzling. In the next moment, Monarch Yu's corpse did not remain, leaving only broken limbs and a pool of blood splattering the elegant room. As for that terrifying sword strike, it had not fully bloomed yet. Instead, it fell silent, like a flower wilting. Someone killed someone. Someone killed someone in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, it was Monarch Yu. After a while, the entire Misty Rain Pavilion turned chaotic. Everyone startled awake, wondering what exactly happened. The entire Misty Rain Pavilion descended into chaos. Some people were frightened out of their wits. They tried to leave in a fluster, knocking over many tables and chairs. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The vast Misty Rain Pavilion immediately turned chaotic. There was no longer any of the calm and peaceful atmosphere of the Misty Rain. The imperial capital Yen City had been peaceful for many years. Perhaps there were people dying every day in secret. Perhaps the struggle for benefits had never stopped. However, it had been several hundred years since anyone dared to kill someone in a brothel in broad daylight. This was especially so when the person was someone with the royal bloodline. Was the imperial capital going to change? Chapter 22-23. Misty Rain Pavilion, Yen City. Was there a need for a reason to kill? Of course, there was. No matter how lowly an ant was, it was still a life. Even respect was needed, not to mention humans. Although Xiao Chen was decisive in killing, he never killed the innocent. Most of the time, Xiao Chen could punish people lightly and not kill them. However, there were some people that he absolutely had to kill. Monarch Yu Wangling was such a person. Such a person was like a rabid dog. Although Monarch Yu was trash, he had some authority. He did not fear open attacks or hidden attacks. Monarch Yu feared that Monarch Yu would not deal with Xiao Chen but the people around him when he went crazy. One did not fear hypocrites, one feared true vile people. A true vile person would resort to all means, disregarding morality and rules. One could not guess when he would go crazy. Hence, since Xiao Chen remembered it, there was no need to leave Monarch Yu alive. If this rabid dog really injured or humiliated the people around him one day, Xiao Chen would not be able to bear the price. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance. A drop of rain fell the instant Monarch Yu erupted, ending his life. The manservant, Zhang Ping, was already frightened silly in the private room. He was stunned into silence, unable to say anything. Senior Feng showed a sullen expression as he looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. The other party's terrifying strength had already cast a shadow in his heart. Senior Feng wanted to leave but did not dare to, as Xiao Chen had not said anything yet. The Divine Sword Gate disciples accompanying Monarch Yu were stunned, unable to react. Whoosh! 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 At the crucial moment, two figures appeared in the private room, radiating the aura of a three-veined sovereign emperor. These were the experts overseeing the Misty Rain Pavilion. Normally, many ignorant people would cause trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter how powerful they were, they would suffer when they ran into these two. These two rarely showed themselves. However, in secret, they were known as the Misty Rain Twin Demons. Senior Feng recognized the two and immediately released his bated breath. He said, "Seniors, my clan's young master died a miserable death in the Misty Rain Pavilion. No matter what, please give us an explanation." As Senior Feng spoke, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. Clearly, he wanted the Misty Rain Twin Demons to take down Xiao Chen. However, the Misty Rain Twin Fiends ignored Elder Feng. They looked at Xiao Chen and said something. Monarch Yu Ling caused trouble in the Misty Rain Pavilion, wanting to kill the Misty Rain Pavilion's honored guests. In the end, he overestimated himself and died a miserable death at the hands of a sovereign emperor. Duke Yun failed to teach his son properly, causing our Misty Rain Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion will definitely pursue this matter to the end and report it to the royal family's sect elders. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Misty Rain Pavilion. Everyone heard him clearly, not missing a single word. Old Feng was dumbfounded at that moment. He had not expected such an ending at all. This person had killed a member of the royal family. Shouldn't the Misty Rain Pavilion capture him and then apologize to Prince Cloud? Why was the situation reversed? Do you still have the law? The one he killed is Monarch Yu, a true inheritor of our Divine Sword Pavilion. He does not even care about our Divine Sword Pavilion. Misty Rain Pavilion, I think you don't want to continue operating in the imperial capital. The disciples of the Divine Sword Pavilion woke up from their stupor. They were all indignant. Scram! Bang! The Misty Rain Fiend duo did not make a move, but these Divine Sword Pavilion disciples who shouted were all knocked into the air. Then, the Misty Rain Pavilion's guards each carried one of them out. The Misty Rain Fiend duo looked around, and their gazes landed on Old Feng. Old Feng trembled slightly as he said, "I understand. I'll take some of young master's belongings and leave." However, when Old Feng looked around the private room, he saw that Monarch Yu's corpse had already disappeared. There was nothing left to take. Old Feng took a jade pendant and quickly left without even turning his head back. Honored guests, there is no need to panic. Today, a small situation occurred in my Misty Rain Pavilion, startling everyone. The matter has already been resolved, and I have apologized to everyone. Today, the Misty Rain Pavilion will not be accepting alcohol. Please, drink to your heart's content. For the next 3 days, there will be no charge. The Misty Rain Pavilion will entertain everyone for free. At that time, the 12th headliner will appear as well. Just at this moment, someone spoke softly as she leaned against the railing at the highest point of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Her melodious voice sounded like the chirping of birds in the forest, very pleasing to the ears. What was even more pleasing to the ears was the sincerity of her apology. No alcohol, no charge for 3 days, and the 12th headliner performing at the same time. The moment this person said that, cheers rang out. Then, the sounds of stringed instruments, pipa, and harp rang out at the same time. The 12 headliners appeared on the stage one after another. The atmosphere in the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly changed, reaching a climax in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the guests were attracted by the headliners who appeared one after another. Once again, they became immersed in the wondrous music. The earlier interlude ended up bringing out this performance, making the guests even more excited. Furthermore, there was free alcohol. With everyone drinking to their heart's content, the Misty Rain Pavilion was destined to be a carnival. Only a few people knew that the pleasure quarters in the imperial capital had not seen blood for hundreds of years already. There had to be something fishy about the Misty Rain Pavilion protecting this person in secret. However, no matter what, Monarch Yu was a royal clan disciple. If he died in the Misty Rain Pavilion for no reason, the Misty Rain Pavilion would not be able to hide it even if they wanted to. In less than a day, this news would spread throughout the entire imperial capital. At that time, it would be another good show. The guests all left in secret, quickly reporting this news to the factions behind them. Inside the private room, Zhang Ping wiped the floor in fear. When he saw the bloodstains, he trembled in fear. A heaven-defying sovereign personage died for no reason. How horrifying was that white-clad person? Fortunately, that white-clad person did not seem to mind Zhang Ping's earlier underestimation. "This young master, please come in. Our pavilion master wishes to meet you." The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons, two aloof three-veined sovereign emperors, respectfully greeted Xiao Chen. Such an attitude shocked the manservant, Zhang Ping. My goodness! To think that these two rarely seen major characters of the Misty Rain Pavilion are so respectful to this white-clad person. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Let her come and meet me. Right here." What kind of joke was this? Zhang Ping was a rank 6 envoy inspector. In some sense, he was the pavilion master's direct superior. Even if Xiao Chen did not like to use his status to suppress others, there were some rules that could not be broken. Since when could subordinates summon their superiors? The Misty Rain Pavilion's two old men immediately exchanged glances, anger flashing on their faces. "We need to ask for instructions." The two old men spoke softly after exchanging glances. He. There is no need to ask for instructions. How can this little girl not come when the envoy inspector summons me? Bell-like laughter rang out from outside the door. Then, a girl wearing a red qipao walked in, revealing her long, slender legs. Her exquisite facial features looked like the most perfect carving, without any flaws. The instant she entered, ancient paintings fell around the private room, forming an independent world, isolating it from the outside world. The manservant, Zhang Ping, also fell into a deep slumber without a sound. The Misty Rain Pavilion's twin demons paled in shock. They performed cupped fist salutes and bowed. This subordinate greets the envoy inspector. "We offended you earlier. Please forgive us." "It's fine," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, he took out the appointment certificate that Yi Zifeng had given him and gently sent it to the girl in the qipao. The girl in the qipao had only guessed it. When she saw the appointment certificate, she confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. "This little girl is Su Yi. I welcome the envoy inspector to the Misty Rain Pavilion. I did not know the envoy inspector's identity earlier and offended you. Sorry for the poor reception." The girl in the qipao returned the appointment certificate to Xiao Chen. Then, she smiled faintly and said, "Before you came, I was the acting envoy inspector. It looks like I will be idle for a while." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There's no need. Just do what you were doing before. If there are any problems that you cannot resolve, you can tell me. You still have to work hard. This is Mo Chen, Master Ku Yun's disciple. He will help you deal with this." Mo Chen smiled faintly and stood up. Greetings, elder sister Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future. Master Ku Yun's disciple. A strange look flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Naturally, she knew about Master Ku Yun. He was one of the strongest blacksmiths in the current martial epoch. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's oldest core doyen. What Mo Chen cared more about was Master Ku Yun's identity. Did that mean that this white-clad youth already obtained the support of 2 core doyens? Originally, the headquarters had sent a fellow who was not even 100 years old just to go through the motions. Mo Chen thought that the headquarters had already given up on the Yanwu dynasty and only wanted to maintain the status quo. However, it looked like things were different now. These are my companions. They are all outstanding talents. Even before the age of 100, they are already sovereign emperors. If there is any trouble, you can send them out. There's no need to stand on ceremony. After introducing Mo Chen, Xiao Chen pointed to Wu Meng and the others beside him, introducing them one by one. Su Ye's expression did not change. Her smile did not diminish, but her heart turned increasingly grave. Is the headquarters really determined to stand guard in the Yanwu dynasty? Lord Xiao, how do you intend to deal with today's matter? Duke Yun will definitely pursue this matter. At that time, the Misty Rain Pavilion will inevitably face some pressure. Su Yi spoke for a while, giving instructions on the Misty Rain Pavilion's matters. Then, she suddenly changed the topic, trying to probe Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yi and smiled faintly. I am a sovereign emperor. First, he humiliated me. Then, he tried to kill me. He died a worthy death. If you cannot even deal with such a small matter, you can't be the Misty Rain Pavilion's pavilion master, right? So you wanted to use today's matter to pressure Xiao Chen, to see how he would deal with this when he just arrived in the imperial capital. Who knew, Xiao Chen was even more direct. He told her not to make irresponsible remarks about such a small matter, lest she tarnished her status. Xiao Chen's meaning was that if she could not deal with such a small matter, there was no need for her to be the pavilion master. While Xiao Chen's words looked simple, they actually contained hidden meaning. If she did not deal with it properly, others would look down on her and even use her as a scapegoat. Su Yi replied softly, naturally. Although this matter is somewhat difficult to deal with, this subordinate will definitely handle it properly. Naturally, the royal clan disciples were incredibly noble. However, it was not to the point where they could kill anyone they wanted. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was just a king of a branch family. However, Xiao Chen's attitude and the hidden meaning in his words made Su Yi somewhat wary. This white-clad youth was probably not as simple as she imagined. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will take my leave first, Su Yi said softly. Wait. Su Yi looked up at Xiao Chen and asked in confusion. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Your name is Su Yi, right? I recall that there is a noble clan of swordsmen in the Yanwu dynasty. The current clan head, Su Hanshan, is known as the strongest expert of the sword Dao, known as Sword God. When Su Yi heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked sullenly, what's wrong? Envoy Inspector, are you trying to investigate me? Didn't Lord Yi Zifeng tell you that some things cannot be investigated? It was just that he sensed a powerful sword intent hidden within this lady's body, so he casually asked her a question. Who would have thought that he would touch the other party's bottom line? Xiao Chen was unperturbed and said coolly, it's fine, you can withdraw. Remember to have the people in charge of the top 10 chambers of commerce come and see me tomorrow. If anyone doesn't come, I'll see him alone. I feel that it's not necessarily a good thing to be too hasty. The inspector has just arrived at the imperial capital, so there are many sights to see. For example, the flaming river outside the city. It's magnificent and magnificent. You can take a good look at it. Su Ye's tone was calm as she spoke unhurriedly. This woman wanted Xiao Chen to see the flaming river to warn him to see how deep the waters of the imperial capital were and not to get involved. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, when I have time, I will go and take a look. If I accidentally fall into the river, I hope Pavilion Master Su will pull me up. When Su Yi heard that, her expression warmed up somewhat. She smiled and said, "Milord, you jest. Goodbye."